Chapter 1816. After Lin Chen returned to the Immortal Dawn ancient ruins, time flew by quickly. 15 days later, two beautiful figures ran over from the sea of flowers in the ancient ruins. Hehe, mother, look, I told you the providence here is very strong, and it's safe. Bai Qianqian held her mother's hand and giggled. The young girl's smiling face was like a pure white lotus, untainted by dust. Madam Bai rebuked, slow down, you came to other people's place, what if? Bai Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Mother, what's that? The mother and daughter looked carefully. In the swaying sea of flowers at the foot of the gorge, two naked figures were faintly discernible. Bai Qianqian didn't react in time, but the experienced Madam Auspicious Beast immediately blushed and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Madam Bai covered her daughter's eyes and pretended to be calm. Their master is here, he doesn't welcome us. Let's go back. Bai Qianqian pouted. This is Master Lin Chen's place, who dares to not welcome me? Hehehe, I'll let Master beat him up. Madam Bai said, I said he doesn't welcome you, so he doesn't welcome you. Didn't you listen to your mother? You keep causing trouble for Master Lin Chen, you're making him hate you. Bai Qianqian shook her head as if she had grasped the young girl's weakness. I don't want Master to hate Qianqian. Then, let's go back. The beautiful woman glanced at the sea of flowers and muttered, how majestic. Then, she left with the young girl. After walking down the mountain, Bai Qianqian asked curiously, Mother, why did you cover my eyes just now? I wonder what Kang Kang and the others are doing. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled. They, have feelings for each other over time. The young girl was puzzled. Feelings for each other over time? So hard to understand. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the span of a month, the changes that had occurred in the Holy World could be described as several major earthquakes. The first was the news released by the everlasting old man. The entire dragon race was going to reinforce the human race's 36 regions in the sacred boundary. When the battle started, anyone who saw the dragon race in the 36 regions would be treated as allies. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a powerful shot of adrenaline to the countless experts of the sacred boundary. Considering how famous Patriarch Everlasting was, and how he had joined forces with the dragonfolk, he was now the rightful leader of the sage monarch domain. Even though many human powerhouses had a deep grudge against the dragon clan, the hatred between them was as deep as the sea. However, the everlasting old man had clearly forbidden them from attacking the dragon race. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors of the human race. Once the ban was issued, no matter how great the hatred was, they had to temporarily put it aside. The same was true for the dragon clan. The second big news was about Lin Chen's servants. When Lin Chen's servants traveled to the afterlife to research new pill recipes, they had another fortuitous encounter. 4 new Saint Kings were added to their ranks, and the Saint King's avatar was showered with extravagance, shocking the various region. Moreover, Lin Chen's servants not only robbed and bullied the major sects, they didn't even spare the merchant groups. All of their goods were plundered clean. Wherever they went, they simply bullied countless forces within the sacred boundary. Most importantly, they moved very quickly, and were at the 9th level of the Sage Opening Heaven realm, targeting those below rank 7. Rank 1 to rank 5 sages targeted rank 8 forces. Rank 6 cultivation level and Divine Flame Palace chose peak rank 8 and rank 9 forces. Especially Lin Chen's 17-people legendary team, they could fight, run, trap, and rob. When they appeared, ordinary grade 9 forces would not be able to withstand their attacks. However, the most serious was Lin Chen's phantom clones. Lin Chen's clones were simply challenging a rank 9 sect alone. No, it was not wrong to say that they were challenging multiple rank 9 sects alone. The clones' battle strength was close to the number 1 on the Saint Talent board. What was even more terrifying was that there were more than 5 clones that were still moving. This was equivalent to 5 number 1 on the Saint Talent board crazily robbing. Who the F***CK could withstand this? Even if the rank 9 sects intended to join forces and make preparations in advance, it was simply impossible to guard against. Every time Lin Chen's phantom clones arrived, other than some life-saving trump cards of the rank 9 sects, Basically all the holy artifacts were plundered. He even left a sentence, "I'll definitely do it next time." The current sacred boundary was full of curses and disdain for Lin Chen. Using the word rat crossing the street could not even describe 1/10,000th of Lin Chen's reputation. On the 20th day after the incident, a third even more terrifying news arrived at the sacred boundary. Gods had fallen. Saint King region, absolute heaven mountain peak. A large number of Saint Kings were in chaos for the first time. Lord Sun God's divine blood has returned to the true God's clone. His main body has fallen. Venerable Yin God's divine blood clone suddenly woke up. This can't be wrong, this is a sign of the true God's death. Rumor has it that only when an irreversible crisis occurs will the true God's divine blood return to the clone. The Saint Kings were shocked. There was no doubt that the gods had encountered a shocking change in their operation. The everlasting elder looked at the distant horizon as if he could see through the void. His gaze fell on the distant universe, in a vast and majestic relic, trying to see through something. In the end, his gaze could not penetrate the relic to see the truth, and he helplessly shook his head and sighed. The everlasting elder said loudly, "Everyone, there is only one thing we need to do now, no matter what happens, we must fight to the death. We must withstand the first wave of attacks from the demonic tribe. Let's go to the firmament star field." The sacred boundaries human tribe gathered all of their resources and headed to the extraterritorial battlefield in the firmament star field. This battle would be the human tribe's last battle. No one dared to hide anything, and all of their ultimate resources were brought out. In the extraterritorial battlefield, most of their combat power must be blocked. Otherwise, if they started fighting at the sacred boundary, it would be a devastating blow to the sacred boundary. Although the sacred boundary still had the god's final trump card, the opponent this time was not to be underestimated. The trump card left by the gods must be one of the final trump card. At the Dragon Palace, Jiang Taishu sat cross-legged in the void, pinching his fingers and silently opening his eyes. The human tribe's army has begun to move, and the top experts have already headed to the firmament starfield. All of the battles will start in the extraterritorial battlefield. Jiang Taishu turned to look at Xiao Ling-er and said seriously, "Has the Lord given the order?" Xiao Ling-er shook her head and said, "Not yet. The Lord's clone said that the number of sacred weapons is not enough, and the last part is still missing. Also, the other clone has not returned yet." Jiang Taishu frowned, stroking his goatee with his palm, and then said, "Then continue to wait. Without the Lord's order, no one is allowed to attack easily." One of Lin Chen's illusionary clones was teleported to the dragon world and followed the dragon race. His clone followed the dragon tribe's movement and clearly grasped their movements. He sent most of the Dragon King and Dragon Revered level experts. All of them upgraded their bloodlines, which were between strengthening +4 to strengthening +8. The Dragon King level strengthened their bloodlines to grade 8, and the benefits were even higher. Through this strengthening, Lin Chen also thoroughly understood the Dragon Tribe's lineup. The number of Dragon Kings in the entire Dragon Tribe exceeded 430. Every one of them was a Dragon King who had been silent for many centuries. Including the group of Dragon Tribe elders and past great Dragon Kings who should have retired, the Dragon Tribe had a total of 540. People above the Saint King realm. Chapter 1817. The entire Dragon Clan mobilized. The desolate ancient Dragon Clan, primordial Dragon Clan, and so on added up to 540 Dragon Kings. The number was very astonishing, but compared to the human race, this lineup was absolutely not considered to have the upper hand. In terms of Sacred King realm combat power alone, the Sacred Boundaries humans outnumbered the Dragon realm. Although the dragon race's bloodline talent was strong, the growth time similarly required more time compared to other races. Most importantly, the more powerful the existence, the more difficult it was to reproduce. The human race was like that, and the dragon race was even more so. The dragon race's advantage was just like the advantage of holy beasts. It was the strength of the physical body's pure strength, a protracted war. This was absolutely the most beneficial help to the human race. What the human race needed the most now was a big daddy who could persevere through a protracted war. In fact, the dragon race even pulled all of the divine dragon descendants onto the battlefield. Only after experiencing this level of war could their descendants truly grow up. Gentle tempering could never create a top-notch expert. When the powerhouses from all sides moved out, inside the immortal Dawn ancient ruins, Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly, his eyes wide, dumbfounded. Inside the immortal Dawn ancient ruins, tens of thousands of auspicious beasts showed harmless looks as they stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen said in astonishment, "What's the situation, Qianqian? Didn't I say to only let you bring your family over? So these are all your family?" Lin Chen even subconsciously looked at Madame Bai. "Madam, you're so fertile." The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him charmingly and said reproachfully, "Do you think that my dead man is as valiant as you? Everyone is here to seek refuge with you." The long-bearded old man in the lead smiled and said, "Your Excellency Lin Chen, we unanimously decided to seek refuge with you. You're our savior, and you don't covet our abilities. You've done us a great favor." The number of auspicious beasts here was at least one-third of the auspicious beast plane back then. One had to know, with their help, it was equivalent to letting a large number of destiny spirit plants produce super-massive amounts of cultivation resources. This would mean that Lin Chen could create a sea of powerhouses. This kind of temptation, virtually no one could possibly refuse. Lin Chen raised his brows and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Seek refuge with me? What the hell are you guys thinking? You're dreaming. I have no obligation to protect you. Go away. This is a good place that I found with great difficulty. Hurry up and leave. I don't keep idle people, and I don't need idle beasts either." The auspicious beasts all looked embarrassed. His Excellency Lin Chen is truly extraordinary. With their status as auspicious beasts, they would be coveted wherever they went. Not only did this human Lin Chen save them, but he even looked down on them. This caused many auspicious beasts to have an instinctive desire to fight. The long-bearded elder hurriedly said, "Your Excellency Lin Chen, we're willing to contribute our humble strength to you as long as you don't despise us. We've already discussed it. We'll follow Qianqian to follow you and establish a cooperative protection circle between humans and auspicious beasts. Isn't that wonderful?" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had taken the bait. Lin Chen pretended to sneer and said, "Beautiful? What a beautiful sight. You want to cooperate with me without taking any risks? What kind of crooked melons are you? Other creatures may cherish you, but I don't. If you want to rely on me, you have to show relative sincerity and take enough risks." The auspicious beasts looked at each other and discussed heatedly. A young auspicious beast tentatively said, "I wonder, how do you want us to cooperate?" Lin Chen said straightforwardly, "Follow me to the sacred boundary. Behind the front line of the battlefield, help me cultivate a large number of provident spirit plants and provide enough resources for my alchemists. Otherwise, you'll fend for yourselves." The auspicious beast plane had been destroyed. Building a new auspicious beast plane was not something that could be done overnight. Without the protection of the auspicious beast plane, the auspicious beasts were a group of live targets. After thinking about it again and again, the long-bearded elder gritted his teeth. "Okay, this old man agrees. I'll follow you to the front line of the sacred boundary. However, please allow us to leave some of our young descendants here. Our bloodline needs to be passed on. I hope you can agree." "Done." Lin Chen's expression became solemn and fierce. "No problem." Inside the ancient ruins, on a mountain peak, the quiet and elegant fairy Ning gazed at the young man. Her eyes seemed to be filled with autumn water as she softly called out, "You must come back." Lin Chen nodded with a mischievous smile. "Definitely. Next time, we'll discuss some new positions. Oh, no, new knowledge." The fairy chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. Lin Chen stepped on the dragon and took the auspicious beasts into the air, leaving the void. "Be careful on the way." Ning Qingxian quietly looked at his departing figure and softly muttered. The next day, sacred boundary. Lin Chen arrived at the Dragon Palace. Although he had stayed in the immortal Dawn ancient ruins for a month, he was actually aware of all the changes in the sacred boundary. After all, his clones were active everywhere, sensing all the changes in the sacred boundary. The situation isn't optimistic. Lin Chen opened the system. The Ultimate Armor's charging card was still at the 99% position. It seemed like there was only one step left, but in fact, the last bit of charging was the most difficult. Jiang Taishu descended into the void and asked curiously, "My lord, this is?" Lin Chen smiled. "They're all auspicious beasts. You can order them around. It just so happens that this time, our people snatched a lot of luck spirit plants. Give them all to them and send a group of people to protect them. They will be our most solid backing." Jiang Taishu sucked in a cold breath. Tens of thousands of auspicious beasts. His lord was truly terrifying. This number exceeded all the auspicious beasts recorded in the sacred boundary. Jiang Taishu received the order and said, "Yes." The next moment, the carefree flag behind Jiang Taishu danced crazily, constantly rumbling, as if it had sensed something. Jiang Taishu's gaze instantly became as sharp as a sword. He said seriously, "My lord, the demon race is already close to the battlefield outside. If nothing unexpected happens, they will arrive the next day." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, they're finally here." In Lin Chen's primordial spirit sea, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the servants. "Everyone, give the sacred artifact to my clones in the various regions as soon as possible." Zhu Tianxing's death imprint conveyed Lin Chen's message to all the servants. The saint's world was too vast. Not everyone had the spatial divine arts and spatial formations that Xiaoling and Zi Qianqiu had. It would take some time for the servants to move back to Lin Chen's clones. "System, how many strengthening points do I have left?" Host still has 5103, 5 billion mid-level strengthening points left. Lin Chen had used nearly half of his strengthening points to strengthen the bloodline of the entire dragon race expert. "System, I want to strengthen the annihilation, star explosion cultivation technique. Continuous strengthening function, strengthening plus 13 orange tier top tier cultivation technique." Lin Chen had used more than 400 billion mid-level strengthening points to finally strengthen the orange tier top tier annihilation, star explosion cultivation technique to the highest level, plus 17. Its power had increased by more than 4 times. Lin Chen moved to a secret realm in the Dragon Palace. Lin Chen opened his palm, and a clear jade that looked like a burning sun was floating in his palm. It was lifelike with thousands of fire dragons burning on it. This was Lin Chen's only remaining supreme-grade fire-type odd crystal. Ordinary methods in the outside world could not make him stronger at all. Only this supreme-grade odd crystal, if refined and absorbed, could give Lin Chen a slight increase in strength. Chapter 1818. Lin Chen opened his palm, and his saint acupoint lit up as a supreme-grade fire-type odd crystal entered his saint body. Rumble tilde. Boom. 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 The mountains and rivers trembled, and the sky changed color. In the sky of the mystic domain, clouds of fire condensed, and surging blazing waves quickly surged into the sky. If not for the experts of the sacred boundary coming out at this time, just this phenomenon alone would have alarmed many expert. Host has refined supreme-grade fire-type odd crystal. Obtained 182, 2 billion points, 152, 2 billion points, 123, 9 billion points. Lin Chen sighed secretly as he refined the fire-type odd crystal. "It's a pity that I don't have enough strengthening points. Otherwise, I could strengthen the ancient primordial dragon bloodline again." Lin Chen formed a hand seal and quickly absorbed the fire-type odd crystal. Extraterritorial battlefield, firmament star field. Human territory, star tower. Towering at the peak of the star field, the almost eternal star tower welcomed an unprecedented lineup of the human race today. This was the extraterritorial battlefield, an area where the human race and other races fought all year round. At the front of the star tower, on the mystic moon galaxy, every star was filled with experts of the human race. All the experts who were active in the extraterritorial battlefield all received news of the war and gathered together. The monster list was here, the hidden monsters were here, and the saint talent list was here too. The hidden saint kings were also out. This was the ultimate battle of the human race. Victory, defeat, life, and death, regardless of the gods, it was the common people. Some people were alive, but they had already decayed and died. Some people died, but they were immortal for eternity. But at this moment, all the experts of the human race were holding their breaths. They knew that there was still a highlight today. All the experts of the human race would gather here after the 9 races war. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Holy light fluctuated like dragons and snakes, and a storm swept across. Holy light filled the sky, purple gas came from the east, and rays of moonlight illuminated the sky. 9 suns rose in the sky. The sea of fire spread, and the storm swallowed the sky. Countless rare phenomena descended upon the place. Outside the star tower, in the 4 directions, endless holy light mixed with divine intent descended on the extraterritorial battlefield. The morale of the experts was boosted. Here they come, the strongest experts of the sage monarch domain. The leader from the east was clad in golden armor and carried a golden halberd on his back. He was filled with righteousness and killing intent. His halberd was pointed diagonally at Grey Cloud's head. Number 1 on the Saint Talent list, Invincible Cheen. Walking side by side with him was actually a handsome and refined young master with 2 swords hanging from his waist. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and he wore a cloud-flowing crown and a Chilean robe. There was a stillness between his brows that did not match his handsome appearance. Only this one person seemed to have seen through the years. The second on the Saint Talent ranking, Gong Sun Bing. 1 sword cut through the sky, 1 sword shattered the river of stars. The 2 quasi-gods of the Saint Talent ranking stood side by side. When they arrived, the star pagoda shook, stunning countless expert. Chang Kong Yinshin, who was ranked 3rd on the Saint Talent ranking, was also at the Reincarnation Saint realm. His hands were empty as he strolled through the starry skies. He was a young master dressed in elegant white robes, and his deep and serene eyes reflected a sharpness that could cut through the world. Behind the 3 legends of the Saint Talent ranking, there was a group of Saint Talents who stood proudly between heaven and earth. All the members of the Saint Talent ranking were present. Boom tilde. In the south of the star pagoda, a beam of saint light shone down, splitting heaven and earth. A group of supreme experts of all ages walked out of the light pillar. Led by the world-famous Long Tianchi, they appeared out of nowhere with 2 great quasi-gods in tow. Immediately after, another group of experts came from outside the star pagoda, stepping on billions of starlight. They walked over on the star pagoda, and their might shook the heavens. They were all saint kings. Some were handsome and carefree. Their saint acupoints shone with endless sonic booms, and with every move they made, an apocalyptic storm surge. Some were awe-inspiring. They wore 9 blazing suns, and each of them was like a sea of fire that covered the heavens and swallowed the 4 seas. Some were silent, and there seemed to be electric light between their brows. Electric light coiled around their bodies like silver snakes, and they were thunderous. Some were like shadows, as if they had been hidden in the void for tens of thousands of years. At a glance, one could faintly see endless spiritual storms that covered the stars and the moon. Some were domineering, and their auras could swallow the world. Their bodies were divided into yin and yang saint light, and there was a faint aura of life and death that could suppress the 4 seas. Some had the demeanor of an immortal, and there was absolute confidence in their wisdom that flashed past their brows, as if they had seen through all the saints and understood all things. Some were beautiful, and their slender figures were like graceful dancers in the clouds. It seemed that there was a profound mystery hidden in every melody. Some were elegant, and their temperaments were like that of an immortal that had descended. Their divine splendor scattered across the horizon, turning into clouds that floated in the air. Their peerless beauty revealed a beautiful killing intent. Some were heroic, and their vitality was like that of a dragon. Their saint bodies were illusory killins, azure dragons, and other primordial beasts. They stood upright, and their saint bodies seemed to have primordial beasts lurking. Some were hale and hearty, and they seemed to be ordinary elders, but their pupils contained boundless killing intent. They're back, they're all back. I can feel that they have the lineup from the War of the 9 Races. No, just the Saint King lineup alone might be even stronger than that. The morale of many experts in the Mystic Moon Galaxy was greatly boosted. Wang, wang, wang. Ripples appeared in spacetime, and space seemed to be constantly bending, oppressing a vast divine might. Many people's pupils constricted. This was a miracle. In a god's relic, endless palaces stood, and the divine palaces filled the sky, soaring into the sky. At the peak of the divine palaces, 6 majestic figures appeared. They stood with their hands behind their backs, and they were so aloof that they didn't talk to any mortals. Their divine eyes looked straight at the galaxy. Their figures seemed to be tens of thousands of feet tall, and their gazes seemed to be close yet far away at the same time. At this moment, loud and clear divine music reverberated in everyone's ears. It was a song of praise that belonged only to the gods, a gift from the gods. When they saw the 6 figures, even the saint kings exclaimed in shock. The gods! The gods are personally protecting us. Ha ha ha. We will be invincible in this battle. With the gods watching over us, what bullsh** T demon race? Destroy them. The morale of the human race skyrocketed, and the cheers of the human race could be heard everywhere under the starry sky. The Infinity Elder, who was standing with Long Tianqi, guessed, Your Excellency Tianqi, if I'm not mistaken, I shouldn't have informed the true gods, right? Long Tianqi nodded solemnly. Indeed, they seem to, the Infinity Elder said bluntly, not their true bodies, but their divine blood clones. Every divine blood clone still has the combat strength of a peak quasi-god. Although they are not at their peak, they are enough to look down on all the experts here. However, if they die next time, even their divine blood clones will be gone. Long Tianqi took a deep breath. It seems like the gods are planning to exhaust the demon race here first. The sacred boundary had 2 lines of defense. One was the Star Pagoda in the extraterritorial battlefield, which was protected by the divine power of the 5 elements true gods. The other was the Saint Monarch domain, which contained the killing moves left behind by the gods of the past. Even the Empress didn't dare to approach the Saint Monarch domain. Every race would hide a fatal killing move in their own territory, so they wouldn't act rashly in a war between races. Because even if their overall combat strength was greater than the number of enemies on the surface, they could be destroyed by attacking the enemy's base. Just like when the dragon race went to exterminate the insect race after the War of the 9 Races, so many divine dragons fell. Exterminating a race wasn't an easy task. The clones of the gods looked at each other. The 6 divine blood clones were the supreme beings of the sacred boundary: Yin God, Yang God, Wood God, Metal God, Wind God, and Thunder God. Of the 5 elements gods, Water God and Fire God hadn't died, and Earth God had died in the War of the 9 Races. The gods started a conversation unique to the true gods. Standing proudly in the illusion of the gods, the cold and aloof Yin God stroked the hair by his ear and said indifferently, "It seems that the final winners will be them." The unruly Yang God's handsome face showed a trace of self-mockery for the first time. "This time, we lost. Our true bodies are destroyed, so it's extremely difficult to cultivate back to the god realm with divine blood clones." The stalwart Thunder God raised his eyebrows and said angrily and helplessly, "These 2 guys have other tricks up their sleeves. No wonder their origins were unknown back then. It turns out that they have something to do with the god realm." The handsome and mighty golden deity shook his head and laughed. "We were played for a fool. We even helped them kill the martial god. How ironic. If we had kept the martial god here, we might have had a chance." The avatar of the wind god, a calm and carefree man, raised the pot and drank. He wiped the wine stains on the side of his mouth and smiled casually. "According to the agreement we made, the loser must submit to the winner. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat." The moment we returned to our clones, there was no possibility of a comeback. The agreement of the gods. There was an agreement between the gods. This agreement was related to the life and death of countless humans in the sacred boundary. It was also related to why the gods sealed the destiny of the human race back then. The demon race had been accumulating power for 10,000 years and erupted in one day. The demon race was hiding in the dark, plotting and manipulating from time to time. The dragon race was hiding and watching, enduring and accumulating power. How could the gods of the human race not expect this? This war was not a coincidence. It was only a coincidence that one person was involved. Perhaps all of this was inevitable. Countless layers of karma accumulated and finally erupted. No one could predict which side would be the final winner. Standing outside the Star Pagoda, the Wuji old man sighed. He seemed to have seen through layers of fog. His eyes were deep, But in the end, he couldn't see the final result. Next, it would be a multi-sided game, and it would be time to unveil the mystery layer by layer. Where would history lead? Chapter 18-19. In the extraterritorial battlefield, all the human experts were gathered at the front line of the mystic moon galaxy. In the darkness under the starry sky, the shining stars were beautiful and majestic, scattered across the sky like stars on a chessboard. They seemed close yet far away. There was also that suffocating silence. Bang 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 tilde tilde bang 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 tilde tilde. She could even hear the sound of her nervous heartbeat. Whoosh. Bang. The sky was pulled open, and a galaxy-like saber light fell. Another reclusive Saint King arrived, riding on the holy light as he sped over. He carried a saber on his back, casually facing a certain direction in the galaxy, nodding at a few familiar faces. After greeting them, he casually found his own position and waited quietly. All the experts only wanted to fight. The firmament starfield, which should have been raging with countless storms and chaotic energy, became quieter and quieter. The quieter it was, the quieter the atmosphere among the countless human experts. The experts participating in the extraterritorial battlefield were basically Sage level 7 star receiving realm and above. Everyone felt a formless pressure. It was like a raging wave that was continuously brewing, about to attack them and devour all living things. Bang! In the extraterritorial battlefield, a galaxy suddenly burst. Light shot in all directions, and a series of flashing auroras appeared in the sky. The experts below the quasi-god realm slightly shook their vision, as if the entire universe was distorted. A violent and piercing sense of danger enveloped all the experts below the Sage King realm. It's here. The demonic tribe army. The mighty demonic tribe army flew through the air, destroying small stars along the way. Tens of thousands of demonic tribe, led by various demonic tribe kings, formed armies and stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield. A Sage King's expression changed slightly, and he said in surprise and doubt, "There should be countless cosmic storms in the firmament starfield. How can they advance so quickly? It's the demonic tribe's revered elders." The voidless old man said, "The top experts of the demonic tribe opened a path for them." Boom. 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 The demonic tribe army approached and began to surge in all directions of the firmament starfield. The demonic tribe had horns on their heads and scales on their bodies. They were either wrapped in murderous aura, with a human face and a demon body, or with a demon statue and a human face. They had different postures, but their appearance more or less retained the appearance of a human. As for the leading demon kings, their gazes were even further away. They gazed at the magnificent and majestic star domain and the towering star pagoda. They even hoped to pass through the distant void and set their sights on the sacred boundary. A large number of demon cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. This is the front line of the human territory. What a beautiful star field, full of opportunities and fortuitous encounters. In contrast, we have to build our own territories in those dangerous and terrifying star systems. Why should the human race occupy one of the best places in the Divine River Galaxy and enjoy the blessings of the universe, while we have to struggle at death's door in that extremely dangerous galaxy? Unfair. 2F** King unfair. This king will tear them apart. Chew on the bones of saints and drink their blood. 10,000 years of cultivation, experiencing life and death, all for today. This is a feud that will only end when one of us is dead. Roar. 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 A large number of demonic kings let out enraged and crazed battle cries, some of which even shattered the stars. Its might was too strong, and it was like an unprecedented gale that was capable of destroying a region of stars as it smashed over. Just the first wave of confrontation gave off the feeling that the demon cultivator had the upper hand in terms of momentum. Stepping on the spinning starlight, the woogie old man shouted angrily, "Everyone, prepare for battle. The enemy's first wave of attack will rush to the southwest, which is a feint. The real target is the second wave of attack. Beware of their backup plan. Their goal is to push the star pagoda and enter the sacred boundary." The number one fortune teller of the human race gave the first wave of changes and predictions. However, the next moment, the woogie old man's pupils shrank. His gaze suddenly turned, and he looked up almost at the same time as the 6 true god avatars. In the void of space, a slender figure in a black robe stepped out of thin air. It was her, the Empress of the Demon Cultivator. She was the strongest as soon as she appeared. The Demon Cultivator was indeed unexpected. Even the #1 fortune teller of the sacred boundary could not predict it immediately. The human race, it's time to pay the price. The Empress's cold voice spread throughout the sky, chilling to the bone. Fear shrouded every human's fighting spirit. Buzz. Time and space twisted, and her slender palms slowly pulled apart. Blood-red demonic light bloomed, and billions of demonic lights condensed into a blood-red machete. The machete looked as if it was made of blood jade. It was magnificent and clear, and the blade was curved like the moon, releasing a blood-red demonic light that could devour everything. Demonic blade, sky-slashing. When all the sage kings, saints, and quasi-gods of the human race saw that figure, they instantly felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their saint hearts were being squeezed by a terrifying hand. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the Empress held the sky-slashing demonic blade, a devouring demonic aura enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was released from the demonic blade, descending upon the star domain and looking down on the world. Everything was twisted into a vortex and crazily sucked into the blood moon-like blade. She took a step forward with the blade, and her power rose steadily. Bang, bang, bang. Countless stars collapsed and were crushed into powder by the demonic blade, forming clusters of nebula vortexes. What a terrifying blade! My saint body can't control it. This demonic power is enough to devour everything. The human masters at the front line swayed, and their bodies were unconsciously sucked in by the demonic blade. They were horrified. The star pagoda, which was shining with divine light a moment ago, turned into a boundless demonic prison in the next moment. This was the reason why the Empress didn't show her strength in the Hell Galaxy. If she was serious, all the living beings near her would be devoured by the demonic blade when she met with the demonic God King's remains and Lin Chen in the Hell Galaxy. The expressions of the gods' avatars changed slightly. She was stronger than that day. She showed her true strength as soon as she appeared. The Empress's peerless appearance made people's hearts palpitate. The Empress drew the demonic blade in her hand and slashed down at the star pagoda. The blood-red blade aura, which was curved like a moon, slashed down at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. It was aimed at the countless human masters and went straight for the star pagoda. Wherever the blade aura passed, all the light rays were shattered and distorted, and the energy was absorbed, devoured, and annihilated into nothingness. This blade was even stronger than when she broke into the Saint prison. Before the blade aura arrived, the blade aura had already disintegrated the power of the human formation. All the human masters below the reincarnation saint realm couldn't control their bodies and were all sucked in by the blood-red blade aura. It was as if this blade was going to slaughter all the human heroes in the world. Just as the numerous human masters were about to fight back, 6 divine lights flashed across the starry sky. Blitz thunder times heavenly punishment. Chang'an breaking moon. Yin-yang domain. Summon the divine wind. The golden divine sword condensed by divine power soared into the sky. The power of heavenly punishment swept across like a thunder dragon. The yin and yang qi crossed the Milky Way and turned into a Tai divine diagram that swallowed the sun and the moon. The wind blades turned into the center of the storm and swept across the sky. The god's mighty power appeared and immediately cut off the demonic blade's power and demonic aura. The human masters were spared and immediately retreated. The avatars of the human gods finally made their move. Chapter 1820. In the extraterrestrial battlefield. The gods are attacking. We have 6 true gods. Where does the Empress get the confidence to fight us? All the experts roared in excitement. The gods' joint attack collided with the blood-red blade aura. The next moment, Kai. With a sizzling sound, the blood-red blade aura flashed and distorted time and space, swallowing the gods' attack. The blade aura attacked the gods. Bang, bang, bang. A series of earth-shattering explosions occurred. The gods' avatars were cut down by the demonic blade. They kept retreating. The gods' avatars were shattered. Holes and cracks appeared in the divine light around the gods' blood avatars. The 6 true gods' avatars were pushed back 3,000 miles. When they looked up, they were filled with disbelief. Although they existed in the world as avatars, they still had the combat power of 6 peak quasi-gods. Moreover, because he had mastered the great Tao after becoming a god, he was even stronger than Long Tianqi, a peak quasi-god who had yet to become a god. The effect of god-level experts working together was much greater than 1+1. But the Empress defeated them with one strike. She even injured their avatars. Thunder God's pupils constricted. What realm has this guy reached? She wasn't that strong back then. The Wind God said in a low voice, could it be that she has also advanced while recovering from her injuries? The Yin God said coldly, now is not the time to discuss. Her attack is coming again. Without another word, the Empress slashed with the demonic blade again. The blood-red blade aura cut through the night sky. All the light in the world was swallowed by the blade aura, and they fell into eternal despair. The blade aura flashed, and the stars collapsed. Time and space were distorted. The heavens were all withered and destroyed. The gods didn't even have time to regroup. The Empress's attacks were fiercer and fiercer. We have no choice. Use that move. The Sun God shouted. The Wood God and the Metal God formed hand seals, and the Star Pagoda shook violently. Buzz. The 5 elements' divine power rushed into the sky, and the 5-colored barrier formed by the 5 elements' divine power appeared outside the Star Pagoda for the first time. Clang. Bang. The blade aura surged above the barrier, and endless demonic light overflowed. The Empress's attack was blocked. It's the 5 gods barrier. Righteous gods. Many human experts who still had lingering fear in their hearts shouted the names of the gods. The 5 elements barrier was the final trump card the gods had left behind in the extraterritorial battlefield during their heyday. Only any true god among the 5 elements gods could activate it. It's not over yet. Demon Empress, try this. The golden deity shook his finger and mobilized his divine power. Combining the divine power of the 5 elements barrier and his own divine power, he formed a heaven-covering golden divine fist. His divine fist shook the universe, and heaven and earth were unstoppable. The Gungjin divine fist covered the stars, the moon, and the sky as it headed straight for the female monarch. You're finally using the 5 elements god's enchantment. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as what the ancestors said in their memories. The Water Empress sneered. But, that's all there is to it. As if she didn't care about the deities at all, the Empress tilted her body slightly and drew her demonic blade. The blood-red saber light slashed out rapidly. Demonic energy swallowed the heavens and the earth, nibbling away all energy. He had actually shattered the gung metal divine fist that had been condensed from the power of 5 god. Bang! The Gungjin divine fist exploded and turned into countless fragments that fell down, reflecting the golden deity's shocked expression. This attack wasn't the power of a quasi-god, but the divine power of the 5 elements true god at his peak. She had actually destroyed it so easily. Rumble. Clang, clang, clang. After shattering the Gungjin divine fist, the blood-red saber light that was like a crescent moon shook the colorful 5 elements barrier. All the human experts suddenly felt that the space was on the verge of collapse. The sonic boom came, and 3 figures appeared in front of the Star Pagoda. They were the top 3 on the Saint Talent list led by Qin Wudi. Qin Wudi said in a low voice, it's time for us to make a move. We also want to participate in the battle against the female monarch. The golden deity's clone shouted coldly, back off. You have no right to fight here. Just as he finished speaking, the Water Empress held the demonic blade in her hand and turned into a blood-red light that instantly crashed into the 5 elements barrier. Bang! The demonic blade slightly pierced through the barrier. The blade passed through the 5 elements barrier, and the divine light dimmed and dissipated. The expressions of the clones of the gods change. Without giving the clones any time to react, the Water Empress suddenly grabbed the hilt of the blade, and the demonic blade that had pierced through the barrier spun. Rumble. Monstrous demonic light bloomed, absorbing all the light in the world and nibbling away at the 5 elements' divine power. Kai. Smack. Crack. Crack. The terrifying demonic aura rolled over, and many human experts were forced to retreat again and again. It was as if the Water Empress alone could suppress the current human race. The blood-red demonic light burst out from the tip of the blade and turned into a blood-red vortex. The spinning demonic saber caused a hole to appear in the Five Elements divine power enchantment. When the Five Elements barrier cracked, the Water Empress seemed to have transformed into a blood-red light that shuttled through the sky and flashed past. Even if we die, we must hold her back. The Wuji old man suddenly shouted coldly. The Wind God's clone, who was the fastest, had a sharp gaze. He stepped on the red divine wind and attacked the Water Empress. He held the hurricane blade and slashed across the void. The blood-red light exploded into countless afterimages. The Wind God's clone's expression changed slightly. So fast. Yin-Yang Supreme Divine Realm, the Yin and Yang God's clones flew across the sky, and their Yin and Yang divine powers transformed into black and white dragons. In an instant, they formed a realm that enveloped the Water Empress. The Water Empress said coldly, "You overestimate yourself." Clang. The demonic blade slashed the Yin and Yang divine powers. The two clones were forced back. The other three clones wanted to intercept her, but the Water Empress's body was countless times faster than light. In a few flashes, she was like a star that leaped across the star pagoda. The Water Empress's target was the sacred boundary, the Sage Monarch Domain, Mystic Domain, Dragon Palace. A mountain of sage artifacts was placed in front of Lin Chen. He stretched out his hand, and light flowed. Host decomposes 6th grade sage artifacts. Host decomposes 5th grade sage artifacts. Lin Chen's primordial spirit power was constantly erasing the spiritual imprints on the sage artifacts. He needed to erase the spiritual imprints left by the previous owners of the artifacts one by one before he could decompose them. The system's decomposing function was extremely limited. It couldn't decompose an item that had an owner. This sea of sage artifacts were all stolen. Lin Chen needed them to be in an ownerless state. Of course, destroying these sage artifacts was also one of the fastest ways to obtain the essence of the set. However, destroying them would not give as many attributes as the decomposing. Lin Chen, who was lacking the essence of the set, couldn't use this method. Suddenly, Lin Chen, who was now at the primordial spirit realm, opened his eyes. Lin Chen and Jiang Taishu looked at each other. Lin Chen said solemnly, "She's here." Yao no, the demonic empress was here. Lin Chen could feel the killing intent she released when she revealed her true strength. Even though they were separated by an extraterritorial battlefield and many regions, Lin Chen, who was at the primordial spirit realm, could clearly feel her killing intent. It was directed at the sacred boundary. It was too shocking. It didn't seem like a killing intent that could be condensed by a single person. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. No matter what, as long as the demons don't appear, I can't act rashly. It wasn't time for Lin Chen to make a move. He only had one chance to activate the Godslayer and God-defying talent. Chapter 1821. She wants to break into the sacred boundary of the Sage Monarch Domain. We must stop her. The Wuji old man shouted. His prediction couldn't even keep up with the Empress's speed. She was too fast. Just as everyone was ready to fight to the death, 4 more demonic lights flashed through the cracks of the 5 elements barrier. Everyone of the human race, don't disturb our Empress. Your opponent is us. Golden God, I didn't expect you to have an avatar left. I wanted you to repay the sins of your bastard brother, but you really escaped a calamity. We didn't let the demon race personally judge your true body. The aura of the 4 figures was monstrous, like a super-large universe storm descending on heaven and earth. They blocked the avatars of the gods, not giving them a chance to chase after the Empress. The avatars of the gods had solemn expressions. The Empress had already rushed to the sacred boundary, and no one could stop her. Long Tianqi stepped on the void and rushed over to the 4 demon race. 4 great revered elders. Long Tianqi's eyes were wide open, and his tiger eyes seemed to be spewing flames of anger. Killing intent was brewing in his chest. The silver scorpion revered elder laughed sinisterly. Your 5 elements barrier has been broken. From now on, it will be our all-out war. The golden god avatar was so angry that he laughed. Then let's see who can last longer. The silver scorpion revered elder laughed sinisterly. Come on, try it. Rumble. The demon race army, which covered the stars and covered the moon, had already approached the star pagoda with an aura that could destroy the world. We must not let them cross the boundary. Persevere in this battle, we still have a chance. Don't worry about the Empress. That's not a level we can interfere with. Do what we have to do. We can only hope that the power of the Sage Monarch domain can pose a sufficient threat to her. Fight the demon race. Countless experts of the human race roared. Even though they had seen the terrifying battle strength of the Empress, none of the saints retreated. From the front line of the mystic moon galaxy, a large number of saints rushed out to meet the demon race army. From afar, it looked like a magnificent meteor shower, rushing toward the demon race army that filled the sky. The high priest in green armor shouted angrily, "Warriors of the demon race, fight! Don't underestimate the human race. Follow our great Empress and trample them." The first batch of people to fight against the human clan were the demon cultivator soldiers under the Empress. Following that, the devil cultivator soldiers of the four great elders rushed over from all directions. A storm swept through the entire Outer Realm battlefield, and a shocking slaughter instantly unfolded. Inside the Five Elements Godforce boundary, the three quasi-gods led by the avatars of the gods were fighting against the demon-human race's four revered elders. Outside the Five Elements divine power barrier, the human clan was led by the various reincarnation Saint Realm patriarchs and led by the Saint Kings to attack the Devil Cultivator clan. In the Outer Realm battlefield, the battle instantly turned the sky upside down. Within the Star Pagoda, the Empress flashed over swiftly. Her speed was extraordinarily swift, and she was like a blood-colored divine light that tore through the boundless void as she arrived. The extraterritorial battlefield was half a galaxy away from the sacred boundary, but with the Empress' incredible speed, it only took her a dozen breaths to reach it. The human clan's sacred boundary, the beautiful eyes under the veil flickered slightly. The Empress frowned and said, "I seem to have been here before." Sacred boundary, her mind swayed slightly, and the Empress seemed to be shaken. In her mind, a silver-robed figure flashed past. Kai Tilda. Just as the Empress was about to awaken some memories, an intense throbbing pain came from her mind. Many snake-like hoarse voices were transmitted to the Empress through the demonic blade and attacked her consciousness. Kill. Kill. The human clan is full of evil. They are the ones who created us. They brought us hatred, anger, greed, disgust, and killing. The human clan must pay the price for this. The Empress figure paused, and she painfully covered her face under the veil. The pain spread throughout her body as if it was going to tear her apart. She gripped the demonic blade tightly and tried to suppress the memories in her mind. Every time she felt that she was about to awaken some missing memories, the will of the ancestors would always remind her to remember the hatred and humiliation of the human clan. She climbed to the top of the demon-human clan, not only relying on talent and experience, but also relying on the power passed down by the ancestors of the demon-human clan. Correspondingly, their hatred was also passed down. For thousands of years, the one who carried the power had to carry their eternal hatred. The demon-human clan was created by the human clan. The first batch of demon-human clan that was created was not only the strongest, but also the most talented. And Luo Yaro had inherited their bloodline. There was only one thing to do now, and that was to destroy the human clan. There is no need to be shaken. What we need to do now is to seek justice for the demon-human clan. There is only one last line of defense left. The beautiful snow under the veil was once again covered with ruthless coldness. The Empress opened her palm, and the Providence plant pouch shone brightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 figures appeared beside the Empress for no reason. They were all Sage King-level human clan experts. No, to be more precise, they were the criminals imprisoned on the 19th level of the sacred prison. The criminals that the Empress had risked great danger to save back then. The Empress said coldly, "Now it's your turn to do things. Don't forget what my demon-human clan has given you. Most of you can become Sage Kings because of the treasures of my demon-human clan. If you dare to play tricks, you will die without a doubt." The criminal's pupils constricted, and fear and dread appeared in the depths of their eyes. They had seen with their own eyes how the Empress had broken through the star pagoda alone in the Providence plant pouch. Even if all the experts of the human clan gathered, they could not stop her. Peerless beauty, unparalleled in the world. The old man with the centipede scars on his face chuckled. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used for a moment. We are going to play a role at this moment, right? I hope Your Majesty will fulfill your promise. After we finish our task, Your Majesty will let us go. The criminals said submissively. They could be arrogant in front of the demon-human king, but in front of the Empress, they were just slightly stronger ants. Then let's see if you can do what I ask of you. With a slap, the Empress sent the 24 criminals to the Sage Monarch domain. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Empress was millions of feet above the Sage Monarch domain. However, she did not rashly step into the Sage Monarch domain. Instead, she quietly and solemnly stared at the Sage Monarch domain. As expected, rumble. Time and space trembled, and heaven and earth roared. Endless divine light crisscrossed, covering the stars and the moon as it surged out from the Sage Monarch domain. The divine light encompassed all things in the world, and played out endless miracles. Under the veil, the Empress's beautiful eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. Is it coming? The power of the gods. Why was the Sage Monarch domain the peak of the human clan's sacred boundary? Because when the sacred boundary was created, the Sage Monarch domain was the last land of the gods' civilization. The true gods of the human clan, whether they had fallen, ascended to the god realm, or were still alive, had all left their divine power in the Sage Monarch domain. With the Sage Monarch domain as the link, the sacred boundary was maintained. Later history would call it the Myriad of Gods. Chapter 1822. The 10,000 forms of gods was not controlled by any forces. It was hidden in the Sage Monarch domain and had the most natural ability to sense the demons. This was also the reason why the demon emperors did not dare to go to the sacred boundary of the human race. The 10,000 forms of gods was especially targeted at the demon emperors. It covered the entire sacred boundary for demon emperors. Once it appeared, it would automatically awaken. There was once a 10,000 forms of gods here. Their divine power represented all the true gods that had appeared in the history of the sacred boundary of the human race. Today, the demon empress would challenge the divine power left behind by the true gods of the human race with her own strength. Her black robe fluttered, and a wisp of her skirt fluttered gracefully. The empress stared coldly at the sacred boundary of the human race under her feet, and pointed her demonic saber at the Sage Monarch domain. Let this empress experience the history of the human race. Wonder Domain, Dragon Palace. Jiang Taishu was shocked. My lord, the 10,000 forms of gods is activated. The 10,000 forms of gods was the last line of defense for the sacred boundary. Although it gathered the power of the gods and was extremely powerful, far surpassing the 5 elements divine power barrier in the extraterritorial battlefield. But once it was breached, the sacred boundary would be completely exposed to the attacks of the demons. When that happened, the sacred boundary would turn into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, I know, now it's your turn. Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, you lead the team. All the Sage Monarch realm cultivators are to move out and kill those criminals who sneaked into the Sage Monarch domain. As for the Empress, leave her to me. The servants were dumbfounded. Their lord was too fierce. You can even handle the Empress. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Chen's 2 doppelgangers returned to the Dragon Palace with the sound of wind. 2 doppelgangers were the number of doppelgangers that Lin Chen could mobilize now. The other doppelgangers were busy collecting the sacred artifacts given to Lin Chen by the other servants and could not leave at all. Not everyone had the same cultivation level as Lin Chen, who was able to quickly cross multiple regions. If Lin Chen activated the super-dimensional teleportation with his ultra-spacetime talent and brought a large number of servants across multiple domains in a short period of time, his talent points would be depleted. If he didn't have enough talent points in battle, Lin Chen would lose his left and right arms. Dispersing Lin Chen's clones to different regions was equivalent to compressing the time of normal movement by countless times. Lin Chen said seriously, "My clone will go with you to get rid of the criminals in the holy prison. Retreat immediately and don't linger." Jiang Taishu and the ancient god had already given Lin Chen a comprehensive analysis of the existence of the gods and manifestations of nature. The power of the gods would only target the Devil Clan, and the Devil Clan had half of the Devil Clan's bloodline. In addition, the Empress's cultivation level was comparable to the Devil Emperor's, so she could also trigger the myriad manifestations of gods. Unless she snuck into the sacred boundary like she did in the past, she would be forced into a passive state in battle. She could only choose to attack head-on. In this way, there is only one reason why the Devil Cultivator race wants to save the criminals of the 19th level of the Holy Prison. They want to use them to destroy the energy source of the power of the gods and destroy it. After understanding the overall situation, Lin Chen understood the Empress' intentions. Yes, she would be limited if she snuck in alone. If she wanted to fight, she wouldn't have the time to care about the internal situation. The gods and manifestations of nature would react to the Devil Clan and the Devil Clan, but they wouldn't target the humans. No matter what heinous crimes the humans committed, they wouldn't trigger the attack of the gods and manifestations of nature. This was a trick set up by the gods against the other races. Therefore, this plan required a powerful human to cooperate with the Devil Cultivator race. They would know the secret of the Holy Monarch domain and have enough combat power and hatred to ensure that the Devil Cultivator race would use them. In this way, the only choice left was the criminals in the deepest layer of the Holy Prison. In this way, the Devil Clan's Empress would be in charge of attacking head-on, while the criminals of the Holy Prison would be in charge of destroying the Holy Monarch domain from the inside. A coordinated attack from both inside and outside could break through the Holy Monarch domain in the shortest time possible. Outside the Dragon Palace, all the servants gathered. Qi Feiyan, Yun Tianguang, Long Zhoushan, Zi Qianqiu, Ji Wuchen, Jiang Wn Sichu Changxing, Qin Zhouxiao, and the other servants gathered again with Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun as the leader. In addition, there were also Gui Zhenchou and other new holy kings. 17 people, 4 new holy kings, and 2 illusions formed a new team. Xiao Ling waved her slender hand and opened a spatial passage. "Let's go to the Holy Monarch domain." At this time, the sky and earth in the Holy Monarch domain changed color. Red divine light swam in the sky above the Holy Monarch domain like a flying dragon, condensing into many palaces with whistling saber energy. 9 bright moons hung in the sky. 9 blazing suns burned thousands of miles. The Phantom of a Sword God performed a peerless sword technique. The Phantom of a Sword God performed a saber technique to split the sky. There was also the Phantom of a Martial God, standing between heaven and earth, practicing thousands of cultivation techniques and martial art. The 5 elements gods who controlled the 5 elements divine power sat between heaven and earth. At this moment, with the Holy Monarch domain as the center, the entire sacred boundary shook. All the humans felt this God's phenomenon, and no one didn't feel fear. God's phenomenon, the strongest and last line of defense of the human sacred boundary. Kai, Kai, Kai. 1 slash cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Wherever the blood-red saber light passed, all the energy was sucked dry, nibbling away at everything. The blood-red light flashed, annihilating all the miraculous phantoms formed by divine power. The world was reduced to a demonic prison of despair, sorrow, and sorrowful cries. Then, the Empress slashed again, and the brilliant blood moon fell from the sky. Every wisp of blood-red light absorbed thousands of divine power, annihilating all the divine power left behind by many true gods into nothingness. The demonic Empress faced the power of God's phenomenon head-on and was not at a disadvantage. The earth shook violently, and heaven and earth roared. The earth's crust exploded continuously, mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the sect's territory collapsed one after another. Only slightly affected by the aftermath, under the protection of divine power, the entire Holy Monarch domain was still trembling. However, after the news of the great battle spread, the experts of the Holy Monarch domain either stayed or fled. The number of experts who were still alive was extremely small. Finally, I set foot on this land again. Back then, that group of hypocritical Holy Monarch domain saint kings suppressed me here. Now, I'm back. They'll pay the price. When the 24 Saint Kings of the Holy Prison's 19th level stepped into the Holy Monarch domain, they either sighed or were resentful. Regardless of the fierce battle in the sky above their heads, they all rushed in different directions at the same time. Bang! 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 Many sects' territories in the Holy Monarch domain were uprooted by the 24 Saint King criminals. When he used the Saint King's eye to observe, he saw boundless karmic luck and saint energy. It was like a large net with no end in sight, and it maintained the scene of all gods and phenomena. That was the providence of the Holy Monarch domain and the divine power of the powerful saint. For the Holy Monarch domain to be the peak of the sacred boundary, in addition to the means left behind by the gods, it also needed energy to maintain it. This energy all came from the divine power of the experts born from the Holy Monarch domain's providence, and a part of their divine power was integrated into the Holy Monarch domain. That was why the Holy Monarch domain became the sacred boundary. The domain with the strongest spatial crystal wall and the most difficult to enter became the peak of the sacred boundary. Holy Monarch domain, boundless river. Strong enemies are invading. These guys are prisoners on death row who were sent to the 19th level of the holy prison. We obey the orders of our ancestors and guard this place to the death. In the Holy Monarch domain, many of the remaining 9th rank sects rose up in resistance. Many of the Saint King criminals smirked. You overestimate yourselves. What do you get for working so hard for your gods? Fools. These hypocrites have long abandoned the human race. A final battle to the death in the Holy Monarch domain. Chapter 1823. There were still sage kings in the Sage Monarch region who participated in the defense. However, most of the top combat forces were now in the extraterritorial battlefield. These 24 Sage Kings attacked fiercely and ferociously, destroying the defenses of the 9th rank sects. In less than 4 hours, they had taken down 2 9th rank sect. There was a flaw in every plan. Under normal circumstances, the defense of the Sage Monarch region was not something that the 24 Sage Kings could easily break through. However, powerful enemies appeared at the front line, and the rear was attacked, so there was no way to mobilize reinforcements. It was not that the old man did not notice the Empress' intentions. It was that he did not expect the Empress to be so powerful that she could break through the defense line formed by all the combat forces in the extraterritorial battlefield. This is the formation guarding the Providence Vortex of the 9th rank sects. Let me destroy it first. A Sage King criminal laughed maniacally. He raised his hand and gathered his sage power. The sage light turned into a long rainbow and condensed into a green rainbow sword. He pushed it forward. Rip tilde. There was a sonic boom. The cyan sword light was like a swimming dragon, piercing through the clouds. After a dozen breaths of time, the sword light destroyed the astrolabe-like formation. The energy in the formation quickly disappeared, and a large amount of providence and sage chi dissipated. As expected, the gods and myriad manifestations in the void dimmed a little. With the help of this momentum, rip tilde, clang tilde, the sword light flashed and broke the sword god's shocking sword. The Empress attack sped up again. The Sage Monarch region elites could not help but feel despair. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Sage Monarch region was broken. It's over, you bastards from the Sage Monarch region. The centipede-scarred old man laughed maniacally. He put his palms together and pushed them forward. Dozens of green rainbow sword light pierced through the void. Suddenly, something strange happened. A wisp of sword intent that cut through the void rolled like cloud. Bang! The green rainbow sword light shattered, and the centipede-scarred old man's expression changed slightly. Sword intent. Under the Lord's orders, all of you will die here today. The sea of clouds rolled, and 2 middle-aged men with snow-white hair stepped out. The man on the left looked cold and serious, carrying a green sword on his back. The man on the right had fierce eyes and sharp eyebrows. He had a murderous aura, and his lips curled into a cold sneer as he looked down at all the criminals. Lang Fanyun, Fang Ling, you're still alive. You're out of the holy prison. Saint King realm. Something's wrong with you guys. Godlike sword intent. Saber intent entering the spirit. You guys actually broke through. The criminals on the 19th floor cried out in horror. It wasn't just that, When Fei Wuxuang, Xiaoling Ji Wuchen, and the others made an appearance, it even shocked them to the point of being dumbstruck. Saint King, and still Saint King. All of them had broken through to the Saint King realm? Was it so easy to break through to Saint King now? Even they had been recuperating in the demon race for countless years. With the personal care of the high priest of the demon race, they had obtained the opportunity to break through. Lang Fanyun said coldly, "What are you saying? If we don't live, are you going to live?" Fang Ling said indifferently, "If you old farts can become Saint Kings, why can't we?" Long Jiushan chuckled and said, "Holy prison? It has long been torn down by our Lord." The criminals were horrified. The holy prison had been demolished. Which celestial being could do something like this? A figure appeared high up in the sky. He wore a silver robe and laughed. "Let's end this quickly. Don't waste time with these old fogies who relied on the demon race's secret technique to break through to Saint King." "Yes, Lord." The servants immediately took action. The criminals immediately retreated as they cast bewildered gazes at the youth above their heads. "Lord! This person was so young, and he was actually their lord." These fellows were much more arrogant than they were back then. Even the demon race empress couldn't poach them. However, when they saw the 6-point star around the young man, the criminals couldn't help but tremble. 116 saint points. What kind of humanoid monster was this? Were all the young people in the sacred boundary so F***king terrifying now? Lin Chen's figure tilted as he stepped on a cloud. A phantom doppelganger personally appeared and swept toward the 24 Saint King criminals. With Lin Chen's doppelganger taking the lead, Fang Ling and the others immediately swarmed forward. They were stronger than when they fought against Genesis. Not only did they learn their own secret techniques, but they even obtained the true teachings of the criminals in the Eye of Hell in the deeper levels of the holy prison. Outside the Holy Monarch region, the Empress gritted her teeth as she witnessed this scene. "How many more times are you going to hinder me? My demon race has been planning for many years to save these humans just to play a role today. You actually dare to stop me?" The Empress was burning with anger, and her attacks with the demon blade increased. The Empress herself also felt strange. She was angry that this young man was standing opposite her. But she couldn't hate him at all. Rather than hate, the irritation in her heart was more like, Lin Chen's doppelganger floated in the sky above the Holy Monarch region, urging the power of his primordial spirit to transmit his voice. "Yarrow not only will I save you, but I will also become your enemy. Bring it on." The sound waves rolled out, and the beautiful snow under the veil was covered with anger. The Empress scolded coldly, "Then I will make you regret it." Lin Chen said, "I won't regret it, because I suffered a loss." The Empress said angrily, "You suffered a loss?" Lin Chen crossed his arms and said righteously, "That's right. Last time, you slept with me, and I haven't slept back, so I suffered a loss. I have decided to sleep back next time." The Empress, the servants. "Our Lord is really strong." One day later, in the extraterritorial battlefield. In just one day, the experts under the Empress had paid a great price. They were fighting with the top experts of the entire human camp, and more than half of the 4 Great Elders' army had yet to move. It was equivalent to the Empress's demon race withstanding the attack of the entire human race. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 elements' divine power barrier began to be unable to withstand the 4 Great Elders' wild attacks, and the doppelganger's power was almost exhausted. Bang! With a loud explosion, the 5-colored divine power shattered into pieces and fell to the sky. The faces of the human experts in the fierce battle change. The 4 Great Elders had joined forces to break the 5 elements' divine power barrier. If they could cross the extraterritorial battlefield and the Star Tower, they could attack any location in the 36 regions without fear. The human race's barrier has been shattered. Kill. Kill. Follow the Great Elders and charge into the human race's sacred boundary. An even larger demon race army was coming. It was the experts under the 4 Great Elders. More than half of the human experts were held back by the Empress's experts. Even though they could send out many sage kings to fight, they were still unable to stop the 4 Great Elders' army. They had begun to attack the sacred boundary. The ones who were still at the front line were the demon race under the Empress. That's it. Goodbye. Our target is your sacred boundary. The four great elders laughed wildly as they retreated. The doppelganger of the gods and the injured Long Tianchi and Qin Wudi felt that something was wrong. Why would the four great elders choose to attack the sacred boundary and abandon them? Regardless of strategy or priority, the doppelganger of the gods was exhausted and the quasi-gods were injured. No matter how they thought about it, the best solution was to get rid of them first. Could it be that the four great elders had a bigger plan? Even more than attacking the doppelganger of the gods? Chapter 1824. The four honorable elders' strange behavior had disrupted the gods' plan. They didn't know whether to advance or give chase. They were in a dilemma. If they were to advance, they would have to face the four honorable elders and the Empress, who was in a frenzy. At the front line, the Infinity Elder frowned as he sensed danger. He immediately pinched his fingers to deduce the situation, and his expression changed. Everyone above the reincarnation sacred realm, return to the sacred boundary immediately. Remember, do not go near the sage monarch region. What? There's no time to explain, retreat. The everlasting old man led the strongest group of experts and immediately returned to defend. As for the gods' clones, they did not listen to the Infinity Elder's instructions. The gods knew that he was not simple, but in this world, no one could command the gods to fight. At least, there was no such person in the sacred boundary. The gods were proud and aloof. Even if their clones were destroyed, a true god was still a true god. The six gods' clones chose to pursue to the sage monarch region, outside the firmament galaxy. In the eternal darkness, demonic chi began to spread like a tide. Inside and outside the firmament galaxy, a series of shadows appeared. In the end, they turned into an endless demonic army. The first demonic army that could not hold back was the bloodthirsty demonic tribe. The bloodthirsty demonic emperor stood proudly at the back of the army, sitting on the throne like a beautiful snake. The bloodthirsty demonic tribe above the demon honorable level could surpass the bloodthirsty demonic transformation and achieve the state of male and female symbiosis. They could even F***ck themselves. The bloodthirsty demonic emperor, who once appeared as a human youth, turned into a beautiful woman in the blink of an eye with a pair of demonic wings on her back. This time, don't mess things up for me. After the war, you must find the human who killed my precious daughter with your great blood primordial searching magic. The bloodthirsty demonic emperor looked down at the only figure under the throne lazily. The man in the cloak smiled maliciously. Don't worry, Empress. I will make the humans pay. This man hid his aura very well. The blood energy and infernal energy within the demon body seemed to contain countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sound of countless skeletons gnawing at each other echoed through the air. His aura was only slightly inferior to the bloodthirsty devil emperor, but both of them were on the same level. The bloodthirsty demon clan's new emperor, the bloodthirsty demon emperor. A second devil emperor had appeared in the bloodthirsty devil clan. The eyes of the bloodthirsty demon emperor, who was sitting on his throne, glowed with a sinister crimson light. It was as if he could see through the void as his gaze fell upon the faraway sacred boundary. This woman from the devil cultivator is really unexpected. It's a pity that it's only slightly stronger. It's not beyond the scope of our plan. Hee. Everything is under our control. The bloodthirsty devil emperor licked her scarlet lips as her charming cheeks flushed red. I want to suck your blood personally. The demon clan's army was getting closer and closer. They were about to enter the firmament starfield and reach the extraterritorial battlefield. The humanoid demons of the desolate lands were cold and murderous. The heaven fiend demon was covered in scales and emitted an infernal energy. The heaven fiend demon was like a mist of energy that rose into the air. Their infernal energy swept over like a tide. This time, the desolate lands demon clan, heaven fiend demon clan, disaster demon clan, bloodthirsty demon clan, and the four great demon clans' armies were all gather. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What was the first level and what was the fifth level of this battle? In the sage monarch domain, a rain of blood poured down. The remaining grade 9 forces in the sage monarch domain were stunned. This is too fierce. Does my father know what you're doing? Lin Chen and his men actually managed to get rid of 24 Saint Kings in such a short time. They killed all of them. First it was Lin Chen, then it was the heaven. After the Sage Kings, the immortals. Damn it, what are you doing? Run. The Grade 9 Forces experts retreated one after another. The battle in the sky above the Sage Monarch domain was getting more and more intense. The divine power of the gods and manifestations was getting thinner and thinner. There wasn't much left to protect the Sage Monarch domain. The more the Empress fought, the fiercer she became. Her attacks were like raging waves that clashed with the gods and manifestations. If Lin Chen hadn't stopped the criminals from the Sage prison, the battle might have ended long ago. A strange light flashed in the Empress's beautiful eyes. It seems like I can't drag this out any longer. Show some of my strength. I can beat them at their own game. The Empress' demonic saber flew out of her hand. Under the cloak, the blood-red light shone brightly. She pointed a finger. Heaven/chaos. The demonic saber, Heaven/, which was suspended in the void, suddenly spun rapidly and slashed down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A ball of blood-red light formed by pure blood-red saber light shot out from the tip of the saber and came crashing down. The blood-red light ball came crashing down on the Sage Monarch domain. The attacks of the gods and manifestations were as swift as wind and thunder. However, they were all devoured and eventually annihilated into nothingness. The blood-red light ball slammed into the barrier of the gods and manifestations with a boom. Divine power surged out again, and like millions of dragons, it attacked the Empress from countless directions. At this moment, not to mention the entire sacred boundary, half of the divine river galaxy was shaken. The gods and manifestations' ultimate counterattack. The Saber God's Sky Slash. The Saber God's Reincarnation Sword Technique. The Martial God's Million Techniques. The Five Elements God's Great Creation Technique. The Yin and Yang God's Four Extremes of Tai. The Wind and Thunder God's Divine Wind and Thunder Punishment. The Great Tao Divine Light of the Profound Sage God. The Dark God's Silent Divine Light. It was as if the history of the human race's true gods represented a full-power attack. It blasted toward the blood-red light ball and rushed toward the Empress. The moment the blood-red light ball burst, the Empress raised the demonic saber in her hand and slashed out her strongest attack so far. The blood-red saber light that spanned across the entire Sage Monarch domain slashed down like a divine river. Wherever the saber light passed, all light and spacetime were distorted into a vortex. They were all sucked dry, devoured, and annihilated by the saber light. All the attacks of the gods and manifestations were quickly swallowed up by the blood-red saber light. The Sage Monarch domain was dyed by the demonic aura and turned into a demonic hell. A cold murderous intent enveloped everything: the vegetation, living beings, natural treasures, rare minerals, mountains, and oceans of the Sage Monarch domain withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Despair, grief, anger, and fear instantly enveloped the entire Sage Monarch domain and spread out. Not good. Lin Chen, who was far away in the mystic realm, sensed the fatal crisis through his doppelgangers and his main body. Lin Chen's two doppelgangers used all their strength to activate the Cloud Shadow Heavenly Light Movement technique and used their holy power to grab the servants who had just returned to them. Whoosh! A dark green light flashed past. All the servants had just escaped into the space-time dimension. Just as Lin Chen's doppelgangers were about to enter the space-time dimension, the divine power of the gods and manifestations was finally broken. In an instant, the Sage Monarch domain no longer had any means of protection and was exposed to the Empress attack. The blood-red saber light tore through the divine power and slashed straight at the Sage Monarch domain. Chapter 1825. The Great Empress had broken through the attack of the gods. What was even more terrifying was that she still had energy left to attack the Sage Monarch domain. The blood-red moon blade aura cut through the last layer of protection of the gods and landed on the Sage Monarch domain. Without the protection of the gods, the Sage Monarch domain was exposed to the Great Empress attack. Everything in the Sage Monarch domain withered in an instant, devoured by the demonic chi, and despair descended. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Lin Chen's doppelgangers, who had used their saint power to protect themselves, were instantly devoured and disappeared. What a terrifying power! Lin Chen, who was in the mystic realm, suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with horror. That blade aura was simply a world-ending disaster. His two doppelgangers, who were early-stage quasi-gods, couldn't even last a tenth of a breath. When the blood-red moon blade aura hit the sage monarch domain, rumble, bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the sky changed color. The blood-red moon blade aura cut through space and time, and an unprecedented power slammed into the sage monarch domain. The earth veins were instantly torn apart, and the continental plates were lifted up into the air, shattering into pieces. The terrifying power penetrated the sage monarch domain, crushing everything in space and time. Lava gushed out from the depths of the severed earth veins, sweeping across the surface at thousands of times the speed of sound, destroying heaven and earth. The mountains, oceans, and forests on the surface were instantly thrown off the surface by the impact, blasting tens of thousands of feet high. Everything had been destroyed. The blood moon saber light pulverized everything. Countless star fragments, sky-soaring waves, raging lava, all of this was swallowed up by the blood-red demonic light in the blink of an eye. A super tremor that sounded like the wail of the world, like the roar of the apocalypse, spread from the sage monarch domain to the entire sacred boundary. It was like an unprecedented earthquake, triggering terrifying tsunamis in every domain, and the continental plates were tilted like never before. At this moment, countless humans were greeted by an ear-piercing sound wave, and they felt unprecedented fear. What happened? Activate your battle aura protection. Activate the sect-protecting Grand Array. Is this the end of the world? Quick, activate the sect-protecting formation and ignore everything else. This old man prayed for the human race to be peaceful for a long time, but this is what I got in return. Even the final mighty power of the gods is unable to protect us. Resist. I don't believe in the gods, I only believe in myself. A quarter of an hour later, the black-robed figure in the sky tightly gripped the dim demonic saber. She clutched her heaving chest, and a trail of blood flowed out from under her veil. Her aura was much weaker than before. The desperate counterattack of the deities and manifestations of nature had caused her quite a lot of damage. Smoke billowed out, and dim starlight illuminated the surface of the sage monarch domain. No, to be more precise, it was no longer the sage monarch domain. The civilization of the human race no longer existed. Not a single building remained. The 10 sovereigns of the past, the divine flame heavenly mountain, the primordial divine ruins, and the Wuji heavenly palace were all gone. It was a twisted ruin that was incomparably messy. At the center of the destroyed surface was a bottomless abyss. The tectonic plates of the entire region, and even the crystal walls of space, had been completely cleaved in two. Lin Chen's essence soul saw this scene and his mouth opened slightly. It was too terrifying. It had directly cleaved the sage monarch domain in half. In fact, it had almost been cleaved into pieces. This was after destroying the attack of the deities and manifestations of nature. With the remaining power, it still destroyed the sage monarch domain. One had to know that a battle between multiple quasi-gods could cover the living beings of a domain and wipe out most of the living beings, but it was absolutely impossible to cause such terrifying damage. Killing the living beings of a domain and destroying a domain were two completely different things. A domain of the sacred boundary, especially the sage monarch domain, was far stronger than ordinary stars and celestial bodies by countless times. To be precise, even a true god couldn't reach this level with just a single strike. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This was a slash from the woman he had slept with. Lin Chen wasn't sure if the Empress had used the demonic seal in his palm to confirm that the two clones weren't her true body. If she had confirmed it, that would be the best. If she hadn't, it would prove that he really had a risk of dying if he fought with her. In other words, killing those two clones was a warning. Lin Chen clenched his fists and accelerated the speed of breaking down the sacred artifact. I said I'll sleep back, so I'll sleep back. No one's words have any effect. In Lin Chen's heart, an even more intense fighting spirit rose up. He glanced at the system interface. Set interface, ultimate armor, 99, 65% recharge, just a little more. Lin Chen still needed some sacred artifacts to exchange for the set essence. At this moment, a shocking killing intent reverberated between heaven and earth. Kill. We can enter the sacred boundary. Kill the hateful humans. The sacred boundary belongs to us demon humans. I desire a worthy opponent. A sharp sword, a sharp eye. Where the humans live, a needle won't poke. Humans, the times have changed. Within the 35 domains of the sacred boundary, a large number of demon humans appeared in the sky. Shocking killing intent enveloped the entire sacred boundary like a cold wave. The sacred boundary had fallen. Since the creation of the sacred boundary, this was the first time a large number of foreign races had invaded the interior. A moment ago, the humans were still hostile to each other, but in the next moment, they had turned into allies who were fighting together against foreign forces. Countless saints rose up to resist. The holy song was loud and clear, and the saints fought alone. Don't let the demon humans succeed, we still have to fight. Bring great-grandfather's 9th grade sword, this young master wants to kill them. The world has changed, and the sages have stood guard. As a saint of the human race, how can we allow our homeland to be trampled on by the demon humans? Our human race's heart will not change, our noble spirit will last forever. We swear to defend the sword domain with our lives. Fierce and head-on conflicts broke out in every region, regardless of whether it was the first level of the Saint realm, the second level, or the expansion point realm, the transformation realm, or the life and death realm. All the saints resisted with all their might. The army of the demon humans was like a torrential wave, smashing towards every saint in the domain. Even the War Emperor Realm S were brazenly attacking the Devil Cultivator clan. After hearing the news of the demon humans' attack, the experts who were still in the sacred boundary, except for a small number of evil people and thieves, were all mentally prepared. The sky was dark, and black clouds covered the region. Above the sky covered by demonic chi, one by one, the demon humans rushed down from the demonic chi tide in the sky. The flames of war began to spread. From the heavenly sacred region, the azure region, the Chen region, the sword region, the saber region, and the demon humans' armies marched all the way to the north and poured into the sacred boundary. The army was all under the command of the 4 great elders. They were incomparably ferocious, violent, and bloodthirsty. They fought with the saints without the slightest hesitation, even if they died. The war was like an unstoppable fire, burning through the vast sacred boundary and spreading to one region after another. The war between the human race and the demon humans had completely begun. The heavens and earth were stirred, and the winds and clouds suddenly changed. Chapter 1826. The demon-human race had started to attack the sacred boundary. The world was in chaos, and the people were in a terrible situation. Sacred boundary, green domain. Bang! Bang! The clouds in the sky exploded. An Expanse Realm Saint was unable to fight against a large number of demon humans and had his arms cut off by 2 demon humans. He can't hold on any longer. Kill him. Ha ha ha, an Expanse Realm cultivator dares to fight us at the front line? More than a dozen demon humans laughed sinisterly as they charged forward. Saber lights flashed as they cut through space and chopped him into pieces. If this saint still had my golden lightning wild featherblade, I would definitely kill all of you. Before he died, the Expanse Realm Saint's body bloomed with saint light as he spat out saint blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared unwillingly. Damn Lin Chen, you sent people to steal this saint artifact. Even if this saint dies, I will curse you forever. His saint acupoint shone brightly as it burned fiercely. The demon humans surrounding him changed their expressions. He's going to self-destruct. Retreat. The Expanse Realm Saint laughed sinisterly as he shouted, Great Fire God, this saint has not retreated even in death. May your divine might last forever as you judge that traitor of the human race, Lin Chen. Kai Tilda. Bang. The Expanse Realm Saint exploded along with his soul energy. The self-destruction of an Expanse Realm Saint was like a beautiful firework that bloomed in a sea of blood. Not far away, a few black-robed figures witnessed everything. One of the black-robed figures was furious and wanted to rush out. The person behind him pulled him back and shouted coldly, What are you doing? Did you forget the orders of the lords? I don't understand. We were the ones who took away their saint artifacts, causing their combat prowess to be greatly reduced. We were the ones who killed them. Lord Yang Huang has returned from the 18th level of the sacred prison and is willing to be Lin Chen's servant. We are willing to follow him to repay him for saving our lives. But what are we doing now? Human rebels. As members of the human race, in this critical moment of life and death, not only did we not stand on the same side as the sacred boundary with our heaven-opening cultivation, we even stole the life-saving saint artifacts of these saints. What kind of **T logic is this? Aren't we doing the opposite of what we originally intended to do? What kind of righteousness do we have to commit such a hateful act? The black-robed man grabbed his companion and asked coldly, "Tell me, what are we doing?" "Boom tilde," Li Ziki said coldly as he walked out from the crowd, his anger soaring to the clouds. "I can't stand it anymore. His Excellency Lin Chen once let me witness to the end, but all I witnessed was a filthy, stinky, and despicable act." Li Ziki waved his hand, and countless blade lights bloomed like green lotuses that filled the sky, rushing towards the large number of devil cultivators like a violent storm. Kai, kai, bang, bang, bang. Countless members of the demon tribe had perished, and the combat power of the 9th on the Saint Talent list had been fully displayed. There are powerful humans. Quick, go and report to the king. The remaining devil cultivators were horrified, and a large area of the devil cultivators were forced to retreat. Li Ziki stepped on a blade light and rushed straight away without looking back. "It's His Excellency Li Ziki, the 8th on the Saint Talent list. The green region is saved. Everyone, don't retreat, follow the Lord on the Saint Talent list and kill the enemy together." The morale of many experts soared, and they fought back violently. Lin Chen's servants had never doubted Lin Chen. But the hidden experts who followed Lin Chen's servants could not communicate with Lin Chen. The black-robed man who had doubted at the beginning was also preparing to leave the team. "It's okay if you want to leave." At this moment, the sea of fire rolled, and a figure stepped on flames from afar. The man was wearing a red robe, and his fiery eyebrows were burning like flames. He stood with his hands behind his back. He was one of Lin Chen's servants on the 18th floor, Zhao Yanghuang. Lord Yanghuang, the man in the heaven-opening realm wanted to say something but stopped. "Everyone has their own choice. I won't stop you." Zhao Yanghuang waved his hand and smiled indifferently. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he said with unprecedented solemnity, "But I am willing to believe in my Lord. Although I have no way of knowing his intentions. But all of us servants only know one possibility, that is, our Lord wants to rebuild the mountains and rivers. No matter how the world doubts his actions, we always believe that our Lord has the tolerance that no one else has." Zhao Yanhuang's eyes were unwavering. "He has the tolerance to carry the era." Zhao Yanghuang looked at the crowd and said an extremely heavy sentence. "Even if those saints and the demon tribe bravely resist, as long as they still have saint artifacts in their hands, you will not hesitate to take them away. If you don't have the courage, you can leave now and join the battle. I won't stop any of you." All the hidden experts narrowed their eyes. Such behavior was no different from murdering the lives of saint. At the critical moment of the human race's life and death, they still had to do such despicable acts. This was the weight of carrying the era. At the junction of the Saint Monarch domain and the Heavenly Saint domain, there was a broken tower under a huge ruin. This was the abandoned saint prison. The earth's crust was changing, the earth's veins were constantly trembling, shaking up billowing smoke. The abandoned saint prison suddenly ushered in a change. Wisps of demonic chi were born and extinguished, constantly rising from the ruins of the saint prison. Bang! A demonic palm shook the sky, and it actually penetrated the multiple planes of the saint prison, penetrating the entire saint prison. The faint and deep demonic chi was like the descent of the devil prison, spreading in all directions and beginning to taint the heavenly saint domain and the saint monarch domain. A vast demonic chi comparable to a true god condensed into a heavenly abyss, crossing the cracks of the earth's crust. In the heavenly abyss, a graceful young man slowly walked out. Between his eyebrows, on his neck, there was a grayish-white demonic eye, and behind his shoulders, there was a four-headed fiendish python, spitting out its snake tongue, strange and extraordinary. The demonic eye in his palm seemed to have seen through everything in the world, and it was so deep that it seemed to absorb all the light in the world. The demon emperor had arrived in person. This emperor was the sky-burying demon emperor. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and when his breath landed, it corroded more than half of the earth's veins. Ah! This is the sacred boundary of the human race. This emperor has finally set foot on the paradise of the human race. What a wonderful place. Why don't we just keep the human race in captivity after we win the war? Their saint monarch blood and saint flesh are wonderful supplements for our race. The sky-burying demon emperor said to himself in an intoxicated manner, and the demonic eye on his body shone brightly. Behind him were many heavenly demon emperors. The sky-burying demon emperor clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of the means left behind by the gods, this emperor had to use his trump card to open it. However, with this emperor can reach the sacred boundary first. His gaze was fixed on the saint monarch domain. It's all thanks to the demon empress holding back the gods and manifestations. What an amazing combat power. If it were the four old fellows, they probably wouldn't have such combat power. This emperor has to admit that this woman is an expert on the same level as me. The sky-burying demon emperor's gaze was meaningful. However, she is injured. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The sky-burying demon emperor laughed wildly. He laughed conceitedly and arrogantly. It was as if everything was under his control. History was about to be rewritten. The devil race was the true winner of the war. Chapter 1827. As if he had discovered something, Zongtian demon emperor's eyes suddenly turned and revealed a maniacal grin. I sensed it. I sensed it. There are auras in multiple places. Is it a clone? However, that guy's real body is also somewhere in the sacred boundary. He has the aura of the Empress in his body. The biggest difference between a clone and a real body. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, I will personally take your life. Zongtian demon emperor and the celestial demonic emperor disappeared in an instant. Zongtian demon emperor could actually tell the difference between Lin Chen's real body and his clone. He went straight for Lin Chen. Sage monarch region. The empress stood in the air with her saber in her hand. Her black robes fluttered in the wind as she gazed at the distant sky with a hint of absent-mindedness in her eyes. Sacred boundary. The people of the demonic tribe have finally set foot on this land. The empress's killing intent did not increase but instead decrease. A hatred that seemed to want to slaughter all the races in the world constantly bloomed from the demonic saber. The beautiful eyes under the veil became one purple and one black, deep and crazy. Boom. 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 The sound waves were like a roar as the four revered elders appeared in the sky above the ruins of the Sage Monarch region. This is the Sage Monarch region that is known as the human's sacred ground. So strong, as expected of the Empress. She has single-handedly fought against the gods of the human race. The four revered elders were amazed. The Empress said indifferently, I have completed the conquest of the Sage Monarch region according to the agreement. Next, it's up to you. Yes, according to the agreement between the Empress and the four revered elders, the Empress had to attack the most difficult Sage Monarch region first. Otherwise, the four revered elders would not trust her. Otherwise, who knew if the Empress would use them to fight against the gods and beasts, and then get rid of them? She wanted to dominate the demonic tribe. Revered Elder Silver Scorpion said seriously, Your Excellency, are you injured? It seems to be very serious. The Empress's aura was unstable, and her indifferent voice was trembling. She pretended to be calm and said, Fighting against the gods and monsters consumed too much energy. I was accidentally injured by them. You guys go deal with the humans who are resisting and reduce the casualties. The four revered elders looked at each other. Revered Elder Silver Scorpion nodded and smiled. No problem. Leave the rest to us. Suddenly, the Empress turned around and looked at the holy prison at the border of the heavenly sanctuary. Devil Chi! A demon emperor has arrived. The Empress was shocked. How did the demon emperor come here? Could it be that he had torn apart the seal of the holy prison? But that was impossible. The seal of the Holy Purgatory was an existence that could only be shaken by the combined efforts of several demon emperors at great cost. If the demon emperors wanted to take advantage of the situation, especially when they had to be wary of her, they wouldn't have paid such a huge price to break the seal. Then, the shocking demonic aura appeared and stopped in the blink of an eye. It actually ignored the large number of humans in the sacred boundary and charged straight in a certain direction. The Great Empress's heart stirred. That direction belongs to the human who holds my demonic seal. In that short moment, her heart was in chaos. Why would the Devil Emperor of the Devil race target him? Just when the Great Empress was distracted by the appearance of the sky-burying Demon Emperor, the four revered elders sensed the sky-burying Demon Emperor's demonic aura as if they had received some kind of signal. Rip tilde. Boom tilde. A section of the silver scorpion demon tail suddenly burst out and pierced through the sky toward the Great Empress. The dragon snake revered elder opened his bloody mouth and spat out a purple-brown tornado breath that was mixed with the corrosive demonic aura and enveloped the Great Empress. The demonic revered elder transformed into part of his original body and turned into a six-armed demon king. His 6 arms formed seals and transformed into countless demonic lights that bound the Great Empress like chains. The short revered elder Red Moon's arm turned into a red arm that could sink into the sun and moon. The demonic arm rotated thousands of demonic eyes and smashed down. The fist force that shattered the light brutally hit the top of the Great Empress's head with overwhelming power. The 4 revered elders attacked the Great Empress at the same time. And, all of them were killing moves. It was far beyond the level of fighting against the clones of the human gods. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. As the mountains and rivers sank, an unprecedented demonic aura storm erupted and exploded. The ruins of the sage monarch domain were completely turned into fragments by this explosion. The continental plates were completely shattered, and energy surged and surged. It broke away from the spatial boundary of the sacred boundary and turned into a sea of astral fragments that were thrown into the distant starry sky. What's going on? Something's not right. Let's not go over first. Good Lord, so ruthless. This is much more ruthless than when we fought. The 6 clones of the quasi-gods who had arrived late had very interesting expressions. What kind of annual drama was this? The 4 revered elders had betrayed them. Attacking the Great Empress? The demonic tribe had just invaded the human territory, and the demonic tribe and the human race hadn't decided a winner yet, and they were already fighting among themselves. Anyone with a bit of brain wouldn't choose this method, right? Could it be that they were joining forces with the demonic tribe? However, the gods couldn't figure out what benefits the 4 revered elders would gain by joining forces with the demonic tribe. Demonic aura rolled and spread, destroying heaven and earth. The Great Empress's figure flickered as she kept retreating. She wiped the blood from her lips and said coldly, 4 revered elders, what is the meaning of this? This empress has already kept her promise and opened up a path to the future for the demonic tribe. You didn't attack the sacred boundary of the human race and attacked this empress instead? Could it be that you want to die? The Great Empress coldly shouted and questioned the 4 revered elders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Space distorted, and the 4 revered elders moved faster than light like lightning. Endless attacks were like raging waves and hurricanes brazenly attacking the Great Empress. The Great Empress was caught off guard and used her sword to block. Blood filled the sky and nibbled away the demonic aura of the 4 revered elders. She had broken through the 5 elements' divine power barrier and challenged the unweakened gods and manifestations of nature on her own. The 4 revered elders saw all of this. Not to mention, after being attacked by the gods and elephants, she was attacked by the 4 revered elders, and her injuries were even more serious. Empress, this era is no longer under our control. Surrender. You can't be compared to that lord. Give up. You were indeed very strong at your peak. The 4 of us didn't have the confidence to defeat you. However, in your current state, the 4 of us combined are enough to consign you to eternal damnation. Surrender. The 4 revered elders attacked from the side, their momentum like a storm, without any gaps. At the same time, they were constantly transmitting telepathic messages to break down the Great Empress' fighting spirit. The Great Empress coldly scolded, Why did you all become lackeys? Who is the master behind this? When the battle reached the level of a true god, joining forces would bring about an unprecedented transformation. In a battle between gods in the three-dimensional universe, without a decisive trump card, it was difficult to determine life and death. However, it was different when they joined forces. Once they joined forces, a god would have to face two opponents of the same level. Everyone's combat power was of the same level. When two or more parties joined forces, all the attacks would be concentrated on one's body. The difficulty of parrying all of them would increase exponentially. Judging from the strength the Great Empress had displayed in the Hell Galaxy, if the 4 revered elders were to fight her in turns, at least 3 revered elders or even all of them would have to die to kill her. However, if they joined forces, it would be completely different. Not to mention a successful sneak attack in a wounded state. The 4 revered elders besieged the Great Empress. She was bitterly holding on. Although she wasn't injured, she was tired of parrying. The 6 quasi-god clones looked at each other. The yin god clone said in a low voice, "Should we go?" The golden god clone raised his hand. "No, the Great Empress is still the Great Empress. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The battle won't end so quickly. Compared to the Great Empress, save the sacred boundary first. If too many humans die in the sacred boundary, it will be difficult for us to handle. Let them continue to fight. The best part is yet to come." The clones of the gods withdrew from the sage monarch domain. They went to all directions of the sacred boundary to fight the demon humans. Chapter 1828. In the chaotic battle, the Empress raised her demonic saber and pushed back the 2 elders. She sneered. "You want to take my life? You're not strong enough." The aged demonic claw of the demonic venerate slammed down, shattering thousands of stars and sweeping across the galaxy. The Empress slashed with her demonic saber to block the attack. "You're still so stubborn. Little girl, the demonic tribe's biggest failure is to let you take charge. You'll only lead the demonic tribe to destruction, stubborn fellow. Haha, we cherish our lives. There's no need for us to kill you personally. We just need to wait for them to arrive." Hearing the words of the 4 great revered elders, the Empress silently sneered under her veil. Just as the 4 elders finished speaking, boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth roared, and demonic aura filled the sky. The terrifying demonic aura covered the entire sacred boundary. No, to be precise, it covered the entire firmament starfield. Unlike the demonic tribe, the demonic aura this time was purer, more sinister, and more changeable. The demonic tribe had arrived. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the demonic tribe, who was fighting fiercely with the humans, was suddenly attacked from behind. Not only the demonic tribe, but the sage kings of the humans were also surrounded by the demonic tribe. Wild demonic tribe, bloodthirsty demonic tribe. Oh no, it's the demonic tribe's army. According to the high priest, they shouldn't have appeared so soon, right? Pay attention, avoid the humans and prioritize the demonic tribe. The extraterritorial battlefield was suddenly in chaos. The sudden appearance of the demonic tribe had become the biggest threat. Something's not right. They shouldn't have appeared now. The everlasting old man's eyes shone brightly, revealing an unprecedented seriousness. The demonic tribe had arrived too early. Logically speaking, the sacred boundary should have been completely covered by the demonic tribe's war, and the humans should have been heavily injured before they could take advantage of the situation. Why had they started the war now? He kept pinching his fingers, and the fortune teller's talisman shone brightly and pointed toward the sage monarch domain. This, the demonic tribe's brightest destiny vortexes are rejecting each other. This is a civil war between the leaders of the demonic tribe. The everlasting elder was shocked. The Empress's presence had changed the entire war. Even the demons had been shaken out in advance. The everlasting old man was even more horrified. He could feel that the direction of this battle was getting out of his control. Sacred boundary. The battle domain and blood domain, which had not been invaded by the demon cultivator race, suddenly surged into a huge tide of demonic chi, enveloping the world. In the world where the sun and moon had lost their luster, the demonic eye surged as if it was welcoming the end. A series of crunching sounds, as if bones were being gnawed, reverberated in the blood-colored clouds in the sky. Bang! 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 Countless gigantic figures fell from the blood-colored demonic cloud. It crushed the mountains and rivers, destroyed the earth, and covered the sky. They were as tall as mountains, and some of them stood on 2 feet, their faces sinister. Some of them crawled on all fours, had wings and tails, and their entire bodies were wrapped in a blood-like baleful aura. Bloodthirsty demons. It's the demon race. It's not the devil dwellers, but the devil race? Could it be that the devil cultivator race and the demon clan have joined forces? No matter what we have to do remains the same. Kill these bastards. With the blood domain and battle domain leading the way, batch after batch of saints rushed out, their holy light boundless, and the clouds were rising. Countless holy light diluted the killing intent in the sky. The devil race and the saints fought head-on, and the aftermath of the battle erupted. On the other side, the mystic domain. This place was actually the only pure land. Whether it was the demon cultivator race or the devil race, they actually did not invade this place. No, it was not that they did not invade, it was that they could not invade. This place was actually the only pure land. One of Lin Chen's phantom doppelgangers and his dragon king floated in the air alone. 1 man and 1 dragon guarded the entire mystic domain. When the demon cultivator came, the demon cultivator would die. High above the dragon palace, Lin Chen's main body immediately opened the super spacetime plane, using super-dimensional teleportation to teleport the servants back from a long distance, consuming a large amount of talent points. As soon as Xiao Ling appeared, she immediately said, "My lord, our large-scale space channel is completed. There will be 18 domains in the sacred boundary, and we can immediately teleport a large number of dragons to battle." Jiang Taishu looked around, and the muscles on his face twitched as he said, My lord, the devil race is here." Jiang Taishu's calculation was similar to that of the limitless old man. He also thought that the devil race should only come in the later stages of the war. Why were they in a hurry to appear now? There was no condition or advantage for the devil race to appear now. However, what really shocked Jiang Taishu was that all of this was exactly the same as what the Lord had said. Jiang Taishu was full of admiration. He bowed to Lin Chen and asked, "My lord, this old man is really curious. May I be so bold as to ask, how did you predict the actions of the devil race?" Lin Chen grinned. "Based on the opponent. They don't know how powerful Lin Chen, The principle is very simple. The devil race and the demon cultivator race have a dirty deal." Jiang Taishu was stunned. "What deal?" Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly. "Ling open all the space channels. It's time to invite the old brothers of the dragon race to come over and help." Xiao Ling and Zi Chencho immediately moved out. As long as they opened the space array and used the space magic to teleport, in less than a day, half of the high-level army of the dragon race could come to the sacred boundary to participate in the war. System: retrieve the doppelganger. Consumed 10 million top-level talent points. The doppelganger of the host following the dragon race's army has been teleported back to the super spacetime dimension. Hey! A petite figure tugged at Lin Chen's robe. She was so excited that her face was flushed red. She said happily, "Is it my turn to shine?" Lin Chen rubbed Lin Ping'an's hair and smiled. "Yes, your mission is to guard the mysterious realm and protect everyone, except for the dragon race. You will beat up whoever comes." Lin Ping'an waved her little fist and imitated Lin Chen's tone. "I am eager to find a worthy opponent." Lin Chen. How did this girl learn so fast? Lin Chen opened the system, and the equipment column showed that the ultimate armor, 89% was charging. Not enough, still a little short. Before it is perfectly integrated into the Rs set, once it is used, there will be no time to replenish it. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Previously, he had already fought with most of the top-level experts in the sacred boundary. He had even killed 6 of the top 10 on the Saint talent list. The sacred artifacts and foundations in their hands had all been converted into attribute points. There were not many grade 9 sacred artifacts left in the sacred boundary. Now, It was purely relying on his doppelganger and servants to accumulate the sacred artifacts of the people from various worlds. Lin Chen would not be so naive as to use the God Slayer and God Defiance talents to reverse the situation in such a war between races. He had already stacked the effects of the God Slayer to the maximum, but in fact, it was still not enough. Lin Chen's cultivation was not the same as before. Now, his combat power was comparable to an early-stage quasi-god. With such a high foundation, using the God Slayer talent would not increase much. The higher the host's basic cultivation, the harder it was to increase across multiple realms. Moreover, just entering the true God realm was far from enough. He had to have the combat power to defeat all the true gods to decide the outcome. The divine elephant godhead could only be used once, and it was all unknown. Lin Chen was not confident that he could defeat all the demon emperors and honorable elders in one go. Therefore, only the Ars set was the last possibility. Boom. 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 The soaring killing intent seemed to jump through the endless void, penetrating the entire sacred boundary and heading straight for Lin Chen. As a top-level assassin, Tian Wu and Di Mie instinctively protected Lin Chen, their faces full of shock. They had never seen or heard of such a terrifying killing intent in their entire lives. Who exactly was it? Lin Chen suddenly looked back, his pupils constricting. This aura, could it be sky-burying demon emperor? This mad dog was charging straight for him. The power of the gods had passed, and now it was time for the demon emperor to strike. Sky-burying demon emperor's first punch was going to crush Lin Chen. Chapter 1829. What's going on? The four revered elders are attacking the great empress. Mother **K, are these four old things crazy? The great empress finally broke through the humans' defense line. What are they doing? The four revered elders have betrayed us. In the foreign battlefield, the higher-ups of the demon race under the great empress' command witnessed the strange scene and were in chaos. At this moment, in the mystic realm, Lin Chen's brows were tightly knitted. Lin Chen had fought with the heaven-burying devil emperor's avatar before, so he was very familiar with its aura. The heaven-burying devil emperor was chasing after them. When Lin Chen snuck into the holy prison, he was seen through by its avatar. He looked down at the devil mark Luo Yaroer had carved on her palm and said with a frown, "This guy is following Yaroer's mark." Jiang Taishu said with a trembling voice, My lord, this is..." As a fortune-teller, Jiang Taishu could deduce that some kind of terrifying existence was attacking them. Lin Chen said, "It's just a mad dog, I'll lure it away. You guys prepare for the mystic realm with all your strength, guard the surroundings and don't stop collecting saint artifact." The heaven-burying devil emperor ignored Lin Chen's avatar that was collecting and dissecting saint artifacts in the other regions. This proved that he had seen through Lin Chen's main body and avatar. Lin Chen's main body had to personally hold it back. Otherwise, if a demon emperor was allowed to make a move, the holy world that had lost the protection of the gods would be unstoppable. Lin Chen also sensed that there were several heavenly devil emperors beside the heaven-burying devil emperor. It was equivalent to the human race's reincarnation sacred realm. Right now, all of Lin Chen's servants, including Fang Ling and the others, were fighting empty-handed. All of the saint artifacts were given to Lin Chen and dissected into set essences. Even Lin Chen himself did not have a single piece left. Even the star-chasing heavenly mourning robe that the little demon empress had designed for him was dissected. Other than Jiang Taishu's two fortune-teller artifacts that were linked to his life, the servants only relied on saint energy to fight. Without the divine artifact, if the celestial demonic emperor was summoned, Fang Ling and the others would not be able to stop the celestial demonic emperor even if their sword will and saber will reach the divine stay. The only way to stop the celestial devil emperor was to use the phantom doppelganger or the dragon king to fight. If he used his clone, the efficiency of disassembling the saint artifact would be greatly reduced. If he were to use the dragon king, Lin Chen would lose his life-saving trump card, the flash of time, when he was dealing with the heaven-burying devil emperor. At the critical moment, he would have to rely on the incomplete set of 6 pieces of the God of War. The loss outweighed the gain. I don't have time to use my doppelgangers to deal with the celestial demonic emperor. The doppelgangers of the gods are killing the demons in other areas. Try to attract the attention of the celestial demonic emperor and let the doppelgangers of the true gods deal with them. If we keep the sky-burying devil emperor busy, the ultimate helmet will only have 0.11% left. Based on our current efficiency, we'll be able to complete it in less than 2 days. Lin Chen's mind raced as he made up his mind. Whoosh tilde. A green spatial light flashed above Lin Chen's head. His Dragon King roared and flew over. Lin Chen stepped on the Dragon King and was about to leave Lin Chen. At this moment, a woman's voice called out to Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly turned around. Her bright red hair danced in the wind, setting off Jian Qingqing's beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes that were like rubies stared fixedly at Lin Chen. Worry was written all over her face. You have to come back alive. If you dare to die, even if I have to chase you to hell, I'll beat you until you admit your mistake. Lin Chen laughed heartily. In this universe, there's no hell that can accommodate me, Lin Chen. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen turned into a ray of spatial light and entered the beyond spacetime dimension. Everyone looked in the direction he disappeared, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. The host has consumed 190 million top-level talent points. The beyond spacetime dimension has teleported the host to the designated location. Lin Chen was teleported to the location of his clone in the heavenly sanctuary and immediately used his movement technique to speed up. In the distant sky, above the spirit domain, a billowing demonic aura appeared, covering the stars and the moon. The sky-burying demon emperor appeared on the billowing demonic aura and said with a frown, "What a magical method. He actually crossed such a long distance in an instant, and I can't even feel the trajectory of the spatial movement. However, you have to pay a price for killing my son. Lin Chen, let's see how many times you can use this method." The sky-burying demon emperor was aggressive and continued to chase with his subordinate. The distance between the heavenly sanctuary and the mystic domain was only a matter of a few breaths for a demon emperor. He didn't believe that Lin Chen could use this method to keep running. Boom tilde. The demon emperor's demonic aura pressure spread down slightly, and a large number of demon men died in the void below with their eyes wide open. Lin Chen, who was using the cloud shadow heavenly light movement technique at full speed, sensed the direction of the killing intent with a sweep of his primordial spirit. He looked back and couldn't help but be moved. With his abnormal speed as a quasi-god, there was actually such a huge difference between his speed and the sky-burying demon emperor's. A devil overlord level powerhouse is really terrifying. How long has it been? And he has crossed another domain. If this goes on, he will catch up to me in less than 5 minutes. The mystic domain and the heavenly sanctuary were at least 12 domains apart according to the shortest route and direction. The sacred boundary was the range of a domain, and a saint had to continuously travel through the void for 50 years, or even longer, before he could make a circle around the boundary of a domain. Just how vast was the total area of the 36 domains? How many people had never left the place where they were born in their entire lives? And a demon emperor could cross 2 domains in less than a minute. He was simply a monster. If he was in the same domain as the demon emperor, Lin Chen had no possibility of escaping. No, it could even be said that if both sides were in the same domain, Lin Chen would be attacked by the demon emperor. If he used the war god set to fight, and the charge started to decrease now, even if it was only 0.1%, it was possible that Lin Chen would miss his strongest trump card. Sky-burying demon emperor, you want to do it, right? Then I, Lin Chen, will accompany you to the end. Lin Chen grinned, the corners of his mouth raised, and a trace of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. His expression was full of the ruthlessness of someone who had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. Daring to bring the demons here in advance is your biggest fucking mistake. Lin Chen immediately mobilized the 7 illusory doppelgangers and quickly evacuated to the various domains. Escape. Escape my ass. Today, he was going to personally fight with the demon emperor who stood at the top of the demon race. For this, all the seeds he had planted for today would bloom in an instant. Lin Chen's 7 illusory doppelgangers chose to occupy 7 different central positions in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen had calculated that with his primordial spirit sound transmission, coupled with the extra-dimensional space loudspeaker that Xiao Linger had made for him using spatial divine arts, The primordial spirit sound transmission could cover the range of 5 domains or more in an extremely short period of time. 7 doppelgangers, just enough to cover 35 domains. He was going to use an unprecedented super loudspeaker. Come and push the God-Slayer innate skill to the peak. Chapter 1830. The moment Lin Chen was being chased by the sky-burying Devil Emperor. In the direction of the Sage Monarch region, shattered stars floated in the void. Demonic energy surged, and 6 figures gradually appeared in the void. Ha 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 ha, the demons devoured each other, fighting each other. Exciting, really exciting. I didn't expect to see such a big show as soon as I appeared. Continue, don't stop, it must be broken into pieces, only then will it be interesting. The battle between the demons with human and demon bloodlines is simply like watching a group of lowly creatures biting each other. They are even inferior to beasts. This is really interesting. It really makes this emperor happy. 6 figures appeared in the void, covering the sky and earth. The demonic energy was like an abyss, instantly enveloping the direction of the Sage Monarch region, and even the area outside the human race's star pagoda was dyed into layers of demon prison. The baleful aura turned into a storm sweeping across the sky, shrouded in heavy fog and whistling. Swallowing the sun and moon in one breath, killing the 9 heavens in one breath. The bloodthirsty sea of blood, like a raging wave swallowing the star domain, the sea took in the universe, the blood of all living thing. The tide of disaster covered all the light in the world, despair, wailing, the blood-colored calamity, the lightning of calamity, the abyss of despair, burst open the sky dome. The terrifying vision reversed heaven's fate, as if the sacred boundary fell into the boundless demon world in an instant. Only a few could change the world with their own strength. Demon emperors. A total of 6 demon emperors, with an immortal posture, stood proudly in the sky of the Sage Monarch region, full of ridicule and contempt as they watched the internal strife of the demon. The beautiful snow dimple under the veil showed a hint of surprise. The empress was surprised by the number of demon emperors. There were actually more than 6. These 6 demon emperors actually represented 3 of the 4 great demon clans. The pupils of the everlasting old man, who investigated the situation, could not help but shrink. The demon clan's move was really terrifying. Of the 4 great demon clans, 3 of them actually had 2 demon emperors. Since the last war, with the 4 great demon clans as representatives, there should only be 4 demon emperors left. Most importantly, the sky-burying demon emperor, who represented the desolate demon clan, had not appeared yet. If the sky-burying demon emperor was included, wouldn't there be 7 demon emperors in the demon clan now? The demon race had finally revealed their trump cards and fangs. The heaven fiend demon emperor was a great emperor covered in a pitch-black shell with grayish-white baleful chi swirling around him. He looked like a 20-year-old human youth with a handsome face. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked down at the demonic tribe's civil war from above. He sneered, "Buried heaven, that fellow, is really directing a big show." The second great emperor of the heaven fiend demon race, the heaven fiend demon emperor, had 9 demonic dragons formed from baleful aura behind him. His ferocious face cackled evilly. Buried heaven's work is truly extraordinary. This woman from the Devil Cultivator clan is actually able to break through the myriad gods' manifestation by herself. Truly amazing. The Demonkin Empress suddenly said, "So that's how it is. Are you all in cahoots? No wonder the 4 of you were in such a hurry to attack. Were you afraid that I would recover?" Supreme Elder Silver Scorpion said, "Empress, your battle prowess is no small matter. Even the demon emperors of the demon race acknowledge your strength. That's why we won't give you enough time to recover." Supreme Elder Dragon Snake waved his giant claws even faster and blocked the Empress's demonic saber repeatedly. He mocked, "Empress, we don't need to defeat you. We only need to exhaust your strength and then hand you over to the demon race. You'll definitely lose." Even if the Empress was in an extremely bad state, the 4 Supreme Elders did not dare to kill her. If the Empress fought back with all her might, no one could guarantee their own safety. The Empress said coldly, "What price did they offer for you to switch sides with the demon race? I represent the will of our ancestors. If we conquer the human race, you will definitely be the rulers of the new era. How can I treat you unfairly? For Supreme Elders, answer me." The Empress's question caused the 4 Supreme Elders to sneer. "Little girl, you're just a puppet controlled by our ancestors. You're too naive. What does the honor of our race have to do with us? What we want is not the position to rule the new era. What we want is the realm, the possibility of breaking through the realm, and the demon race does not have this possibility for us." The 4 Supreme Elders' attacks increased by another point, and the Empress became more and more embarrassed. She avoided almost every move by a hair's breadth. The 5 true God-level powerhouses fought, causing time and space to constantly fall into destruction and distortion. The demon emperors seemed to be watching the highest art in the world. They did not intend to make a move and just watched quietly. After all, even a rabbit that was forced to a dead end would fight back, let alone the Empress of the demon race. They only needed to quietly watch the Empress be exhausted by her own race, and then make a move to suppress and exterminate her. How comfortable it was to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Kai tilde. The veil was taken off, the cloak shattered, and the Empress's true face was revealed. As her black hair fluttered, her jade-like cheeks were as delicate as the first snow and as beautiful as the spring sun. Her flawless purple hair was swaying, and the tip of her eyebrows was dotted with a little cinnabar, which set off the beauty of a fairy. The indifference between her eyebrows did not reduce the charm of a witch to the extreme. The stunning appearance of a fairy and the charming temperament of a witch. The perfect combination of the two, unique in the world, was unparalleled in the world. The Empress smiled slightly, not hiding her cold disdain, still showing her peerless beauty. "I see, the reason you all betrayed is because of that corpse." The 4 revered elders were shocked and hurriedly looked at the 6 great demon emperors. They did not react for the time being. The 4 revered elders working together to deal with the Empress was a secret with the sky-burying devil emperor. It involved the core secret of the demon god king's corpse. Even the other demon emperors only knew to cooperate, but did not know the price. Since ancient times, the 4 revered elders of the demon race had stagnated in their realm. They had bitterly searched for many ways to break through, but in the end, it was to no avail. The demon race was created. No matter how strong their talent was, their upper limit was visible to the naked eye. The limitations of their bloodline caused them to only be able to cultivate to this level, until one day, they found the ruins of the battle between the ancient Aeon Dragon and the demon god king's corpse in the Hell Galaxy. They deeply felt how far away the supreme life form from the upper realm was from them. Even if it was a corpse, even if it had been through countless great battles, even if it was damaged and incomplete, the demon god king's corpse still had a great energy, but they could not use it. The demon god king's corpse was so strong that even a high-level demon race would have the risk of exploding if they absorbed it. But the revered elders were unwilling. The demon god king's corpse's energy was like a great miracle of fate that guided them. Thus, the Hell Galaxy became one of the 4 revered elders' headquarters, and the ruins of the battle became a forbidden area. The 4 revered elders had been looking for a way to control it. Until one day, the revered elders encountered the sky-burying devil emperor. The 2 sides fought a great battle, and only the winner and loser knew. The sky-burying devil emperor showed that he could control the demon god king's corpse, and just by helping the 4 revered elders refine a strand of devil energy from the demon god king's corpse, their bottleneck showed signs of loosening. And the sky-burying devil emperor only had one request. It was to let them sneak attack the Empress at the most critical moment. The Empress sighed faintly in her heart. "I didn't expect to owe him a favor in the end. If a certain person did not come to the demon race and cause a ruckus, she might have fallen into their trap." Chapter 1831. If the 2 sides completed the deal, sky-burying devil emperor would hand over the secret method of controlling the demon god king's remains to the 4 revered elder. The 4 revered elders had been stuck in the next realm for countless years. Although the demon race was talented, their upper limit was not as good as the orthodox demon race. The Empress had been in seclusion for a long time and was protected by the power of the ancestors. It was not easy to sneak attack her. The best time was during the battle. The deal between the 2 sides was an extremely confidential matter. Before the battle began, no one should know about it. The demon empress had already noticed. When did she notice? The 4 revered elders slowed down their attacks and fell into a stalemate. If that's the case, would she still come alone to deal with the divine power of the gods? How much does she know? Did we set a trap, or was she set a trap? Did this girl predict our actions? The 4 revered elders were bewildered, and thousands of doubts were entangled in their heart. Revered Elder Silver Scorpion stared deeply at the Empress. How much has she noticed? A faint premonition rose in Revered Elder Silver Scorpion's heart. The 6 great demon emperors saw that the battle had stopped and were interested. Stopped. This Empress seems to have already noticed the betrayal of the 4 revered elders of the demon race. The situation is not right. Let's wait and see. Maybe she's just bluffing. If she's in peak condition, we have to be careful. When the demon emperors looked at each other, their killing intent rose. Above the sword domain, you guys, go to the area where that guy's main body was and start a massacre. Sky-burying Devil Emperor instructed the Celestial Devil Emperor beside him. Yes. The Celestial Devil Emperors received the order and flew back to the Wonder Domain. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you guarded the location of this domain so well. Isn't that the same as telling this emperor that your family is in the Wonder Domain? Ha 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 ha. This emperor will exterminate your 9 generations. Sky-burying Devil Emperor was so angry that he laughed. Let's see how far you can run this time. He stretched out his devil claw, and the grey devil energy that was flowing around his devil arm turned into a glassy devil energy. The pure and terrifying pressure even surpassed a certain limit and faintly spread out. The true god clones in various domains were shocked. What was the residual power of that energy? It seemed to surpass the Devil Emperor. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor viciously clawed at the void as the glassy devilish energy soared into the sky. Bang! With this grab, the primordial era was annihilated, the 1,000 layers of planes were shattered, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. Space shattered, and a black abyss appeared, filling the horizon like a black hole. The entire sky above the sword domain instantly exploded. The crack instantly spread to the top of the saber domain. This attack instantly shattered the sky of the 2 domains, annihilating countless demon cultivator along the way. Countless humans trembled in fear. Some of the Saint Kings were so frightened by this shocking attack that they couldn't even move. Lin Chen, who was extremely far away, instantly felt his scalp go numb. A sense of fatal danger shot straight to the top of his head. The coldness was bone-piercing, and the corners of his mouth could not help but tremble. There was only one thought left in Lin Chen's mind. If he was hit by this move, he would definitely die. The Dragon King turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon light condensed into a line. The space and time around Lin Chen seemed to come to a standstill. Cosmic flash. In an instant, he transformed into azure divine light in the still space and time. Whoosh! Lin Chen escaped from the heavenly sacred realm. Rumble. Bang. Bang. The sky above the heavenly sacred realm exploded and fell in an instant. The grayish-white claw mark was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, completely shattering the sky. When the endless space collapsed, tens of thousands of demon cultivators and demons who were attacking in the outside world suffered. The human experts of the heavenly sacred realm were frightened, and their pupils shrank. What a terrifying attack! If this claw landed on the heavenly sacred realm, I'm afraid the entire heavenly sacred realm would be gone. Demon Emperor, it's definitely an attack of the Demon Emperor level. Could it be that a Demon Emperor has already killed his way to the heavenly sacred realm? The experts of the heavenly sacred realm were in a mess, and their fighting spirit almost collapsed. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. The entire sky above the heavenly sacred realm was instantly shattered, turning into endless darkness. The moment the sky above the heavenly sacred realm exploded, the Wuji old man, who was in the extraterritorial battlefield, suddenly turned his head, his face full of horror. A demon emperor sneaked into the sacred boundary? As he continued to calculate, he lost his voice in shock. This energy, doesn't belong to the 3-dimensional universe. Who is it? In the Kangyu secret realm of the mystic realm. In the ancient shrine, the ancient gods will suddenly awakened. His illusory figure floated in the air, looking into the distance. His eyes were deep, and his brows were knitted together. Is it back? The ancient god's deep eyes were filled with worry. Lin Chen kid is still too young. I don't know if he can withstand it. At the border of the heavenly sacred realm. After using the cosmic flash, Lin Chen narrowly avoided the frightening claw. Cold sweat flowed down, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, what is that thing? Even if Lin Chen was wearing the war god set, if he had been hit, he would have died without a doubt. If he didn't have the Dragon King with him, Lin Chen would have died. It's that mad dog, the sky-burying demon emperor. But, no. The demon emperors, the 4 revered elders, and the true gods are all on the same level. When I fought with the 4 revered elders, those guys weren't this sick. As he quickly used his movement technique, Lin Chen's pupils shrank. The sky-burying demon emperor was unfathomable. That move might have used a power other than the demon emperor's. After accumulating for so long, it's my turn to counterattack later. Sky-burying demon emperor. The sky-burying demon emperor, who was chasing, was slightly surprised. He actually avoided it. There's the smell of the ancient cosmic dragon. He pressed down on the glazed demon arm and said gloomily, "We're close to the Sage Monarch region. This kid will definitely be stopped by the other demon emperors. Hide first." The sky-burying demon emperor's speed suddenly increased. At the Sage Monarch region. Just as the empress, the 4 revered elders, and the demon emperors were facing each other, space fluctuated, and bloody afterimages filled the sky. A silver-robed figure, stepping on clouds and riding on heavenly light, rushed to the Sage Monarch region as if he was forced to escape. "This old lunatic is really hot on my tail," Lin Chen scolded. As he looked at the chaotic void around him, his gaze instantly met with the gazes of the demon emperors and revered elders. At that moment, the 4 revered elders were stunned. The empress frowned and thought to herself, what is he doing here? Does he want to be the target of everyone? The 6 demon emperors were slightly stunned. This guy looks very familiar. When the demon emperors saw Lin Chen's appearance, a name flashed through their mind. The bloodthirsty demon emperor said gloomily, "Kid, could you be?" Lin Chen said mockingly, "Aya, the fiend emperors are all here." Lin Chen said seriously with his hands on his hips. "That's right, listen up. The person in front of you now is the champion of the 2015 Mortal World Acting Tough competition, the MVP of the 2016 Sacred Boundary Prison Break competition, the champion of the 2017 Dragon World Substitute competition, the newcomer king of the 2018 Demon World Heavenly Talent competition, the MVP of the 2019 Sacred Boundary Challenge competition, the champion of the 2020 Sacred Boundary Cool competition, and the best person to pick up cultivation techniques in 2021, Lin Chen." All the supreme experts were silent. Chapter 1832. 2 hours before Lin Chen encountered the Fiend Emperor. Sacred Boundary, Battle Domain. The Fiend race and the human race were in the midst of a fierce battle. The void split open, and a silver-robed figure floated in the air, his essence spirit taking form. It was Lin Chen's phantom avatar. Lin Chen sent a voice transmission to Xiao Ling with his essence spirit, Ling "Bring me my megaphone." Buzz. Space distorted, and the silver vortex set up by Xiao Ling appeared. 5 spatial vortexes flashing with silver light were connected to the 5 regions. The phantom avatar's essence spirit aimed at the spatial vortex and roared, "Listen well, I am Lin Chen." Rumble. Rolling sound waves swept through heaven and earth. The essence spirit voice transmission was extremely fast, passing through the spatial vortex and reaching the 5 regions. "What? The human race's Lin Chen? The one who killed our heavenly demon Venerable and the princes? Traitor Lin Chen, where is he? I'm going to fight him to the death." The chaotic battle within the 5 regions even paused a little because of Lin Chen's voice transmission. Countless experts searched for Lin Chen's figure. In the next moment, 7 Lin Chen's phantom avatars sent voice transmissions at the same time, spreading throughout the Sacred Boundaries 35 region. His voice reverberated in the Sacred Boundaries sky. "All of you, listen well. I killed your Fiend Emperor's Dogsh*T descendant. I'm the one who slept with your Empress. I snatched your sacred artifact." Rolling sound waves swept through the Sacred Boundaries sky. His words echoed in the minds of trillions of living beings. At this moment, The sacred boundary actually stopped fighting for a short time. The fiend race, and human race experts were all furious. At this moment, the entire sacred boundary was in an uproar. Lin Chen, King. At the same time, the sage monarch region, demonic chi turned into a storm that swept across the sky, and the sea of blood seemed to swallow the star domain. The tide of calamity covered all the light in the world. Despair, anguished wails, the blood-colored star of calamity, the lightning of calamity, the abyss of despair, burst open the vault of heaven. It was as if they had fallen from the sacred boundary to the boundless demon realm in an instant. The 6 demon emperors were completely enraged. At the same time, almost without giving the demon emperors any time to react, an ancient dragon surrounded by pure golden divine light danced in the sky. The Dragon King appeared, and his vast dragon body appeared. Lin Chen's main body rose. His majestic primordial spirit figure was several million zhong tall. It was comparable to a star, vast and profound. Lin Chen's cold shout was mixed with saint energy and the power of his primordial spirit that was as deep as the sea. It spread throughout the outer realm battlefield. This young master is Lin Chen. I was the one who killed the son of the demon emperor. I slept with the devil empress. I was the one who stole your saint artifact. What? Lin Chen. In the entire outer realm battlefield, the experts of the 3 clans instantly burst into an uproar. All the experts instinctively recognized their enemy. All the experts of the 3 clans were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There had never been such a high level of unity in history. They had the same enemy. Lin Chen, who had defiled the empress. Lin Chen, who had killed the descendant of the demon emperor. Lin Chen, who had betrayed the human race. The demon emperors stared at Lin Chen. Their killing intent spread to the sacred boundary. The sky sank, and all things withered and withered. This guy was the culprit who had killed their strongest descendant. Boom. 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 Time and space trembled. Demonic aura filled the sky. It was like a demonic dragon that covered the sky. It destroyed all the space crystal walls in its path and tore open the space layer of the heavenly sacred domain. In the wave of demonic aura, a figure shuttled through the void like an arrow leaving the bow. His roar shook the sky. Lin Chen, since you want to die so much, this emperor will fulfill your wish. The sky-burying demon emperor had arrived. You've come at the right time, sky-burying demon emperor. Lin Chen's eyes glowed with divine light. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. The corner of his mouth rose crazily. Godslayer, come. Godslayer innate skill. Detect enemies, demon race, and human race. Number of enemies, all. Consumed 1. 2 billion top-grade talent points to activate advanced orange innate skill, Godslayer. Cooldown, 180 days. Godslayer innate skill prompt. Due to the large number of enemies with killing intent, the duration of Godslayer has been doubled. All 3 clans. This time, the target of the Godslayer innate skill was all humans, demons. Lin Chen's trump card was about to appear. You're really something. You killed my son and still dare to act so arrogantly. Lin Chen, where did you get the guts? The sky-burying demon emperor raised his hand. The eyeball in his palm turned and shot out dozens of demonic auras. They turned into ferocious dragons that roared in the sky and pounced on Lin Chen, almost in a 10,000th of a breath, with Lin Chen as the center. A mighty force that could shake the gods appeared out of thin air. Bang, bang, bang. The sky-burying demon emperor's demonic aura was shattered. The demon emperors were shocked. Although this attack was launched casually, it was still an attack from the sky-burying demon emperor. It could easily kill a quasi-god. Boom tilde, bang tilde. At this moment, the sacred boundary, with the sacred boundary as the center, the extraterritorial battlefield and the firmament star region trembled. Advanced orange innate skill, Godslayer innate skill has been activated. Godslayer energy continues to flow into the host's body. Lin Chen's eyes spun like the sun and the moon, and the vast universe was reflected in them. A majestic and imposing golden talisman fluttered with boundless energy. It exploded above him, and merged into his body in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen's power surged 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and tens of thousands of times. His primordial spirit's shadow suddenly expanded like a boundless galaxy. Starlight stretched for billions of miles, and it was bottomless. A speck of starlight filled the 4 seas, and a speck of starlight illuminated the 9 continents. The boundless primordial spirit was like a river flowing into the sea, and it shook the entire extraterritorial battlefield. His sacred body and bone structure were overflowing with divine light, and they were glowing with a crimson divine light. Every inch of his flesh seemed to contain a pure-blooded true dragon and ancient dragon. The divine light was eternal and indestructible. Lin Chen's entire being became like a divine beast from the antiquity age, and he became more and more vigorous and condensed. His pure power surged through the threshold of 70 million, 80 million, and 90 million honorable power. It was still surging. His sacred point shone with divine light that covered the entire galaxy, and he broke through in an instant. His cultivation continued to surge. 6th level sage, life and death realm. 7th level sage, star realm. 8th level sage, sacred heart realm. 9th level sage, heaven opening realm. It was not over yet. Lin Chen's cultivation broke through the limits of heaven opening realm with unstoppable momentum. He entered rank 1 cultivation level, rank 3 cultivation level, and finally stopped at rank 5 cultivation level. 153 hexagonal starlights shone from Lin Chen's body. They were like stars flashing continuously, and they were as bright as the stars in the sky, surpassing all the light in the mortal world. Orange divine light flowed on chasing star heavenly morning robe, and when he opened his eyes, the runes outlined by the orange talisman were reflected in his pupils. An almost invincible aura rose with Lin Chen as the center, and shook the entire star system and star field. It was the unprecedented state of a god slayer. Chapter 1833. At this moment, even the Wuji old man was shocked by Lin Chen. There's actually such a terrifying young man in the 3-dimensional universe. I've never seen or heard of him before. The top 3 sages on the Saint Talent list stared at the peerless figure in a daze, their hearts shaking like thunder. No one in the human race would ever forget this scene. That was a godlike figure with an unparalleled aura. He had the domineering aura of swallowing the universe, controlling the universe, and dominating all the realms. It was as if he could sweep across the universe with a slight movement, and heaven and earth would fall. Vast thunder rumbled in the void, rustling and distorting. Even heaven and earth were afraid of him. All of the humans who witnessed this scene could only think of one thing in unison. The God Slayer. The one who was born to crusade against the gods. At this moment, all the clones of the true gods within the sacred boundary were terrified. That invincible aura seemed to have been innately targeted at the gods, causing their hearts to palpitate and tremble in fear. What is that? I'm not even afraid of the demon emperor. I'm actually afraid because of the birth of a saint power. The Godslayer, Lin Chen, the clones of the 6 true gods looked up at the same time, through the void, and finally stopped at the silver-robed figure, unprecedented since ancient times. That aura. Even if they were at their peak, they would not be a match for him in a one-on-one situation, let alone their current clones. In the endless void where the sage monarch realm was, Lin Chen exhaled slightly, and his aura swept across the universe, shattering heaven and earth, as if an enormous cosmic storm had suddenly descended. The battle of the demon tribe's 4 supreme elders besieging the female empress even ended because of this. Lin Chen had an illusion that he could now overturn the sacred boundary with a raise of his hand. No, maybe it's not an illusion. A strong murderous intent flashed across Lin Chen's cold eyes. At this moment, the system screen popped up. Advanced orange-grade active talent, God Slayer, activated successfully. Temporary increase in the host's overall strength, 127,990 times. Cooldown time, 180 days. Note: the comprehensive strength referred to by talent includes but is not limited to pure strength, spiritual power, and cultivation. God Slayer innate skill hint: due to the large number of hostile targets with killing intent, the duration of God Slayer has been doubled. Moreover, when the hostility continues, the God Slayer talent will continue. The higher the foundation, the harder it would be to increase it. Lin Chen's basic cultivation base was more than 10 times stronger than the last time he activated the God Slayer talent in the demon race. The difficulty level rose exponentially. Last time in the demon race, Lin Chen activated the God Slayer and broke through to the early stage of the heaven opening realm, but now he was a 5th revolution saint. Lin Chen's base cultivation was 58 saint points and 58 greater saint points. His total saint energy was equivalent to 21 million venerable energy. The God Slayer innate talent couldn't be amplified by the mental cultivation method of the Tai Fu Tian mantra. Naturally, it couldn't be doubled, and it couldn't be augmented by the innate talent. Therefore, in the last 2 life and death saint caverns, Lin Chen only obtained the equivalent of 1 million venerable power. Thus, Lin Chen's current life and death saint energy was equivalent to 22 million venerable energy. 10 Na Xing saint caverns could increase one's basic saint energy by 2 times. It was 44 million venerable energy plus 22 million venerable energy. 10 Saint Heart saint caverns could increase one's basic saint energy by 1-fold. It was 66 million venerable energy plus 66 million venerable energy. 1 trillion venerable energy was a realm that only deities could reach. In other words, just by reaching the great circle of the sacred heart realm, Lin Chen was equivalent to a deity realm expert. And Lin Chen's heaven opening realm saint caverns had the equivalent of 6 million venerable energy. Different from the previous realms, the heaven opening realm saint caverns did not have a fixed amount of saint energy. It was based on the cultivator's true comprehensive potential. According to the records of the sacred boundary, once the heaven opening realm saint caverns were opened, the lowest saint energy one could obtain was 400 venerable energy. Those who could cultivate to the heaven opening realm late stage and great circle generally had huge potential, far exceeding 400 venerable energy. Moreover, 1 saint caverns could increase one's saint energy more than 1 saint caverns. 400 venerable energy referred to those who had barely entered the heaven opening realm, those who had only opened 1 saint caverns and had no hope of opening a 2nd saint caverns. And Lin Chen had opened a heaven opening realm saint caverns and obtained 6 million venerable energy. This meant that Lin Chen's current cultivation base, based on the 58 saint caverns of the life and death realm, Lin Chen's comprehensive potential was at least 15,000 times the overall standard of the monstrous geniuses list. In terms of talent, Lin Chen was definitely not outstanding, and could even be considered poor. His potential had been honed and accumulated through his punches and kicks. Because of the temporary increase of the God Slayer talent, all heaven opening realm saint caverns were based on this. 10 heaven opening realm saint caverns were equivalent to 60 million venerable energy. In addition, the total saint energy of the sacred heart realm was equivalent to 132 million venerable energy. Lin Chen, who was at the great circle of the heaven opening realm, possessed more than 192 million venerable energy. And from the 1st revolution to the 9th revolution, every saint caverns opened would increase the total saint energy by 10%. The current Lin Chen, with just his saint energy alone, could unleash a power of 288 million venerable energy. His primordial spirit realm had faintly touched upon a new realm. His pure strength had exceeded 100 million venerable energy. This time, the number of hostile targets was all living beings of the 3 races, which was unprecedented. It even triggered the special effect of the God Slayer talent, hostility duration. As long as the hostility of all living beings of the 3 races towards Lin Chen continued, Lin Chen would be able to maintain the God Slayer state for a long time. This is the peak of the God Slayer talent that can be achieved by gathering the hostility of the 3 races. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised. This time, the activation of the God Slayer talent would definitely be the last song in the Divine River Galaxy. There would not be another chance like this in the future, where he could use this kind of power increase so freely. Lin Chen looked around and said with a cold smile, 7 demon emperors and 4 venerable elders, you were very arrogant just now, weren't you? Lin Chen stomped his feet, turned into a blood-red cloud, and stood in a line with the Empress. Facing the demon emperors and the 4 venerable elders of the demon-human race, he was fearless. Lin Chen said indifferently, demon emperors with strange appearances, do you want to take turns or come at me together? I will fight you all the same, do whatever you want. Arrogant, too arrogant. The bloodthirsty demon emperor of the bloodthirsty demon race laughed angrily. Using the words of the human race, you are a villain who has succeeded. We have 7 demon emperors and 4 venerable elders of the demon-human race. How are you going to fight us? The Heaven Fiend demon emperor of the Heaven Fiend demon race laughed sinisterly. Lin Chen, you are indeed stronger than the few true gods of the human race, but do you think you can turn the tide by yourself? Who do you think you are? A savior? With the sky-burying demon emperor as the leader, the 7 demon emperors moved and surrounded Lin Chen. The 4 venerable elders stood on the other side and aimed at the demon-human empress. They had no intention of stopping. Lin Chen suddenly laughed mockingly. Have you heard of husband and wife fighting as a team? Lin Chen looked at the empress. Yarrow, although being humble is a virtue, sometimes it is necessary to show your strength so that the enemy will know what to do, right? The empress glanced at him. She did not even realize that when she heard the words husband and wife, her delicate ears were covered with a faint blush. She said indifferently, "It is not your turn to teach me how to do things." Lin Chen said seriously, "Don't worry, I will not teach you how to do things, I will only teach you the posture." The empress was stunned, then her face turned cold. Do you want to die? Chapter 1834. Lin Chen laughed mockingly, let's wait 2 days before the couples quarrel. Let's have an elimination round first. At this time, Honorable Elder Silver Scorpion shouted coldly, as the Empress of the demon race, do you still want to join hands with the filthy humans? The Empress sneered coldly. You bunch of traitors who have failed to live up to the expectations of our ancestors. Do you think you have the right to lecture me? Honorable Elder Dragon Snake laughed sinisterly. Still so stubborn before death. Rumble. Boom. 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 With the Empress as the center, the universe roared and swept across the world. All the experts in the extraterritorial battlefield were shocked and even stopped fighting. An aura more terrifying than Lin Chen's slowly spread from the Empress's demonic blade. The expressions of the demon emperors and the 4 honorable elders changed abruptly. Even the sky-burying demon emperor, who was controlling everything, did not expect this scene. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes, which were as beautiful as purple jade, turned black and purple. The Empress's aura had recovered to its peak state before she was injured. No, it was even stronger than her peak state. Even the demon emperors were shocked by this battle strength. The 4 honorable elders were completely shocked. Her injuries were fake. That was impossible. The gods and manifestations of the human race were a great threat to the demon emperors, not to mention the 4 honorable elders. How could she hold back when she challenged the gods and manifestations of the human race alone? What realm had the Empress reached? The bloodthirsty demon emperor glared at the sky-burying demon emperor and said, Sky-burying, is this what you meant by everything is under control? The sky-burying demon emperor did not speak and looked deeply at the Empress. According to his plan, the Empress and the 4 honorable elders would work together to destroy the gods and manifestations of the human race. Then, the 4 honorable elders would ambush the Empress and severely injure her and exhaust her strength. Then, they would work together with the demon emperors to kill her. This way, the demon race would basically take over the entire situation. The 4 honorable elders deliberately let the Empress take charge of the Sage Monarch region. Everything should be like this. But, why? Lin Chen appeared in the middle of the battle. The Empress had also hidden a trick or two. From the looks of it, it wasn't that the human race's gods were too weak, but that the demonkin Empress was too strong. Exalted Elder Silver Scorpion's pupils constricted, and he said in a trembling voice, You're not injured. That's impossible. Even the 4 of us can't deal with them. You're fighting them alone. How can you escape unscathed? The Empress raised her saber and took a step forward, causing the entire universe to tremble. If you don't even have this little bit of ability, how could the ancestors of the demon cultivator race entrust the last inheritance to this emperor? How could this emperor talk about reviving the demon cultivator race? For great revered elders, this emperor has given you a chance. Time and time again, you have touched the bottom line of the demon race. Lin Chen reached out to block her and smiled. Why are you arguing with them? Let me teach you the real way to deal with these guys. Clang. The saber came out like a dragon's roar. Lin Chen's saint energy condensed into a sheathless black saber, and his saint energy roared like a dragon. There were gods in the ancient times, and their tears left no trace. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. He was like a god of war descending to the mortal world, dominating the world and looking down on the universe. He raised his saber and stepped forward. His saber energy was majestic like a dragon, and his sharp eyes instantly locked onto the 4 great revered elders. What bullshit, revered elders? I let you be arrogant last time. Today, I'll use you to test my saber. God's tear. Lin Chen shouted coldly. His body was overflowing with colorful lights. He quickly waved his saber and slashed across the sky. The blade instantly slashed out a blazing white light. It was like an aurora falling from the sky, blooming in the divine river galaxy. Just as the 7 demon emperors thought that Lin Chen was overestimating himself, the saber light flashed and split into 5. In an instant, it crossed the universe and spun 360 degrees at an extremely fast speed. Kai. Bang. A loud explosion rang out. The 5 saber lights suddenly exploded into fragments of light that filled the sky like flying teardrop. This saber was countless times stronger than any saber that Lin Chen had used before. A saber that could shake the gods. What? The 4 great revered elders' expressions changed drastically. The exploding saber light turned into saber chi fragments that filled the sky like broken jade, twisting towards the 4 great revered elders. The moment the saber chi exploded into fragments, its power skyrocketed. The saber chi fragments were entwined with many kinds of energy. There was the Yuan spirit saber chi, pure energy, and saint energy that was comparable to god energy. Outside the Saint Monarch region, it was like a rain of flowers, twisting the wind and cloud. The saber chi fragments were endless, like a huge wave, crazily bombarding the 4 great revered elders. Each saber chi fragment contained pure energy, Yuan spirit energy, and many other kinds of sharpness. The number of fragments was not only in the hundreds of thousands, but also in the millions. This time, the saber chi fragments that seemed slow actually crossed time and space, as if time had stopped, and slashed towards the 4 great revered elders at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 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 An unprecedented storm of saber chi fragments exploded, and the aftershock swept across the battlefield outside the Saint Monarch region. The 4 great revered elders were crazily crushed. The saber chi fragments were like a whirlpool, and their figures retreated rapidly. Their defenses were continuously destroyed by the saber chi fragments like raindrops, and their faces were filled with shock. Demonic thirst. Berserk blood demon transformation. 8-armed heavenly demon. Open. The demon emperors unleashed their ultimate techniques, either defending, attacking, disintegrating, or directly devouring the massive amount of saber chi fragment. If they did not make a move, the 4 great revered elders would have to escape with injuries. For the time being, both sides were still on the same side. The demon emperors would not watch helplessly as they lost the support of the 4 great revered elders. Even so, the 4 great revered elders were still pushed back by Lin Chen's saber and were almost injured. Hiss. The experts in the extraterritorial battlefield could not help but tremble. One saber strike to push back the 4 great revered elders. It forced the demon emperors to defend. Such heaven-defying combat strength, and he was still a freaking saint. This Lin Chen, just how strong was he? The saber wave shattered, and the demon emperors blocked Lin Chen, their expressions uncertain. Lin Chen's saber strike had forced the demon emperors and the 4 great revered elders to use their true strength. This was definitely not a killing move that could be taken lightly. Even as strong as the demon emperors were, they had to take it seriously. Lin Chen let out a long breath and grinned. So King satisfying. However, after temporarily reaching this realm, even the talent points consumed have increased. Just this saber strike alone used up a few million top-grade talent points. Luckily, I kept a lot of them, or I wouldn't even be able to use instant light split shadow. Rumble tilde. Demon Emperor Tian Kai opened his bloody mouth, and a murderous aura surged out like a tide. A grayish-white vortex of murderous aura suddenly appeared above Lin Chen's head, swallowing the sky and the sun. The bloodthirsty demon emperor slammed his palm over, and his blood aura was like a primordial demon beast, tearing the galaxy apart. A giant claw of demonic aura with a bloody glow swept across the sky toward Lin Chen. Surround and attack this kid. Suppress them, this kid is no match for us. The demon emperors attacked aggressively, and an enchanting bloody glow flashed in the air, and the saber chi that was like a bloody moon split heaven and earth. Rumble tilde, kai, kai, kai. The bloody moon saber light swept past like an aurora, and all the demonic aura was devoured. Demon Emperor Tian Kai's divine power, the bloodthirsty demon emperor's killing move, and the bloodthirsty demon emperor's ultimate technique were all devoured by the saber light. It was the Empress. The Empress and Lin Chen, one on the left and one on the right, seemed to have telepathy as they faced the entire demon race fearlessly. Chapter 1835. With a flash of light behind her, the Great Empress spread out her purple and black wings. Her speed was a notch higher. She flapped her wings and appeared in front of the demon emperors. She slashed diagonally with her saber, splitting open the void and creating a black abyss of nothingness. It was as if heaven and earth had been destroyed and sunk into the black abyss of nothingness. The 6 demon emperors were sucked into the black abyss of nothingness. Calamity tide of 10,000 calamities. Bang, bang, bang. Countless pillars of calamity energy swept across the sky and collided with the black abyss. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. The calamity demon emperor of the calamity demon race was colorless and formless. It was like a cloud of smoke, and its entire body was filled with a vortex of calamity energy. It was like the form of a calamity. A demon emperor was the greatest calamity in the world. The 6 demon emperors used their various abilities, but the most terrifying one was the Great Empress. She fought the 6 demon emperors by herself and was not at a disadvantage. Even the 4 revered elders were shocked by her battle prowess. "Why are you looking at my wife? Is this the time for you to be surprised?" Lin Chen raised his hand and struck out with the 9 extinction sky-burning palm. 9 fire dragons danced in the sky, and in a split second, the 4 revered elders were forced to retreat. Rip tilde. Lin Chen tore through space, stepped on the clouds, and flew into the sky. His speed was countless times faster than before. A blood-colored cloud flashed, and a sweeping kick smashed into revered Elder Silver Scorpion's face. His teeth flew everywhere, and he screamed. Attribute light balls rolled into the void. With Lin Chen's sacred power and body refinement strength, even a god would tremble under this kick. Divine power heaven-opening sword. Sacred power condensed into a sword, and Lin Chen slashed with it. The giant sword with white light swirling around it slashed horizontally. Rip tilde. Rip tilde. The sword split into 5, and the 4 revered elders were forced to retreat. Lin Chen used his movement technique and grabbed revered Elder Dragon Snake's tail with lightning speed. Lin Chen pulled revered Elder Dragon Snake away, ignoring her screams as he smashed the other 3 revered elders like whips, causing them to retreat step by step. Revered Elder Kaiyu's pair of demonic arms transformed into a pair of naked arms that could sink into the sun and moon. His palms shattered the demonic song of the demonic demon. His demonic arms spun with thousands of demonic eyes as they suddenly smashed towards Lin Chen. 9 extinction heaven-burning palm. Lin Chen pushed out with both hands. The 1,000-layer world's 9 extinction burning dragon palms whistled through the air, slamming into revered Elder Kaiyu. Boom tilde. Bang. Without using instant light split shadow, he had directly forced revered Elder Kaiyu back. Demonic devour. The moment Lin Chen launched his attack, Senior Fiend Demon Venerable's 6 arms formed a seal and spat out a vast sea of demonic chi that enveloped Lin Chen. 8 celestial burning dragon roar. The primordial spirit blazing dragon broke through the void, and with a furious roar, the terrifying dragon roar destroyed countless celestial bodies and swept out, shattering the universe. The primordial spirit blazing dragon roar destroyed the heaven and earth, shattering the demonic chi venomous python. With Lin Chen's current essence divinity realm, he wasn't the least bit afraid of facing a true divinity. His body refinement realm had reached the god realm. The primordial divinity realm had surpassed the limits and was equivalent to the battle prowess of a true god. His saint acupoint cultivation surpassed that of an ordinary true god. The true trinity. The current Lin Chen was flawless. While receiving the attacks of the two revered elders, Lin Chen sent a whip kick through the air, crushing through the air and colliding with the silver scorpion devil tail that was attempting to sneak attack her. Clang! Saint power transformed into a spear. With Lin Chen's current cultivation, a weapon condensed from Saint power was in no way inferior to a top-grade 9th-grade Saint artifact. Amberlight, Dark Lightning Spear. Lin Chen held the spear and flicked it all the way. The spear moved forward layer by layer, piercing and flicking the four revered elders, sending them flying into the vast universe and falling under the starry sky. Lin Chen's ferocious attacks caused the four revered elders to be aghast. In terms of cultivation, Lin Chen had already surpassed any of the demonic demons' revered elders. With a group of orange rankers holding the line, he wasn't careless at all. It was a series of violent punches. He was suppressing them. He was suppressing them the entire time. The four revered elders' defenses were broken one after another, triggering extinction wound, and their injuries were difficult to heal. Lin Chen's top-grade talent points were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The extraterritorial battlefield was in complete chaos this time. They're attacking us. Run. Damn it. This is too crazy. Damn it. Too awesome. This Lin Chen is even more ferocious than the gods. Now is not the time to be amazed. They're attacking us. He single-handedly challenged four demonic demons' revered elders. I'm willing to call him the strongest. At the Dark Moon Star System's frontline, the human race, demonic demons, and demonic demons were all forced to stop all battles. Lin Chen, the Empress, 6 demonic emperors, and 4 revered elders fought their way to the extraterritorial battlefield. The human race took advantage of the time before the 5 elements divine power barrier was completely destroyed to evacuate to a safe area in advance with minimal losses. After the demonic demons realized that the revered elders had betrayed them, they evacuated in advance with minimal losses. The most tragic ones were the group of reckless demonic demons, who were swept by the aftermath of the battle and suffered a large number of casualties. The Firmament Star System was shaken. The Firmament Star System, which was known as the Unexplored Face, welcomed an unprecedented battle for the first time. The stars continued to collapse and shatter, and the light of heaven and earth was swallowed up completely, sinking everything in the galaxy. The human race's experts were dumbfounded, their bodies trembling as they witnessed this battle in disbelief. The demonic empress Luo Yaro single-handedly challenged 6 demonic emperors of the demonic demons and was not at a disadvantage. The human race's godslayer Lin Chen single-handedly challenged 4 demonic demons' revered elders and brutally beat them up. It was a true husband and wife mixed duo. The two of them together almost wiped out all the peak combat power of the demonic demons and the demonic demons. The only one who did not make a move was the sky-burying demon emperor. His eyes were dark and gloomy as he stared at the demonic empress and Lin Chen. The sky-burying demon emperor suddenly smiled. It seems that she has not completely broken through to the second level of the divine realm. Lin Chen's power can only be used for a short period of time, so there is a time limit. In this case, we have to take care of this woman first, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Demonic chi surged under the sky-burying demon emperor's feet, and a humanoid heavenly demon appeared like a meteor. The 1,000 demonic eyes on his arm continued to shine with demonic light, and he pointed with his finger. Desolate demon sky-burying finger. A beam of grayish-white aurora appeared in the sky, illuminating the extraterritorial battlefield and pointed directly at the Empress. The Empress, who was fighting the 6 demonic emperors, frowned slightly and was about to counterattack, billowing rain cloud. The saber energy wrapped in clouds and mist fell like a shower, piercing through the sky, burying demon emperor's finger. Lin Chen stood behind the Empress with his saber, and sneered, "Old lunatic, you finally can't sit still." Looking at the young man's back, the Empress's autumn eyes flashed in a trance for a moment, as if she was recalling something, but her battle instinct took precedence over her memory. She swung her saber and repelled the Sky Scorpion Demon Emperor's attack. The sky-burying Demon Emperor stepped on the air and sneered, "Lin Chen, You think too highly of yourself if you want to fight against the 4 revered elders of the demonic race at the same time. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had beaten the 4 revered elders all the way, and the 4 revered elders' counterattacks had also dealt him considerable damage. But, so what? Lin Chen smiled faintly, very flirtatious. How do you know that I am alone? The demons were stunned. What a thought-provoking sentence. What a troublemaker's smile. Could it be? Lin Chen shouted. Dragon, come. Chapter 1836. In Xuanyu, the corpses of demons and humans who were fighting everywhere were piled up like mountains. Even if they were mortals, they would not hesitate to fight back in the face of a saint-level demon. The country was broken, but the mountains and rivers still existed today, leaving behind a loyal heart that shines through the annals of history. The number of demons was innumerable. The calamity demons in the form of energy were invisible and traceless, like moving large-scale natural disasters. The bloodthirsty demons became stronger the more they fought, gnawing bones and bloodthirsty. Their demon bodies were their strongest weapons. The humanoid demons who could use super-high techniques, the desolate demons, and their demon blood divine abilities were many and complicated, and they were cunning. The indestructible heaven fiend demons had scales and feathers all over their bodies. Their natural scales and armor were even harder than some of the dragons. The devil race's army seemed to have entered a no-man's land. They swept through the battlefields of the Shen domain and reaped lives like withered twigs. The humans were not only facing the demons, but also the demons in other regions. Some in the same region would kill each other, or target the humans. The war was extremely cruel. When the defensive lines of the various regions began to be broken one by one, a large number of saints could not retreat, and were even forced to self-destruct. High in the sky of Xuanyu, a pure sun-like breath storm swept through a large number of demons. Boom! 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 A ray of dazzling dragon light broke through the demon chi that covered the sky. The rolling dragon roar seemed to turn into hot blood in their chests, once again arousing the fighting spirit of countless humans. The primordial dragon race, the dark heavenly dragon race has arrived. The primordial dragon race, the eternal azure dragon has arrived. Friends of the human race, back a little. Next, it's time for our dragon race to show our strength. Demon bastards, this old dragon has long wanted to meet them. Brothers of the human race, back a little. I, old dragon, am coming. The spatial passageways were lined up one by one, spinning like stars. On the other side of the passageway, the dragon's might was vast and mighty, and countless dragons appeared out of nowhere. Pure dragon chi dispersed the sky covered by demon chi. A soaring fighting spirit, with the demons and demons as the goal, inspired people and invincible in the world. Countless mortals and saints were overjoyed when they raised their heads to look. 10,000 dragons covered the sky, and a great legacy descended. Like pieces of dragon relics, the eternal history of the dragon race was displayed in front of all humans. That's the reinforcements of the dragon race. The dragon race's reinforcements that Senior Limitless mentioned. Everyone, our allies have arrived. Kill the enemy with the dragon clan. Back then, I even had a fight with the Red Lotus Flame Dragon clan. Who would have thought that we would be allies today? The saints sighed in their hearts. A heaven-opening expert leading the human race turned his gaze to a man in black armor. The heaven-opening realm stared at the black-armored man. Both sides stared at each other for over 3 breaths of time. Ao Wuchang. The black-armored man growled. And Tian Nan. The heaven-opening realm cultivator shouted coldly. Both sides called out each other's names and walked in front of each other. The heaven-opening realm Ao Wuchang grinned. After fighting for so many years, this is the first time I've found you so pleasing to the eye. The black-armored man, and Tiannan, laughed loudly and said, You haven't fought for many years. Brat, your battle prowess better not deteriorate. Ao Wuchang laughed heartily and said, Let's see if we've taken a step back or not. And Tiannan laughed loudly and said, Good. After this fight, if you and I are still alive, I will drink with you for 3 days and 3 nights. The battle lasted 10 days and 10 nights. The two looked at each other and clasped hands. Everything was understood without word. The many years of enmity between the human race and the dragon race had disappeared at this moment. Bang! Bang! Two sounds of explosions rang out. One man and one dragon attacked. Their coordination was like heaven and earth, seamless and flawless. Once an opponent, today a partner. The best opponent was also the partner who understood you the best. Similar scenes played out in the 35 regions of the sacred boundary. Chen region, Kang region, Heaven Saint region, Sword region, Saber region. Every corner of the sacred boundary was filled with the figures of the dragon race. The arrival of the dragon race was not without order. They formed an orderly army, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately targeted the demon race and demon race. There were even dragon race armies that were proficient in defense. As soon as they appeared, they charged into the battlefield and blocked in front of the human race, blocking the attacks of large numbers of demons and demon race. They won time and space for the human race to breathe. It was very important. Don't be stingy with your divine abilities. Our dragon race's close friend has already improved his bloodline. Now is the time for us to repay his kindness. Luo Shuiyu stood in the army and gave orders. The extreme hell water dragon race used a large number of bloodline divine abilities. Water filled the sky, forming a natural defense line. Yin-yang creation dragons soared in the sky, swallowing the dragon-shaped yin-yang dragon chi. They shuttled through the battlefield and healed the injuries of a large number of humans. The imperial golden dragon, who hated the human race, took the initiative to seize the main offensive position of the Heaven Saint region with Princess Xingyue as the leader and advanced triumphantly. Dragon race. Why would the dragon race help the human race? This old man is unwilling. The noble dragon race actually joined forces with the human race. It's really a husband pig climbing a tree. *CK the heavens. Don't be afraid. Follow the instructions of the revered elder and kill all enemies in the way. Who cares if they are demons or dragons? Our goal is to overturn the human race. The earth-shattering roars shook the sky. In such a vast sacred boundary, it was as if there was not an inch of land that was silent. Killing and killing filled the sky and earth. Blood dyed the earth red, and heads were scattered. It was even impossible to distinguish the blood of the human race and the demon race. The reinforcements of the dragon race were like a shot of adrenaline for the entire sacred boundary. Their morale was greatly boosted. Facing the fierce attacks of the demon race and the endless demon race, the human race, who had been exhausted from defending, started a desperate counterattack for the first time. This scene came too early for the Wuji old man's prediction. The situation was completely chaotic. In the extraterritorial battlefield. Dragons, come! Lin Chen shouted, and his primordial spirit voice shook the sky. Everyone from the human race, demon race, and demon race heard this dragon roar clearly. In the extraterritorial battlefield, a divine light like a blazing sun lit up the endless darkness. Lin Chen, is this your true body? It's not as good as seeing it in person. 1 against 4, you really are a god descending from the heavens. The dragon race's army has all arrived. Our primordial dragon race has sent out all our elites this time. In the firmament star region, 5 auroras that came from the extreme east lit up the endless darkness. Royal Divine Dragon led the 4 divine dragons to the very center of the extraterritorial battlefield, surrounded by a golden radiance and a divine light that resembled a dragon. The battle was forced to stop. The demon emperors and the 4 revered elders stared at the 5 divine dragons with uncertain expressions. Imperial Divine Dragon, who had transformed into his human form, wore a golden robe and had golden hair. He was elegant and handsome. He smiled faintly and said, Lin Chen, our reinforcements have begun to enter the sacred boundary. I hope our cooperation can end happily. Lin Chen smiled and said, don't worry, it'll end soon. The beautiful extreme hell water divine dragon, who was a beautiful woman in azure palace robes, stared at the young man's side profile and sighed sincerely. Even though you've been sleeping in the ruins, your eyes are still sharp and shrewd. Lin Chen's Dragon King shuttled through the extraterritorial battlefield to collect the attribute light balls dropped by the 4 revered elders to replenish the battle's consumption. As they chatted, the primordial azure dragon, who had once clashed with Lin Chen, looked at Lin Chen with fear for the first time. This human kid, who had not seen him for long, already had the combat strength of a true god. Moreover, he had surpassed most of the human race's true gods. The spirits of all creatures only respected the strong, and the divine dragons were no exception. If Lin Chen had cooperated with the dragon race as a nouveau riche, the primordial azure dragon would have looked down on him. But now, Lin Chen was a true supreme expert. He had the power to surpass the divine dragons and was qualified to be on equal footing with the entire dragon race. Lin Chen's words were shocking. He said seriously, "My friends from the dragon race, I'll leave the 4 repulsive demon humans to you. I'll deal with the sky-burying demon emperor." The divine dragons were slightly shocked. One-on-one, Lin Chen against the sky-burying demon emperor? Chapter 1837. Imperial God Dragon took a deep look at Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. How bold. With Lin Chen around, there's no need for the gods." The 5 godly dragons looked at each other and revealed their true forms to surround the 4 honorable elders. The extreme hell water divine dragon's water dragon divine sea engulfed the nearby star system and blocked everyone's view. Imperial God Dragon's divine light covered the entire star system as the 5 godly dragons' avatars filled the entire extraterritorial battlefield. The godly dragons' bodies were as vast as the Milky Way. Their scales and feathers could fill up the 4 seas, let alone their true forms. The top 3 on the Saint Talent leaderboard and Long Tianqi stood outside the extraterritorial battlefield in awe. This is a godly dragon at its peak. How majestic. Just a dragon scale and a dragon claw are as majestic as a miracle. No wonder it's as famous as the true gods of our tribe. Even the demon emperors were wary of it, let alone the experts from the human and demonic tribes. The godly dragon's true form had a natural advantage. Suddenly, the blood moon saber light slashed at her. She held the demonic saber tightly and made a horizontal slash. The female empress remained silent and took the initiative to attack. She unleashed another saber strike at the 6 great demon emperors, and there was absolutely no fear on her face. In fact, her saber technique was even more ferocious and murderous. This crazy woman really doesn't want to live anymore. Let's kill her together. Since the godly dragon tribe has appeared, there's no need for us to hold back anymore. The bloodthirsty demon emperor, the disaster demon emperor, and the heaven fiend demon emperor, the 3 oldest demon emperors of the demon tribe, finally showed their killer move. Unlike the bloodthirsty demon emperor, the heaven kai demon emperor, and the disaster demon emperor, these 3 demon emperors were born after the great war of the demon gods. They were as famous as the sky-burying demon emperor and were naturally stronger than the other new demon emperors. The 10 cosmic storms that the calamity demon emperor had transformed into contained heavenly fire, yin ice, baleful wind, nightmarish tide, star thunder, and so on. These were the most powerful storms in the universe, and they were all gathered on its body. No, it should be said that the disaster demon emperor's true form was born like this. Each of the cosmic storms represented a part of its body. Every time it attacked, it would cause a calamity to befall the entire firmament star region. It was like a real space behemoth that could devour civilizations and wipe out races with a raise of its claws. The expressions of the experts of the human clan change. Just any one of the calamity storms around the calamity devil emperor was enough to devour them all. The bloodthirsty devil emperor transformed into a towering devil body bathed in a sea of blood. She seemed to be in human form, but she had a long tail, 3 heads, and 6 arms. She actually had 1 male and 1 female. A casual punch from the bloodthirsty devil emperor was more than twice as powerful as before. On the other hand, heaven fiend demon monarch's body had shrunk countless times, and his silvery white scales were glowing with the sharpness of a godly power. He was indestructible, and it was as if he had turned into a sharp blade as he attacked the female monarch. Every time it launched a sneak attack, it would exceed the speed of light by several hundred times, penetrating through dimensions. It was impossible to predict where it would attack from. Its speed was heaven-defying. With a blade in her hand, the female monarch slashed left and right. She quickly drew her blade and fought the 6 monarchs head-on. She was as cold as a black rose blooming under the starry sky. The blood-red blade light emitted from her blade made her look enchanting and mesmerizing. It was as if one could not take their eyes off this unprecedented battle. God Fisher. The imperial god dragon's breath swept across the stars, sun, and moon, and instantly started the battle with the 4 supreme elders. 10,000 flame dragon. The 10,000 flame dragon controlled 10,000 flames. Thousands of flames condensed from the divine dragon's aura and formed a ring of fire that covered the stars and moon, enveloping the 4 supreme elders. The 4 supreme elders were already injured when they fought Lin Chen. Now that they were facing the 5 divine dragons, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Their combined combat power was incomparable, and they were at a disadvantage as soon as the battle started. Rumble. Bang. 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 The battle between the female monarch and the 6 demon monarchs spread. The dark moon galaxy began to collapse, the sun and moon sank, and countless stars in the firmament star region began to disintegrate. A large number of small galaxies were destroyed along the way, and the humans and demon humans who were silent in the battle were suddenly awakened. If they continued to stay at the border of the extraterritorial battlefield, they would also become ashes in the battle. Even when the 3 demon monarchs revealed their strength, the female monarch became stronger as the battle went on. She had no intention of retreating at all. When Lin Chen's gaze swept across the female monarch, thoughts flashed through his mind. Indeed, after being released, she is ridiculously strong. Lin Chen was not unaware of the fact that the female monarch hid her combat power. When he sneaked into the demon humans, the female monarch's demonic saber emitted an obscure but strong attribute light. However, at that time, Lin Chen could not obtain the attribute light ball in the demonic saber because its power had not been fully released. Although he could see the attribute light, he could not obtain the attribute light ball. Now that the demonic saber's restraint was released, the female monarch's true strength was not at a disadvantage. She was simply unbelievably strong. Long Tianqi swallowed hard and could not help but say in shock, the female monarch can actually fight 6 demon monarchs alone. How terrifying. When immortal state experts joined forces, numbers could decide the outcome of the battle. With each additional immortal state expert, the difficulty of the battle would increase exponentially. 6 demon monarchs, and 3 veteran demon monarchs at that, were not at a disadvantage even when they went all out. There was no doubt that at this moment, there was no being stronger than the female monarch in the Divine River Galaxy. The female monarch and her saber alone could kill everyone in the universe. Who would dare to claim supremacy? Lin Chen stared at the evil young man in front of him without blinking. Although he wanted to help, there was an even more troublesome fellow in front of him. The sky-burying Devil Emperor. Only this fellow was someone Lin Chen had to deal with personally. He could not risk the lives of the 5 divine dragons. Just based on the fact that he could attract the 4 revered elders to cooperate with him, and the fact that he had used a fatal blow in a fit of rage at the sacred boundary, the sky-burying Devil Emperor was the most unfathomable demon. Even though the 5 divine dragons looked friendly and amiable, Lin Chen knew very well that if they were injured in battle and paid an irreversible price to the heaven-burying Devil Emperor, their cooperation would become exceptionally fragile. Allies were just icing on the cake. The human race's path had to be paved with their own fist. The sky-burying Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly. That day in the sacred prison, when this emperor's will fought with you, I had a feeling that you would become one of the greatest threats to the devil race. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. The human brat at that time had grown to the point where he dared to challenge this emperor. This is truly a big surprise that the human race has left for the devil race. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to start the battle. He glanced at his set pain attribute and smiled casually. How is it? Why don't you translate for me? What kind of surprise is this? You have a sharp tongue, but... A glassy devilish glint flashed across the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's eyes as he laughed sinisterly. Do you really think that you'll be able to fight me just because you're carrying this injured body of yours with you? The sky-burying Devil Emperor's shoulders shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. Endless devilish energy condensed into 2 sharp blades and attacked Lin Chen violently. Lin Chen swung his sword violently. Pure strength and saint power erupted as he used the divine power heaven-opening sword. SSS tilde. Bang tilde. The sword light and devilish energy collided and shook the universe. Fragments of light scattered across the endless sky like swimming dragons and drew an extremely beautiful meteor shower in the starry sky. Amidst the meteor shower, a figure was pushed back. The person who was pushed back was Lin Chen. Chapter 1838. The heaven-burying devil emperor moved as fast as a blink of an eye. His devil arms transformed into dancing devil snakes, and rays of devil light devoured the aura of living beings as he attacked Lin Chen from above. "How dare an injured trash like you challenge me? You're courting death." Lin Chen's lips curled upward. "I've been waiting for you to be arrogant." Buzz. 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 Space rippled, and Lin Chen's entire body was covered in an inextinguishable crimson divine light. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Host has activated the immortal godhead and consumed 13 billion top-grade heavenly Tao points. All of Host's remaining injuries have been healed. Boom tilde. The moment his injuries healed, the heaven-burying devil emperor's palm shattered Lin Chen's cloud shadow remnant light. The heaven-burying devil emperor's expression changed slightly. "What? After image? Instantly healed?" Bang. Lin Chen appeared like a ghost, and his movement skill was even faster than before. His 9-extinction heaven-burning palm was like a fire dragon soaring into the sky, and it ruthlessly crushed the heaven-burying devil emperor's back. The unstoppable Lin Chen grabbed at the air, and his saint power transformed into a spear. Lin Chen pulled the spear and stabbed it more than a dozen times in a row. The tip of the spear carried the power of an evil dragon, and it was mixed with pure strength and saint power. It tore through the heaven-burying devil emperor's defenses in one go. The body of the spear was surrounded by destructive lightning, and it pierced through the heaven-burying devil emperor's devil body layer by layer. The heaven-burying devil emperor was affected by the two innate skills, Annihilation Rupture and Annihilation Explosion, and his injuries accumulated in an instant. Lin Chen's talent points were decreasing continuously. Rip tilde. Rip tilde. The heaven-burying devil emperor turned into endless devil energy and disappeared in a sonic boom. When he dodged Lin Chen's spear, a devil palm that covered the sky broke through the void above Lin Chen's head and slammed down, causing heaven and earth to shatter. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow remnant light and retreated rapidly. "Don't even think about escaping." Devil light bloomed in the void, and a devil eye appeared. It sucked Lin Chen in like a black hole, preventing him from escaping this void. The heaven-burying devil emperor's hand was coming down from above. Grabbing with one hand, the star bow appeared. Lin Chen's body was surrounded by colorful lights. He pulled the bow toward the sky, and an arrow burned the sky. Instant light division. Boom tilde. Bang. 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 The endless explosions were like the roar of a gigantic beast in the universe, ear-splitting and ear-splitting, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Chen went all out against the heaven-burying devil emperor. He didn't back down in the slightest, and his aura continued to climb. He would either use his sword techniques to attack continuously, or use his archery skills to gallop around, or use his spear to battle. His attacks were grand, and he looked down upon the world with disdain. He was unparalleled throughout the ages. The heaven and earth was heaven, and earth was heaven-burying devil emperor's heaven. Streaks of world-destroying meteors fell from the sky like streams of light. The heaven emperor, god emperor's emperor, demon heaven, heaven's heaveness heaven. The demonic empress was heaven-burying devil emperor. Lin Chen was heaven-burying devil emperor. After countless exchanges, Lin Chen and heaven-burying devil emperor quickly retreated and distanced themselves from each other. Both of them were bleeding profusely. Neither of them was better than the other. It was a real battle of killing moves. Both of them had used their full strength. Host has received 100 million saint-level blood essence, 200 million top-tier talent points, 200 million top-tier heaven's path points, 9 billion mid-tier strengthening points. The devil emperor's attribute points are not for show, Lin Chen grinned. Immortal godhead. Another 10 billion heaven's path points disappeared. Lin Chen's injuries were healed again. On the other hand, heaven-burying devil emperor's noble and elegant face was full of cracks. His moving eyeballs were tightly shut, and he was bleeding profusely. There were even a few ghastly holes in his body. He was in a completely different state from Lin Chen. The super chaos talent had little effect on those above the Sage King realm. It was ineffective against those in the God realm. However, the effects of annihilation and destructive explosion were still effective against those in the God realm. With his body injured, heaven-burying Devil Emperor suddenly laughed. "You're very similar to me." Lin Chen sneered. F***CKU, I'm so handsome. How the hell am I similar to you? If you have the time to brag, why don't you take a look at your own injuries? Just as Lin Chen's voice fell, crack, 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 the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's face cracked open like a crack. Then, a strange scene unfolded. Heaven-burying Devil Emperor's body was completely shattered like a shell. It broke open and turned into dust. It was like a snake shedding its skin. The old skin was shed, and new skin continued to grow. A new heaven-burying Devil Emperor was born again. There was a four-headed devil snake hanging on his back. His face was as clear as a snow tree, and he looked devilishly handsome. His neck, arms, and all over his body were devil eyes that were surging with devil energy. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. This guy's injuries are gone. After a shedding of skin, heaven-burying Devil Emperor's injuries were all gone. The infinite old man's expression changed abruptly. Bloodline rebirth. The special and irreversible damage that Lin Chen had inflicted on it had been transferred to its old shell and reborn, avoiding all damage. This technique should have consumed a huge amount of demonic energy, and it should have affected its combat strength. This heaven-burying Devil Emperor looks completely unaffected. There's actually such a devil in the lower realm? This isn't something he should have. Even people as strong as Calamity Devil Emperor, Bloodthirsty Devil Emperor, and Heaven Fiend Devil Emperor couldn't shake the infinite old man. Only heaven-burying Devil Emperor was an exception. Lin Chen's battle also attracted the attention of the other battles. Royal God Dragon looked at Lin Chen from the corner of his eye and was slightly shocked. Heaven-burying is indeed unfathomable. Lin Chen, this young man, has actually reached this level. When the four revered elders saw the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's methods, their hearts that were originally beating like drums of retreat were reinvigorated. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility that made him shudder. Could it be that the one I fought just now was a fake body? No, if it was a fake body, then the effect of destruction and rupture wouldn't have been triggered. The destruction and rupture innate abilities are only effective against a living being's true body. Since the innate abilities have been activated, it means that it's the real body. Monstrous devil energy spread across the sky, and heaven-burying Devil Emperor cackled evilly. Looks like you understand now. This Emperor's bloodline ability, Emperor Blood Clone, can exist forever. Heaven-burying Devil Emperor's Emperor Blood Clone could be used on his true body. All the damage his true body suffered could be transferred to the clone within a certain period of time, and he could escape unscathed. Lin Chen, this Emperor acknowledges your strength. You have a method that even this Emperor can't recover from. Compared to those hypocritical gods, you deserve to die in my hands more. Lin Chen felt that it was ridiculous, and he even laughed out loud. A long-lasting handsome guy against another long-lasting opponent. This time, it could be said that Lin Chen had truly met his match. The immortal godhead could recover infinitely. However, his opponent could also transfer damage to another clone, and Lin Chen's trump card was completely restricted. Heaven-burying Devil Emperor had reached a new peak after the War of the Nine Races, and no one had ever been able to figure out his background. Lin Chen was the first human to use his trump card. Lin Chen gripped the holy spear tightly and thought to himself, if this continues, I'll be exhausted to death. There's only one possibility, and that is to create a huge injury that heaven-burying Devil Emperor can't transfer by transforming his body. Rumble tilde. Heaven-burying Devil Emperor stepped on a giant whale-like devil energy, and it shook the universe as it attacked aggressively. What's wrong, Lin Chen? You're thinking about how to fight to the death, aren't you? Lin Chen sneered. Fight to the death. What you want to see is something even more powerful. Lin Chen took in a deep breath. Between his brows, his eyes were filled with the desire to battle against all 9 heavens and 10 earth. God Defiance. Host has activated the top orange rank innate ability, God Defiance. Chapter 1839. While the war between the sacred boundary and the extraterritorial battlefield was in full swing, earth-shattering battles, the 9 sacred flames of the sacred flame holy fire burned brightly. The 9 sacred flames that had been hidden in the depths of the universe condensed once more. It was as if a miracle had descended. The world that had been burned by the flames was overflowing with vitality and was completely rebuilt. 9 states continent, spirit state high up in the sky, Bai Ruoyan was bathed in milky white holy fire like a fairy in a white dress. Lung Yuechi stared at the white-clothed fairy in the sky and clenched her fists with worry. Even the 2 patriarchs and the chief elder of the godly flame palace, Shangguan-ju, accompanied her back to the 9 states continent. After all, if anything happened to Bai Ruoyan, no one could stop Lin Chen if he went crazy. Since returning to the mortal world, Bai Ruoyan had been cultivating the godly flame sutra in the eternal holy fire in her body. Shangguan-ju floated in the sky and sat on a flaming red lotus saint throne. Looking at the 2 godly flame palace patriarchs in the distance, he said solemnly, "Patriarchs, this girl is..." The 2 patriarchs shook their heads in amazement. One of the patriarchs said bluntly, "She has surpassed us in the godly flame sutra." As expected of the girl assisted by Lin Chen. In such a short time, she has not only reached the 9th revolution saint realm, but her control of the sutra has also surpassed that of the previous patriarchs of the godly flame palace. She is walking on an unprecedented path. It's something that the previous patriarchs of the godly flame palace wanted to do but couldn't. She is creating the final chapter of the godly flame sutra. Once completed, the godly flame sutra may become the number 1 sutra in the sacred boundary. Shangguan-ju said in surprise, "The number 1 sutra in the sacred boundary? Is it a top-tier orange-level sutra that has never been realized?" The patriarchs shook their heads. "I'm not sure. According to the records of the human gods, although our world has top-tier orange-level combat techniques, there has never been a top-tier orange-level mental sutra. However, if it can be completed..." The 2 patriarchs looked calm, but their voices were trembling. It's a great miracle that even the gods couldn't achieve. This was a feat that not even the first-generation god of creation of the divine flame palace had achieved. It's impossible to reach such a realm with just talent. Besides borrowing the power of the eternal sacred flame, this girl must have some other power in her heart. Perhaps this power came from Lin Chen. Shangguan-ju stared at the beautiful figure in white bathed in the sacred fire and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an enviable disciple. Ever since she got together with Lin Chen, her cultivation and strength have improved by leaps and bounds. Shangguan-ju seemed to have thought of something and came to a sudden realization. Could it be after she slept with Lin Chen? If he can become so strong after sleeping with him, I might as well sleep with him once. The corners of the 2 patriarchs' mouths twitched slightly. This venerable protector's way of thinking was unacceptable. Lin Chen's attribute transfer had strengthened Bai Ruoyan's mental cultivation method to the extreme. In terms of mental cultivation method attainments and comprehension, Bai Ruoyan naturally surpassed her ancestors. Most importantly, she had the eternal holy flame, a mental cultivation method that surpassed the limit of many levels combined with the eternal holy flame allowed Bai Ruoyan to enter a whole new realm. She was creating a mental cultivation method that belonged only to her. Once she succeeded, Bai Ruoyan would achieve a great miracle that not even the gods could accomplish. At the same time, creating a brand new mental cultivation method was related to the eternal holy flame. The current Bai Ruoyan was entering an unprecedented state. It was the process of creating a mental cultivation method and entering the deepest part of the sacred flame's origin. The 2 were in a state of balance. The various things in the outside world couldn't affect Bai Ruoyan. Her primordial spirit's consciousness was in a pure white world. Milky white flames burned everywhere. What appeared in front of Bai Ruoyan was a group of ethereal mountains. Every mountain peak burned with a milky white sacred flame, magnificent and bright. There were a total of 9,999 mountain peaks, and the same number of eternal holy flames burned continuously. Bai Ruoyan's figure swayed as she stood on top of a mountain peak. The eternal holy flame danced around her body as if it had a mind of its own, condensing and dancing on her fingertips. Bai Ruoyan said in surprise, These are all eternal holy flames. She looked at the 9,000 mountain peaks. Only 9 of them were lit up. As for the remaining mountain peaks, she could only see the shape of the sacred flame, but not the core of the sacred flame. They were in an even more distant place. Buzz tilde. Ripples appeared in the space with Bai Ruoyan as the center. When she circulated the Divine Flame Heart Sutra, the eternal holy flame dancing on her fingertips burned into 8 lines of fire. The other 8 burning eternal holy flames were lit up, connecting with Bai Ruoyan's sacred flame. At this moment, an even brighter light quietly appeared in Bai Ruoyan's heart. It was as if there were 8 more paths to advance on that originally only one path. And the 9 paths ultimately led to one path. Bai Ruoyan was moved, and she was pleasantly surprised. I can sense all the eternal holy flames in the 9 provinces. Boom tilde. Thousands of rays of divine light spread across the 9 provinces. The sacred flames' radiance, like fireflies, decorated every inch of land in the 9 provinces. It was full of vitality, and the world suddenly changed. Countless mortals bathed in the radiance of the sacred flame, and there was an obvious increase in their vitality. Vitality surged, and the ordinary flowers and plants turned into beautiful flowers and plants. The 9 provinces underwent a brand new change. This is the phenomenon caused by the birth of the Cultivation Sutra. Ruoyan succeeded. More than that, the power of the 9 eternal holy flames was drawn out and merged into the mortal world. The people of the Divine Flame Palace were overjoyed. Bai Ruoyan had created history. The brand new Divine Flame Heart Sutra was created by her alone. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual state rumbled as endless power of the sacred flame poured into Bai Ruoyan's delicate body. A brand new hexagonal star appeared between her eyebrows. The 100th sacred point was opened. The phenomenon of advancement, the birth of the sacred king, Bai Ruoyan had advanced into the sacred king realm. It was the energy of the 9 eternal holy flames. Using the opportunity that Lin Chen strengthened Bai Ruoyan's Cultivation Sutra, the energy of the 9 eternal holy flames surrounded Bai Ruoyan. But it wasn't over yet. Bai Ruoyan's cultivation strength continued to climb. After reaching the sacred king realm, the sacred force flowed back into all the sacred points with irresistible force. Hiss. The 2 Grand Masters of the Divine Flame Palace gasped. They knew what this meant. It was the realm that they had been dreaming of all their lives. Sacred Force Reincarnation, the Reincarnation Sacred Realm. Bai Ruoyan's cultivation strength was approaching the Reincarnation Sacred Realm. It was as if this power was born in her body and belonged to her. The 2 Grand Masters of the Divine Flame Palace were dumbfounded by the speed of the breakthrough. There had to be a process to breaking through a realm. Bai Ruoyan had sped up the process countless times. In fact, even Lin Chen did not have such a terrifying speed of breakthrough. One eternal holy flame merged into Bai Ruoyan's body. Now, it was as if Bai Ruoyan had transferred the energy of the 8 eternal holy flames into her own sacred flame. The speed of her breakthrough was incomparable to that of a normal realm breakthrough. The eternal holy flames came from the godly realm, and the true controller had always been a mystery. Even the ancient gods didn't control them in the lower realm. Now, Bai Ruoyan controlled one eternal holy flame and established a connection with the other 8 eternal holy flames. Bai Ruoyan's consciousness went deeper and hadn't completely woken up from her seclusion state. Among the ethereal mountains, the eternal bell sound echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The low sound of the bell turned into the silent mourning of the world. Bai Ruoyan's consciousness followed the path opened by the 9 eternal holy flames and saw the end. A grayish-white mist surrounded a new world. It was grey and hazy, and apart from a stone tablet, there was nothing else. With the help of the eternal holy flame, Bai Ruoyan heard an earth-shattering sound. She stared blankly at the heavenly monolith that was so huge that it seemed to support the heavens and the earth. She could vaguely see the 4 words on it. Reincarnation Tablet. Eternal Holy Flame, the flame that created all things. It had the ability to connect to the other side of the universe, the end of life and death. The dimension of the universe suddenly started to curve, as if it was placed in the center of a sphere. Facing the curved world, Bai Ruoyon's eyes looked through the eternal holy flame and vaguely saw a scene that didn't belong to this world. In front of the reincarnation tablet, a beautiful figure knelt. Chapter 1840. God-defying innate skill could be used against beings above the god realm, especially true gods and devil emperors. The higher the divinity, the stronger the power. Boom tilde. A burning orange talisman with the word defying carved on it suddenly bloomed above Lin Chen's head. When the talisman exploded, it instantly merged into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's cultivation soared again. Lin Chen punched out like lightning against the heaven-burying devil emperor's sudden attack. This punch was very ordinary. It didn't contain any skill or technique, but it contained extremely condensed saint power. Kai tilde. Bang. Devil energy exploded, and the heaven-burying devil emperor's left arm was shattered. His saint power has soared. The heaven-burying devil emperor trembled. Lin Chen had reached a new level again. Scarlet light and orange light swirled around Lin Chen's body. 158 hexagonal stars flashed around him. Every star seemed to be able to swallow the world and swallow the universe. Saint King Realm. This time, the god-defying innate skill had allowed Lin Chen to temporarily step into the Saint King realm. His total saint power could unleash more than 500 million supreme power. It was 2 levels stronger than before. Fart. The heaven-burying devil emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no choice but to turn his devil body into a storm of energy that devoured him. A glassy light flashed past his devil eyes, and his devil body disintegrated again. Then, it was reborn again. Damage transfer, Emperor blood clone. However, to everyone's surprise, the heaven-burying devil emperor's left arm was bleeding profusely, and several of his devil eyes had been destroyed by Lin Chen. The heaven-burying devil emperor exclaimed in shock. The damage wasn't completely transferred. Godly defiance, talent, battle, all attacks that hit the enemy will cause true damage to the enemy. The heaven-burying devil emperor's emperor blood clone could be immune to the god-defying innate skill, but it couldn't resist the god-defying innate skill. It's time for the history of the devil race to end. Clang tilde. Lin Chen pulled out his saber and held it with both hands. The domineering aura between his brows and killing intent soared to the sky. Lin Chen's twin swords swept horizontally with his holy energy condensed into a blade weapon. Blade light blossomed. Saber chi crisscrossed the universe, instant light split shadow. It was actually 2 completely different saber techniques. His left saber wave rain clouds and mist. The saber chi was intertwined with clouds and mist, as if a cloud dragon was spitting out mist. It was continuous and turned into raindrops that poured down. With the god's tear in his right hand, the saber chi spun and slashed out. Along the way, the saber chi exploded. Its might rose sharply, and the saber chi fragments filled the sky. The heaven-burying devil emperor's path of retreat was instantly sealed off. A gigantic tornado of blade energy that was even more terrifying than a cosmic storm swept through the star region and headed straight for the heaven-burying devil emperor. Heaven-burying 10,000 elephants. Heaven-burying devil emperor had nowhere to run. He clasped his hands together and thousands of 3-headed and 6-armed heavenly devil colossuses rose from the star domain. They chanted a demonic song unique to the devil race and crushed thousands of saber energies. The jade-like fragments of saber energy and raindrop-like saber light shot into the sky, colliding with the boundless tide of demonic energy, causing a huge amount of light to shoot out. Bang! 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 The demonic energy was like a tide, and the saber light covered the sky. From afar, it looked as if 2 clusters of nebulae had collided and caused a huge explosion. It turned into a dazzling firework that bloomed under the starry sky. The aftermath tore the void apart, and countless cracks spread throughout the star domain. Millions of celestial bodies in the firmament star domain were sucked in and shattered. The shattered celestial bodies stirred up a new storm and fell into the universe like a meteor shower. The entire star domain was turned upside down. Hiss. Oh my god, is this really a power that the human race can control? Long Tianqi and the others, who were fighting against the demons, felt their hearts tremble when they sensed the boundless energy ripples from the battle. If Lin Chen used this move against the devil race army, The 4 supreme elders would be able to reduce the army's numbers by half if the Empress was not there to defend herself. It was a move that could wipe out an entire race. In the next moment, the myriad flames divine dragon's body stiffened as if she had sensed some destructive energy fluctuation. Her dragon eyes trembled in fear. She and royal divine dragon roared at the same time, "Run!" The divine dragons understood in a flash and retreated from the battle with the 4 supreme elders without hesitation. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen stepped on the cloud shadow and flew into the sky. He withstood all the aftermath of the attack and charged into the center of the explosion with his spear. 9-colored starlight spun in his palm like a wheel, overflowing with a destructive aura. Just as the heaven-burying Devil Emperor was barely able to retreat from Lin Chen's 2 ultimate moves, a burst of colorful light appeared above his head. Clouds and heavenly light burst forth as Lin Chen appeared above the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's head. The experienced sky-burying Devil Emperor reacted instantly and exclaimed in horror, "Feint attack? A large-scale attack to restrict my movement. Is the ultimate move a backup plan?" The reverse God state could only last for a limited time. Lin Chen raised his hand and threw out his 9 tribulations star without hesitation. A 9-colored aurora fell into the galaxy and pierced through the starry sky. The 9-colored aurora was magnificent and majestic. It did not have an overwhelming power, but it had a silent annihilation aura. It penetrated through many layers of space and blasted toward the sky-burying Devil Emperor at a speed of more than 1,000 times the speed of light. There was no way the sky-burying Devil Emperor could retreat at this distance. At this moment, other than the battle between the Great Empress and the 6 Great Devil Emperors, all the other battles stopped abruptly and retreated madly. The sky-burying Devil Emperor's shoulders shook as his hoarse roar reverberated through the starry sky. His arms transformed into pieces of glassy devil energy and devil scales. Like 2 coiling dragons, they slammed toward the 9 tribulations star. The 9 tribulations star trembled and split into 5. The sky-burying Devil Emperor's scalp turned numb instantly. Boom tilde. Crack. 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 In the star region, countless stars that had been shattered into pieces were quickly reduced to dust and ashes. 5 9-colored pillars of light spread across the universe and spun slowly, overflowing with an unprecedented destructive aura. The 4 great revered elders' mouths trembled, and they were even thinking of retreating. This kid actually had such terrifying combat power. If he had done this to them when they were in the Devil Cultivator race, none of them would have been able to survive. The 5 great divine dragons sucked in cold air when they saw this scene, especially the primordial azure dragon who had a grudge with Lin Chen. The little bit of resentment in his heart had long disappeared after witnessing this scene. The center of the pillar of light had enough power to kill a god. The primordial azure dragon asked himself honestly, if he were to face this attack head-on, even his true form would not be able to withstand it. Even if the 5 great divine dragons were to fight together, they would have to pay a terrible price to withstand this wave of attack. This was truly overwhelming power. This proved that Lin Chen had a trump card that could crush opponents of the same level. Among the human true gods of the past, there were very few who could reach this level. Chapter 1841. Jojo Continent. The Firmament Pagoda Master was enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, the Firmament Pagoda shook. What's going on? The Pagoda Master was stunned. When he released his spiritual power, he gasped. The Firmament Pagoda disappeared from the Jojo Continent and flew across the sky at an extremely fast speed. The Firmament Pagoda took off, and it carried millions of humans in the Firmament Pagoda. The Pagoda Master trembled. Is something big going to happen? The Firmament Pagoda is moving on its own. The sun is rising from the west. Whoosh! A white light flashed across the sky. As if it had received a call, it stood at the top of the Firmament Pagoda and moved forward with the Firmament Pagoda. The beautiful figure stood at the top of the Firmament Pagoda, and her smile made everyone pale. Brother Lin Chen, wait for me, extraterritorial battlefield. 9-colored starlight bloomed and became the most dazzling light in the starfield. Looking at the direction where the 5 9-colored light pillars bloomed, Royal Divine Dragon exclaimed, "What an awe-inspiring young man." Lin Chen's combat power had stunned the divine dragons of the Dragon Clan several times. Since ancient times, the human gods in the three-dimensional universe might not be able to surpass Lin Chen's attack. With the God-Slayer and Godly Reversal state, he had used the strongest 9 calamities star in history. The unique damage transfer created by the Emperor Blood clone of the sky-burying Demon Emperor was the most troublesome. Lin Chen was racing against time. He could not gain the upper hand in a normal battle of attrition against the sky-burying Demon Emperor, so he had to use a killer move. He had to inflict the most severe damage. The All-Flames Divine Dragon even dispelled her draconic form and transformed back into a beautiful woman in a crimson dress. She sighed and said, "It looks like the outcome is already decided. Even we can't withstand that attack. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor should be..." "No." The everlasting old man suddenly shouted, "It's not that simple. Lin Chen, be careful." Just as the everlasting old man finished his words, then, the light pillars slowly shattered. Boom tilde. A dazzling, glass-colored demonic chi soared into the sky and shattered the 5 9-colored light pillars. What a close call. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. A 10,000 feet tall demonic body appeared. Compared to the true form of the divine dragon, it was completely incomparable. However, the baleful aura that swept through the starfield caused the hearts of every powerhouse to tremble. His devil body was like a giant ape, and 4 ferocious-looking devil snakes had sprouted from his back. His head was like that of a vicious crocodile, and the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's human form had been shifted to his lower abdomen. The most striking part of it was its 2 heaven-shaking arms that surged with a glazed devilish glow, and a myriad of devilish chi roared like dragons as they revolved around it to form numerous gales that were like star explosions. A single punch could tear apart a river of stars, and a single claw could split open a region of stars. Its surging power could even easily tear apart the defenses of a true god. All the mystical dragons, devil emperors, and revered elders. His expression changed. The great battle came to an end, and the great empress and the 6 demon emperors each occupied an area. The great empress muttered, "So that's how it is." Seeing the heaven-burying devil emperor's posture, the infinity elder was shocked at first, but then he gritted his teeth fiercely. "Long Tianqi, your excellency Qin Wudi, this old man has a final plan." The infinity elder instantly transmitted his voice, causing the top powerhouses who were still fighting with the devil race to stop. Hearing the infinity elder's plan, Qin Wudi and Long Tianqi's expression changed slightly. The time to stake everything on this one throw had arrived. On the other side, Lin Chen's expression was solemn. He had sensed this devilish qi before. The remains of the demon god king, the calamity devil emperor's storm-like true form turned his 2 devilish eyes as he roared in a low voice, "No wonder he has always been ahead of us." The 4 veteran demon emperors of the 4 great demon clans had all absorbed and refined the remains of the demon god king to enter the demon emperor realm. Later on, they had unified the demon realm and created a new race. But the heaven-burying devil emperor was not. What he absorbed was not the demon god king's fragments, but the remains. Even the emperor blood doppelganger, a heaven-defying ability, was comprehended from the remains. The demon god king's demon god arms were both in his hands and refined into his body. Even though the demon god king was already in a wounded state when he descended to the lower realm and was forcefully blown up by the ancient god and the other god realm messengers, his energy was far from his peak, perhaps not even 100,000th of it, but to the demon emperor of the lower realm, it was still a supreme divine object. Speaking of which, the demon god king that was exiled from the upper realm was actually somewhat similar to the demon clan that the heaven-burying devil emperor belonged to. Back then, after the ancient god and the other messengers fought to the death with the demon god king, both sides fought until the dimension fell. The remains of the ancient god could even be found in the 3-dimensional universe. In the end, even the will of the ancient god was damaged. And the heaven-burying devil emperor was the only one who could clearly sense the remains of the demon god king. It was precisely because of this that he was able to move the 4 revered elders of the demon clan to work for him. The heaven-burying devil emperor laughed sinisterly and said, "Lin Chen, you have forced me to this point. Even if you die, your name is enough to go down in history." Lin Chen suddenly laughed and said, "Don't pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. You didn't escape unscathed after taking on my 9 tribulation star. Did you feel good?" The divine dragons focused their eyes, and sure enough, the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's demon god arms were surging with devil blood. The surface of the arms was filled with a large number of fine cracks, causing them to slowly burst open. The god defiance talent state was truly heaven-defying. Even though the heaven-burying Devil Emperor had destroyed the 9 Tribulation Star, the price he had paid was still not small, a heavy injury that even the Emperor Blood Doppelganger could not negate. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly and said, "So what if I'm injured? It's more than enough to deal with you." Even the divine dragons, who had always fought in all directions and were not afraid of any strong enemies, showed fear for the first time. This was the power of a higher dimension, and it was not on the same level at all. The 4 great revered elders stared at this scene and burst into hysterical screams. They almost climax. "That's it. We're after this supreme realm, it's too wonderful. It's like a realm above the immortal state. We must obtain the demon god king's power." The 4 great revered elders stared at the heaven-burying Devil Emperor with great fanaticism, like devout believers who had seen their savior. "Whether it's the past or the future, I'm the strongest in the Divine River Galaxy, ha 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 ha." As the heaven-burying Devil Emperor laughed maniacally, his demonic eyes turned into a crystal jade-like color. He suddenly raised his hands, and the 2 demon god arms grabbed at the air. This grab contained the power to destroy ghosts and gods, and it crushed the void. A large number of demon god shadows appeared, and billions of galaxies were reverse. At this moment, all living beings below the immortal state were suddenly reverse. Regardless of whether it was the demon tribe, the demonic tribe, or the human tribe, all of them were facing down with their feet facing the sky. All living beings below the quasi-god realm were stunned. The world had been reversed in an instant. The royal divine dragon was shocked. The boundary of the dimension has been broken, and the space-time of the firmament starfield has been reverse. The extreme hell water divine dragon said in a trembling voice, "Lin Chen is in danger." Rip tilde. Bam. 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 A heaven-shaking, world-destroying attack surged towards Lin Chen. The world began to bend, and Lin Chen had nowhere to retreat. No. It should be said that Lin Chen did not intend to retreat at all. He had been preparing. The corner of his mouth curled into a crazy smile. It was as if his cerebral cortex was heating up. "You have a killer move, but so do I." Lin Chen raised his hands, and a divine light appeared out of nowhere, and a snow-white elephant tusk appeared. Lin Chen shouted coldly, "Divine elephant godhead." An elephant's roar pierced through the firmament starfield and appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 1842. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor was determined to win. When the Devil God King's broken devil arms came crashing down, streams of devil energy that surpassed the quality of a Devil Emperor were released from the Devil God's arms like Devil Dragon. The space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was swept by the devil energy and exploded continuously. Every explosion was accompanied by a surge of devil energy that swept across the 1,000 realms whirling. "I wonder if you can return to your original state after I shatter you completely." The sky-burying Devil Emperor's maniacal laughter echoed through the star field like an owl. "You have a killer move, but so do I." More than half of Lin Chen's majestic blood energy was sucked out of his saint body. A hexagonal godhead crystal jade bloomed above his head, and the divine elephant inside the godhead shone brightly. The sky-burying Devil Emperor was shocked. The moment his attack was about to hit Lin Chen, he felt an unprecedented fear. All the revered elders and devil emperors of the devil people sensed a colossal beast descending from the sky. Mu tilde tilde. The divine elephant let out a long roar. Its size was bigger than any divine dragon's true form. Its snow-white tusks were like the sun and the moon, its dark nose swept across the land, and its legs were like stars. Its body was majestic and domineering, and it was as if it was carrying a plane. Its blood energy was so strong that it was burning with red flames. The pure blood energy burned with heaven-defying blood energy completely ignited the starfield and shocked everyone. What is that?" The sky-burying Devil Emperor sucked in a cold breath. He also sensed the power of a higher dimension. It was enough to make him, who had the demon god's arm, feel fear. When the divine elephant rushed out, it was as easy as crushing dry weed. A divine power that could move a plane appeared out of thin air, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. Bang! 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 The pitch-black divine elephant that blazed with crimson flames destroyed the strands of extremely high-quality devilish energy like a hot knife through butter, causing the world to rumble while space collapsed. The 4 revered elders of the devil people were completely dumbfounded as they stood at the border of the battlefield. The power that they had been chasing in their dreams had actually been broken, and it was broken in such an unstoppable manner. Boom! After breaking through the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's attack, the Divine Elephant triumphantly advanced. Divine Elephant Impact. The Divine Elephant's unbelievably huge body was equivalent to the descent of 10,000 planes, and it possessed a world-destroying divine power that could sweep away all obstacles in the mortal realm. When it collided with the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's devil body, the impact caused him to shatter into pieces. Scram to the end of the universe. Heaven-burying Devil Emperor. Lin Chen, who was standing behind the Divine Elephant, was burning his qi and blood. He pushed forward with both hands, and the Divine Elephant's attack became even more ferocious. A few tiny cracks appeared on his saint body, and blood spurted out. A terrifying power was released from Lin Chen's body, shocking the Demon Emperor so much that he did not dare to sneak attack him. No. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream as his devilish energy that was dancing wildly like an evil dragon crumbled bit by bit. It was completely destroyed by the Divine Elephant to the point where it had no intention of resisting at all. He couldn't even use his sovereign blood clone. Crack! Crack! Shocking cracks appeared on the Demon God King's broken devil arms. They spread all over his arms like a fish dragon and shards of light shot out from them. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor kept vomiting blood as he madly activated his devilish energy to protect himself. The Demon God King's broken arms continued to bleed as he held the Divine Elephant's head firmly. He kept vomiting blood as he was knocked around. During this time, he kept using his sovereign blood clone to divert the damage, but he had no way of dodging. He took it head-on. Lin Chen had completely sealed off the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's path of retreat and forced him to take his attack head-on. If he didn't take it, he would die. The Divine Elephant had such a majestic body, so if he turned around and fled, he would have to face the Divine Elephant's entire body. The star region shook as the Divine Elephant stomped on the ground. Every step it took crushed countless stars in the star region into dust. The infinite old man's mouth fell open slightly. Lin Chen's trump cards were getting fiercer and fiercer with each move. This child is not a fish in a pond, but a dragon the moment he encounters a storm. The sacred boundary is not his stage. The infinite old man's blood was ignited at this time, and he couldn't help but cheer for Lin Chen. Boom! 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 The Divine Elephant moved across the sky and shattered the universe when it stomped on the ground. It sent the heaven-burying Devil Emperor flying all the way from the extreme south to the north at an extremely shocking speed. The world-destroying power that swept across the universe shocked the 6 great demon emperors into retreating in fear. The 5 great divine dragons' lips trembled, and they almost wet their pant. That's right, they literally wet their pants from fear. Hiss. I'm King shocked. Is this the power of a human? The human race's Lin Chen. The human race's Lin Chen. Too fierce. Where did this elephant clan come from? The divine dragons of my clan have never seen such a battle before. Apart from the ancient dragons at their peak, no divine dragon of my clan can compare to him. The 5 great divine dragons felt their scalps go numb as they cried out in shock. Finally, the heaven-burying Devil Emperor couldn't withstand such a fierce attack. Boom! The Demon God King's broken arms that were attached to the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's hands suddenly exploded and were completely destroyed by the Divine Elephant. More than half of the Demon God King's broken arms were destroyed by the Divine Elephant's power. The exploding demonic chi turned into a glazed lotus flower that bloomed in the starfield. It was magnificent and majestic, and there was a frightening afterglow in its beauty. Bam! Bam! The Divine Elephant's stomp lasted for almost 15 minutes. However, this 15 minutes seemed to have passed too quickly, as if it was just a blink of an eye. It was as if time had stopped flowing. The Divine Elephant's speed was so fast that it seemed as if time had stopped. Suddenly, most of the expert's perception suddenly disappeared. No, to be precise, they couldn't perceive more than half of the firmament starfield. The firmament starfield had been destroyed into nothingness. Moreover, it was to the extent that even experts below the immortal realm couldn't perceive it. What's going on? The great heaven-burying devil emperor of my clan, could it be that is done? I can't see clearly, and I can't sense anything at all. What's the situation now? Countless experts from the demon tribe, demonic tribe, and human tribe felt as if their hearts were being squeezed so tightly that they could even hear their own heartbeats. The result of this battle would have a great impact on the entire war. However, although the outsiders couldn't see the situation clearly, the immortal realm experts could sense it clearly, especially the 4 revered elders, the 5 divine dragons, and the 6 demon emperors. They stared blankly in the direction where the divine elephant had disappeared and the figure that was stepping on the void. The beautiful lady in the form of the myriad flames divine dragon in a red dress opened her mouth slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief as she muttered to herself. It's gone. He has flattened the entire starfield. The void was boundless. No matter how one tried to perceive it, they couldn't detect the existence of any physical form or energy. From the north to the south, the entire firmament starfield had been flattened. It only took 15 minutes for the firmament starfield to go from a sky full of stars to a void of darkness. Lin Chen had used the power of the Godhead to flatten a large starfield in the 3-dimensional universe. Flattening the firmament starfield. What an abnormal and heaven-defying power. After this, there would be no more stars in the firmament starfield. Chapter 1843. To be able to destroy an entire large starfield with one move, perhaps only the combined power of all the true gods in the history of the human race could accomplish such a feat. The 3 heads of the bloodthirsty devil monarch revealed a look of lingering fear and said, Mother ****. Fortunately, this brat only appeared now. The gods of the human race fell into our trap. Otherwise, the gods would have joined hands with him. Or if he had appeared a few eras earlier, the human race might have led the great war of the 9 races. The Calamity Demon Emperor agreed. He's so young, but he's bound to cause trouble. All of the devil emperors felt pressure towards Lin Chen from the bottom of their heart. Even their murderous intent grew. Killing the empress was no longer their primary goal. Their primary goal was the human Lin Chen. The empress's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. She stared at Lin Chen and muttered to herself, he actually has such a killer move. He actually used such a powerful killer move on the sky-burying demon emperor. How was Lin Chen going to deal with her, the demon empress of this generation? Her thoughts were in a mess. Lin Chen, who was hovering in the air, was panting. His blood seemed to have stopped flowing, his bones were throbbing in pain, his blood was sucked dry, and his body was trembling. The immortal Godhead's power flowed into his body, replenishing his lost blood. Compared to the last time when he fainted after activating the divine elephant Godhead, Lin Chen was much better this time. The immortal Godhead could replenish his lost blood, but it could not reduce the weakness after using the divine elephant Godhead. He looked at the flattened firmament star field with a pale and excited face. Everywhere he looked, there were attribute light balls. Firmament star field was known as a star field that had never been fully explored. There were many unexplored areas and galaxies. Now, everything was reduced to nothingness. Those secret realms with hidden opportunities, treasure lands with hidden opportunities, and small galaxies with hidden secrets were all crushed into Lin Chen's attribute light balls. The dark void in the eyes of the demon emperors was bright and dazzling in Lin Chen's eyes. They were all attribute light balls. Divine Elephant Godhead activation completed. Consumed 40 billion top-grade heavenly Dao points. Cooldown time, 210 days. When the system screen appeared, more than half of Lin Chen's heavenly Dao points had been consumed. Before Lin Chen could release the Dragon King to collect the elemental light ball, his body stiffened and his eyes widened in shock. It can't be. The grayish-white demonic chi twisted into a vortex and slowly appeared in the void. Demonic chi spread out in all directions, residing in this spacetime in a strange way. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 4 great elders of the Devil Cultivator clan were about to flee when their bodies suddenly stiffened and their pupils shrank in fear. The heaven-burying devil emperor's sinister laughter reverberated through the sky once more. Lin Chen, this emperor is willing to call you the strongest. Shatter the remains of the demon god king that this emperor has dominated. This round, you win. But before the human experts could rejoice, the phenomenon suddenly changed. Ah, my devil blood is flowing in reverse. No. My cultivation base and the devil blood I condense. The 4 great elders of the devil cultivator clan let out shrill screams. Their bodies were like balloons that were constantly expanding, and blood was bubbling all over their bodies. Their demonic chi churned and surged, letting out a low gurgling sound as if something terrible was brewing in their bodies. Oh no. There's something else in the honorable elder's bloodline. The Water Empress's reaction was extremely fast. She raised the devil saber in her hand and slashed out a blood moon saber beam. The saber beam flashed and swept away everything. The beautiful lady in a red dress who was closest to the 4 great elders flicked her finger and 10,000 flames turned into a dragon. It spun and attacked the 4 great elders of the devil cultivator clan. In the end, she was still one step too late. Bam! 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 The 4 great elders exploded in the air. Countless blood and chi bloomed like fireworks and shot in all directions. Blood and chi danced like dragons. Heaven-burying devil emperor, you old bastard, old fox. You really never planned to keep your promise. Bastard, you bastard. Before the 4 great elders died, they let out a shrill and miserable cry. The blood of the honorable elders twisted their blurry faces and let out a monstrous evil laughter. Even the devil emperors felt an inexplicable fear. Whoosh tilde. The blood and chi seemed to have a mind of their own. It split into countless streams of light. The water empress wanted to slash again, but the heaven-burying devil emperor was faster. His demonic chi twisted into a whirlpool and swallowed all the blood and chi of the honorable elders. When the demonic chi gathered again, boom tilde. A glassy demonic chi sank into the light of heaven and earth. It devoured all the aura of living beings and the 4 great elders. It soared into the sky, shaking the universe and the star field. The heaven-burying devil emperor's figure appeared again. His demonic body was full of wounds, but he still had a strong vitality. All of this originated from the huge black demonic tail behind him. The demonic tail was full of cracks and it was beating like a heart. A jade-like brilliance sewed up the cracks of the demonic tail and a glassy demonic chi rolled out majestically. It was the other part of the demon god king's body that was left in the devil race. Lin Chen said in surprise, "Is this the demon god king's body that I destroyed?" The bloodthirsty devil emperor saw this scene from afar and said in shock, "Heaven-burying, you still can't king die like this?" The heaven-burying devil emperor grinned sinisterly and said with a strange smile, "I have to thank these idiots for bringing the demon god king's body here. Moreover, each of them brought a part of the demon god king's body. How stupid. This emperor is destined to not die here, ha 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 ha." In reality, the heaven-burying devil emperor had not expected to take away the other part of the demon god king's body. Just now, he wanted to split up the demonic emperor blood and escape by force. He wanted to escape the battlefield even if his cultivation fell. Only then did he discover an unexpected surprise. If it was so easy to get the third part of the demon god king's body, he would not have to go through so much trouble to pretend to cooperate with the devil race. When the heaven-burying devil emperor was at his peak, even if he had control of 2 demon god king's bodies, he did not dare to charge into the devil race and snatch the 3rd demon god king's body. If he wanted to snatch it by force, there were at least 4 obstacles. Firstly, there were the 4 revered elders at their peak. Secondly, there would be devil emperors of the same race who would want to expose their trump cards in advance. Thirdly, the devil empress was in charge of the devil race, so snatching it by force was unrealistic. Fourthly, there was the obstruction of the ancient Aeon Dragon seal. In summary, the heaven-burying devil emperor had no choice but to cooperate with the 4 revered elders at his peak. And coincidentally, the number 1 tiger of the sacred boundary, Lin Chen, broke into the devil race's hell galaxy and released the demon god king's body. He even smashed it into pieces. The 4 revered elders were already on guard against each other. No one was at ease handing over the demon god king's body to another, so they each took a part of it. This caused the demon god king's body to be stored in the bodies of the 4 revered elders. This was not enough. If it was only this, it would be impossible to snatch it by force. However, the 4 revered elders were beaten up by Lin Chen, who had activated the Godslayer talent. He fought with his life and continuously triggered the extinction rupture, causing irreversible injuries. Then, the 4 revered elders were besieged by the divine dragon, and their injuries were even more serious. Under many circumstances, the heaven-burying devil emperor had an opportunity to take advantage of. When he was on the verge of death, he activated a secret technique and allowed the demon god king's body to absorb the blood and chi of the 4 revered elders. Then, it was absorbed into his body. He borrowed the devil blood and cultivation of the revered elders and used the 3rd demon god king's body as a medium to completely transfer into his body and forcefully reverse the fate of heaven. The heaven-burying devil emperor's resurrection caused the battle to change again. Lin Chen frowned. So troublesome, even a sticky candy with feces is not this troublesome. He can't die even after being smashed into pieces? Chapter 1844. While the extraterritorial battlefield situation was changing, the sacred boundaries Wonder Domain was also changing. Wonder Domain, Fang Ling and the others were defending Wonder Domain to the death. Lin Chen's servants were fighting on the front line. The Sacred Pagoda, Purple Cloud King Valley, Pill Region's Elder Guild, and the Auspicious Beasts were defending Wonder Domain without retreating. Among them, Lin Ping'an was at the forefront. No heavenly demon venerable or demon king could easily break into Wonder Domain. The demon man race and the demon race placed their main forces in the heavenly sacred domain, war domain, sword domain, knife domain, and other important regions. On the other hand, because of the geographical location of the holy world, the demon race and demon man race armies that the mystic domain faced were neither strong nor weak, forming a defensive line. This caused Wonder Domain to become one of the few areas that was not filled with internal war. Most of the battles were fought at the border. Therefore, many Pill Region's alchemists were gathered here. The Auspicious Beasts displayed their skills and gathered their providence in Wonder Domain. The Providence spirit plants grew wildly, and the alchemists refined Saint Pills without stopping. This place became the sacred boundary's safest healing area. Countless experts continued to pour in, just when the battle was at its best, for demonic auras suddenly descended. Lin Ping'an, Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, Jiang Taishu, and the others' expressions became serious. This demonic aura near Wonder Domain was at least at the level of Heavenly Demon Emperor. Heavenly Demon Emperor was equivalent to Reincarnation Saint Realm. It was the heaven-burying Devil Emperor's followers. For Reincarnation Saint Realm experts, the servants who had lost their saint artifacts found it difficult to defend against one, let alone 4 at the same time. At the border of Wonder Domain, the servants were floating in the air. Jiang Taishu pinched his fingers and immediately calculated. His expression changed slightly. They are heading straight for us. They will be here in less than 30 breaths. Not good. Fei Wushuang said worriedly. If they kill their way into Wonder Domain, there will be endless trouble. There are still many experts healing here. Call the dragon race. Just as Fei Wushuang finished speaking, Jiang Taishu crushed a spatial jade slip. After a few breaths, the spatial jade slip did not respond. Jiang Taishu's expression changed slightly. The experts of the dragon race could not find the time to help. After all, the human clan had to resist the attacks of the demon tribe and the demon clan, and the support of the dragon clan could not be pulled away, let alone the top expert. Fei Wushuang clenched her teeth. The dragon race's powerhouses can't help, so we can only ask Master's avatar to help. Requesting Lin Chen's clone was the last resort. Once the 4 heavenly devil emperors entered the mystic domain, no one would be able to stop them. Xiao Linga clenched her jade-like hands. No. Previously, the Lord said that he lacked sacred artifacts. Most of the areas in the sacred boundary have already been looted. All of the Lord's clones have already rushed out of the sacred boundary to loot the bodies of the experts who participated in the war outside. If we let the Lord's clones come now, it will be too late. You can't call Lin Chen over. At this time, Lin Ping'an's petite body floated in the air, facing the wind. She wasn't as mischievous as she used to be. Instead, her face was calm. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and revealed a quiet smile. Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, bring everyone back to the mystic domain and don't come out. Leave these 4 demons to me. Hearing this, all the servants' faces change. Although Lin Ping's original body was the pain calamity, everyone had long regarded her as a close companion. She was also deeply cared for by the Lord. The servant stereotype of the pain calamity had long disappeared. If she was to deal with 4 heavenly devil emperors, there would only be one result. Jiang Taishu said in a low voice, Sister Ping'an, I promised the Lord to look after you. I won't allow you to do such a thing. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun quietly moved a step and blocked in front of Lin Ping'an. They wouldn't allow Lin Ping'an to do such a foolish thing. Lin Ping'an smiled calmly, thank you, everyone. After that, her slender finger tapped the space between her eyebrows. A dark crystal appeared. It was the disaster crystal core she obtained from the demon world. A series of Providence plant pouches appeared in her palm, and Lin Ping'an suddenly crushed them. All the Providence plants that helped her transfer disaster energy were turned into ashes. Boom tilde. The seal of the pain calamity was completely lifted. A dark storm appeared out of thin air and revolved around Lin Ping'an. What? Sister Ping'an, don't. Fei Wushuang and Xiao Linga screamed in fright, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. Her actions were done in one go, not giving the servants any time to react. Lin Ping'an smiled calmly, everyone, leave quickly. I won't protect you this time. If you stay too long, you'll be eroded by my aura. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's pupils shrank. She was determined to leave. Lin Ping'an saw that everyone was slightly hesitant and said calmly, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Long Jiushan and the others gritted their teeth and pulled the hesitant Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun away. Lin Ping'an automatically lifted the seal. Not to mention the heavenly devil emperors arriving later, if they continued to stay by her side without her protection, everyone would be eroded by the disaster energy. That's good. Before leaving, Lin Ping'an smiled and said to Jiang Taishu, thank you for not stopping me. Jiang Taishu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, it turned into a complicated sigh. After saying take care, he stepped into the air and left. The servants left, leaving Lin Ping'an alone. It feels good to be born as a human. Lin Chen, thank you for giving me such a chance. I still want to help you, but this can only be the last time. Lin Ping'an's memories with Lin Chen surfaced, and a satisfied smile flashed across the corner of her lips. Boom, boom, boom. Her calamity energy continued to flow back into her body and was hidden deep within her body. In less than a moment, billowing demonic aura covered the stars and the moon. Demonic dragons wreaked havoc across the sky and earth. A red sun with rising demonic aura hung in the sky. Wonder region, is this the human territory that Lord Demon Emperor wants us to destroy? This guy is not a demon. At this moment, the heavenly devil emperors of the 4 great wastelands had arrived. They were all winged and had human bodies. They looked like men in their 30s, except for their grayish-white skin and moving demonic eyes. Lin Ping'an took a step forward and stood in front of them. She said coldly, demons, your opponent is me. One of the heavenly devil emperors seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. With just you. You might not even be a match for the heavenly devil sovereigns under this emperor, and you want to fight this emperor? Call out those humans who were entrenched here. This emperor wants to kill them one by one, another heavenly devil emperor said in surprise. Her energy is very similar to the disaster demons. The 4 heavenly devil emperors sensed Lin Ping'an's aura. They thought that the disaster demons were fighting with the humans. When they got closer, they realized that things were not that simple. The 3rd heavenly devil emperor came to a realization. This emperor remembers. This is the spirit body that the humans call the suffering disaster. Suffering disaster? Ha ha ha. Good stuff. Catch her and give her to those old guys. She can be exchanged for a lot of good stuff. The 4 heavenly devil emperors laughed sinisterly and stared at Lin Ping'an. Among the disaster demons, they needed to absorb the aura and energy of disaster on their own. Suffering disaster would automatically absorb all the disaster aura of the human race. Whether she was willing or not, the disaster of the human race would be concentrated on her. The two were fundamentally different. The suffering disaster was the favorite spirit body of the disaster demons. Unfortunately, the previous demon emperors had not been able to realize their dream. Today, they actually encountered it. The four heavenly devil emperors looked at Lin Ping and like a thief looking at a shiny gold ingot. Come here for this emperor. The leader of the heavenly devil emperors revealed his true form. His demonic energy condensed into a bloody mouth that swallowed Lin Ping and like a bloody abyss. Defeating Lin Ping and was easy for them, but if they wanted to capture her alive, they would have to be more serious. The other three heavenly devil emperors immediately flashed behind Lin Ping An and blocked her escape route. Rumble tilde. Suddenly, black wind rose above Lin Ping An's head. Her entire body erupted with a deep disaster aura in the shape of a vortex. It enveloped the four heavenly devil emperors in an instant. What? The four heavenly devil emperors turned pale with fright. You are not allowed to hurt my friends. Lin Ping An's consciousness used the last bit of strength to shout coldly. The terrifying disaster tide formed into a tornado, wreaking havoc in the sky at the border of the mystic realm and Xuanyu. The creatures of the two realms could be seen clearly. The four heavenly devil emperors felt as if they had fallen into a boundless swamp. They couldn't break free and were horrified. Their demonic bodies were rapidly corroded, and everything was eroded by the disaster aura. It was too fast. They couldn't react at all. The four heavenly devil emperors had underestimated the enemy too much. After they became heavenly devil emperors, they could be said to be second only to the arch and above all demons. They had even killed a lot of ordinary human sage kings. They didn't take many experts seriously at all, not to mention facing four heavenly devil emperors at the same time. With such a lineup, they could probably escape unscathed if they encountered a human quasi-god. If they fought in a battle formation, even if Lin Ping An self-destructed her spirit body with all her strength, she could at most kill one of them. The strength of the painful disaster was that it was an extremely strong disaster energy that couldn't be shaken off. Once it was possessed, there was no way to get rid of it at all. They thought it was a weak little rabbit that could be easily captured. They didn't expect it to be a ferocious big tiger. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying disaster energy continued to rise. The four heavenly devil emperors disappeared in the disaster tide, dying without even a trace. What's that? Hiss. The disaster tide, splitting heaven and earth. This is the sign of the outbreak of the painful disaster. It's going to explode. Thank goodness. It didn't explode on our side. It's good that it exploded. If it had exploded on our side at this critical juncture, we would have died without a complete corpse. I heard that the traitor Lin Chen brought the painful disaster with him. F***ck, there are indeed some dangerous creatures around this kid. The painful disaster is gone. Another stain on the human race has been temporarily removed. Countless human experts looked at the disaster tide surging in the sky with all kinds of gazes. Lin Ping An, whose spirit body was disintegrating in the darkness, could feel that the gazes were piercing her like cold swords. After she was born with intelligence, she had endured far too many gazes like this. However, such a cold life had once shone with a brief ray of light. This is enough. I still helped him. Within the disaster's dark vortex, Lin Ping An held her cheeks with both hands and squeezed out a smile with the gesture that Lin Chen had taught her when she first smiled. Lin Ping An's petite spirit body drifted out of the disaster's dark vortex. As her spirit body gradually disappeared, Lin Ping An suddenly covered her mouth and trembled in the darkness. She tried her best not to cry out loud. As expected, I still don't want to die. I really want to live, but I can't help you like this.